swear to God, I will hold you in my
Welcome to Round 5 Sunday of the Oceanic Pro League, live from the Riot Studios here in Sydney, Australia. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Michael Hingers-Hing, and today we wrap up the first half of the split with two massive games. First, we see Legacy taking on EXILE 5, and after AV's loss yesterday, like Shannon Knoll, the Crazy Horse, Legacy are keen to find glory in a solidified second place. Then, later on this afternoon, Sin versus Direwolves will the rousing motivational tweets from Juves' mother, Deb, be enough for the boys to take down the Direwolves, whose mid-laner Fantix is nursing a broken arm like eating sushi from a highway service station. There are a lot of unknowns, all right? Joining me today to break down the games here at the analyst desk, we have our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez. Thanks so much for joining us. And our special guest today, support player for the Chiefs, fresh off their 2-0 victory over AV yesterday, Bryce Paul. I see you've brought a book and a pen. You're wearing glasses today,
yes,
like a serious grown-up analyst.
Yes, well prepared. Brought my glasses so I look like a better analyst, so people trust what I'm saying. You know?
Exactly. Yeah, we can work on the content later, but get the look right first.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, thank you both for being here. Let us bring up the schedule of your weekend's viewing. We're going to kick things off with Legacy versus EXILE 5, and that'll be the debut of EXILE 5's presumed new mid laner, Mid-Beast, and then later on today, Sin will take on Direwolves, and we'll get to see just exactly what their rotating lineup will have in store. Now, obviously, Ejim with Fantix messed up his arm, his keyboard arm. Can you even play competitive LoL with a messed up arm like that, or is it a struggle?
It's probably a struggle. I don't know. I've never had a messed up arm, but like I assume if he's not playing today, then obviously not. It'd be really hard. Like if you had worse reaction speed, I don't know. Like it probably hurt. Like it's probably best to get some rest and then come back stronger, I guess.
I'll think of it as a training method, really. It's basically you now play on hard mode. You need to be ready. You said, okay, my arm's messed up. This is good. Be fine. Let's play some League now and be ready for anything that could happen in the finals.
All right. Well, let us take a look at this first game. Legacy versus EXILE 5. And Mendrix, this Legacy side looking mostly solid, sitting in second place. But this split, they've dropped a set against Sin, and also Claire hasn't really had the debut season he would be looking for.
That's right. So the big thing with Legacy this week is they're trying to build on their points. And really, based off their current performance, anything less than a 2-0 is actually going to be a disappointment for them. So I'm really expecting for them to show up this week.
Meanwhile, EXILE 5, Ejim, their new mid laner Mid-Beast starts today, coming in for Gloopy, who was in Force Human. Now, you would have come up against him in solo queue, presumably. Yep. What do you know about this guy? What do you know about Mid-Beast?
Mid-Beast, quite a good player. Probably, or like arguably an upgrade from Seaman. Don't know. Seaman had a very specific playstyle, but Glupify was a support main. Gluppy, well, I think he was a support main. He played against us, so like definitely an upgrade from that. I think Mid-Beast, quite a solid player, like overall plays the meta champions, is not pigeonholed into particular styles, so should be good today.
And what's great about Mid-Beast as well is this guy's so confident with his champion pool in terms of what he knows, is he actually creates YouTube videos of them as well, so very informative. And, I mean, that means he just knows exactly what he needs to do and when he goes onto the Rift.
All right. Well, earlier today, I spoke to Legacy Captain Carbon about their match today, and I started by asking him if going into a game as heavy favourites like they are today, if it was all about just getting the points, or if we might see some experimentation today.
Sometimes we do experiment against like the lower teams, but I think in general, you kind of want to hide as much as possible. We're playing Chiefs next week, so we don't want to like do all sorts of crazy stuff.
Have it be revealed.
Yeah, have the big reveal a week early. But no, look, yeah, it is about the points for us. We were heavy favourites against Sin as well, so we won't be taking them lightly.
Yeah, well, this week also saw 7.3 to be released. We've seen a day of play yesterday in OPL. What are your thoughts on the changes to jungle, particularly the nerf to Rengar and Kha'Zix?
Yeah, so I think the nerfs definitely kind of brought them closer in line with the rest of the jungle cast, but at the same time, I still think they're the strongest. So you'll probably still see them banned, first picked, or at least first rotation. I think definitely pushed Graves up a tier. Graves was kind of floating at the bottom, but because he's so good at using lethality, and because the top two got nerfed as well, I think definitely pushed him up as well, yeah.
We see as well EXILE 5 are going to be starting Mid-Beast in the mid lane today. Have you come up against him before, and do you know kind of much about him?
Yeah. So Mid-Beast's been around the traps for a little while. I think he played last year, Split 1 maybe, but his team got relegated. So he's been in solo queue, for the last couple of years. Everybody knows him pretty well. It would be good for them to not be playing with a sub. I don't know if he's a long-term replacement or anything, but I know Gloop wasn't actually mid laner. So I think it's a step in the right direction for X5.
Excellent. So you guys feeling confident, and will you accept anything less than a 2-0?
Yeah, I think if we don't 2-0, we'd be pretty disappointed today. If we lose, I might retire.
All right, well, best of luck, and thanks for speaking to us.
No worries.
Well, there we have it. Maybe the last interview that Tim Carbon-Wendell does professionally for League of Legends, depending on today's results. All right, let's take a look at the guys getting ready in our studios. Very confident, having a good laugh there. And as we bring up their lineup, you're going to be seeing Tally in the top lane. Their jungler is Carbon, who we just spoke to. Their mid laner, Claire. Their AD carry, Lost. And Cupcake is their support player. And Mendrix, when you look at these guys, they are looking pretty solid overall, but, you know, hasn't been perfect as a run for them.
Absolutely, yeah. I agree with that. I mean, against Sin, they sort of didn't really have the best performance. They needed a bounce back. They definitely bounced back a week afterwards against the Direwolves. And really, it sort of comes down to looking at Claire right now. Claire, he's been doing pretty well when he's on his comfort picks. He seems to be in his element. We're talking about the Corki, we're talking about him on Jace. But when he deviates from that, seems to slow down a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like meta-based or I think it's probably nerves, right? Like Claire is a very good player and I would rank him among the best mid laners in Oceania. He's definitely up there. And I think he's just like what he's shown this split of the OPL isn't Claire. So it's kind of disappointing start for him. I think like looking at the lineups just there, like everyone was laughing and Claire was kind of deadpan face. So like I don't know if it's getting to him already. Hopefully not. But
yeah, well, we'll see how their play pans out today. Meanwhile, their opponents across the Rift will be EXILE 5, still looking for their first big win of the season. Well, earlier today, I spoke to their team captain T-Gun about their match today. And I started by asking him if this rotation with Midbeast was permanent.
It's almost certainly a permanent roster swap. I think we've found someone that we're happy with and comfortable with now. And it just means that we can progress as a team as opposed to having to try and overcompensate with the lack of a mainstay mid for us.
When you look at Midbeast, though, as a player, he's kind of a guy who a lot of OPL fans might not know a lot about. So as a team, what do you want the fans to know about him?
I honestly think they'd know more about him than anyone else in the team. He's got a great YouTube channel. He streams on Twitch. He's a good-looking bloke. Like, what more can I say?
All right. Well, we had you on the desk yesterday. We saw one full day of 7.3 play. Give us your thoughts on the patch as you've seen it being played in Pro Professional.
It just added more variety more than anything else. The patch changes sort of reduced the viability of Jace just removing champions, increased the ability to play Zed into certain matchups, lets LeBlanc fall through the bans a bit more. So there's just more things get through, more things get played.
All right. Well, finally, you're coming up against Legacy today. Obviously, it's a very difficult match because they are sitting quite high on the ladder. What are you guys looking for in today's match? And yeah, how do you think you're going to be playing?
I just want to show a strong basis that we can build off now that we have a core 5. The results in scrims have been promising, so hopefully we just translate that to the stage. And preferably, we at least pick up a game, but we're looking to win 2-1 today.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
There we have it. Team captain T-Gun there, trying to maintain positivity in the face of a difficult match today and say this could be the start of the rest of their season. Well, let's take a look at EXILE 5 getting ready in the studios right now. And as we bring up their lineup, it's 5-8 in their top lane. Their jungler, Guts. Their mid laner today will be Midbeast, maybe a permanent roster swap. Crazy is their AD carry. And T-Gun, their captain, who we just spoke to, is their support player. And Mendrix, looking at these guys, I mean, the big gap in that lineup is Midbeast, right? Obviously, there. So how do we think he's going to be playing today? I mean, it's kind of a debut on LAN for this guy.
Yes, absolutely. And really, he's someone who's been around the block before. He has been in the OPL at one point, I think, in Infernum, and then also playing professionally in Absolute. And the big thing for him is that he hasn't done it on LAN. So this is really new territory for him. So it's going to be a sort of interesting look at whether he's going to be energized by being on the camera or whether it's actually going to be a similar situation to Claire where he has a bit of nerves.
I mean, like, yeah, obviously he is coming up against Claire, and Claire's had a few nerve issues, but like, the Goon alluded to it, right? He's a good-looking guy. Like, he's pretty big. Like, he can come in with a lot of confidence, and I'd be excited to see him pop off today.
So do you think that's how EXILE 5 are going to play? Their playstyle is going to be focused around Midbeast? And if so, how risky is it when you're bringing in basically a kind of a new guy, and you go like, hey, you're the focus of our entire game.
Yeah, X5 are a team in their position right now, like, they can take risks, right? Like, they haven't won a game. Like, I think risky business is what they should be looking for. 5 to 8 isn't someone they should be looking to play around. He's had a rough split, so I think Mid-Beast coming in could have a lot of confidence. Who knows? I think they should play around him. T-Gun, very roam-heavy support. I'd like to see them play from bot, like, to mid lane and give him a lot of priority.
Probably looking at maybe seeing if we can actually get a sort of trinity of the two going, get T-Gun roaming, get Guts also behind him as well, and just sort of, you know what, let's just bring it towards that mid lane, see if they can actually take a quick kill off that and let him snowball from there.
Yeah.
All right, well, their opponents, Legacy, last week showed us some spicy picks, in particular the Braum-Lucian combo in the bot lane. Now, what's interesting about this, when we look at Braum, is that's a massive kill participation, especially when you consider that that Legacy have been kind of pushing all of their lanes and winning lane all over the map.
Yeah, so the big thing about kill participation, obviously supports, utility role, like they do have assists in a lot of kills, but Legacy are a team that have played, like, obviously top team, played well all split, been winning a lot of games from all portions of the map. So naturally, if you're on the bot side of the map and Tally's just solo killing people topside, like, you didn't get credits for that. So the fact that his kill participation is 80% is quite respectable, I think.
Yeah.
And looking at that as well, as you can see, both these guys, they played with each other, the Lucian-Braum combination. What's really specifically good about this, especially in Legacy's case, is they use it as an answer to the mid lane. They wanted to deal with Ryze. And what works well is that because there's so many immobile threats at the moment, if these guys catch you out, you're pretty much dead. So really need to look out for them when they're on the Rift.
Yeah, and it's not just mid lane, it's counters to the 80 carries right now are Jhin and Varus. Like, they're the big two lethality 80 carries, that's why they're so strong, and they're very immobile. So they might ban an 80 carry, ban Jhin, the other team first picks Varus, they'll just pick the Brucian straight into that, and if they get on you, you die in lane. It's just really aggressive, and like, they've been playing well all splits, so they're just like playing to their strengths.
For people who aren't super aware of how the mechanics of this work, drill down on that. Like, what is the actual like buttons that are being pressed to like deal with these immobile champions?
Yeah, well, I guess like Jhin Varus, obviously very long range, right? So
Absolutely.
Braum, naturally in isolation in the meta right now, loses to all the supports. Zyra, Karma, Malzahar will all just push you in. But like, combined with the Lucian with the double tap passive, you hit Jhin with a Braum Q, and then Lucian can dash in. Like, so he's got one stack of the Braum passive, dash in, that's 2 more stacks, get a Q off, another auto, they're stunned, and then you've got the culling if they flash away. So if you get on them basically in lane phase, they die, and that's what they look for.
I mean, looking at that as well, you're trying to say, like, will we be seeing some Braum from you in the future? Is this, you seem to have a lot of experience working with the Braum?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Braum. Last split, bloody semi-finals versus Direwolves, we did the old Raze and Raydeer switch, and then yeah, Derek took the spicy inside Chief Goss to the Direwolves, and then they first picked Gragas every single game, and I just picked Braum to deny the ult. I just had a miserable series, so not a big fan.
So that's a hot tip for anyone for Legacy next week coming up against the Chiefs, obviously.
Pick Gragas, dude.
All right, well, hashtag I am OPL. You can follow along on social media and also get your tips in, opltips.com.au. My goodness, Legacy, massive favourites for this one. Over 90% of people thinking that Legacy are going to take this, and almost 3/4 of people thinking this is going to be a 2-0 to Legacy. Oh, gentlemen, I mean, is it going to be a 2-0? Is it going to be a 2-0, do you reckon?
I'm with the people on that.
Yeah.
At the moment, I'm looking, I'm like, yep, 2-0 to Legacy. Just they're performing so well at the moment. EXILE5 have a really uphill battle against them.
Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely Legacy, I think, are just stronger across the board. But I think with the new like mid-beast in the lineup, I think if X5 is going to win a game, T-Gun said he's hoping to win it all, maybe take one game. Like, if they do, I think it'll be through mid-beast, and like, should be good to watch.
All right, well, there's a lot of pressure on Mid-Beast today to force the retirement of Tim Carbon Wendell, captain of Legacy. That's enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. It is time for us to get into Game 1. So let's throw it over to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we're about to get into the first match of the second day of Week 5 of the OPL. And a new mid laner stepping up for EXILE5, but it's the same old Legacy as always.
Yeah, exactly right. And Legacy come into this one as heavy favourites, as iterated by the desk. However, if there ever is a time to catch them, it's when you change something. Teams don't adapt well to change on the fly. We saw that Legacy was already surprised by the drastic change in Sin's playstyle a couple of weeks ago. If EXILE5 are able to replicate that, play a very aggressive style behind mid-beast, who does like to play things like the EXILE, like the Rise and get up in your face, it'll be interesting to see whether they can have similar success.
And you can see on your screens, Mid-Beast, the new mid laner for EXILE5, actually bumped into Tegan before his games, and he's he's very happy going to this one. He said he's a little bit more confident because they got to scrim with this guy, got to practice with him a little bit more, and they're very happy with their new pickup in the mid lane.
And mid-beast is much more standard than what I would say either Gloopy or Schumann was. I mean, obviously both were playing a lot of Ahri, a lot of pick champions. That just doesn't currently work in the meta. So, you know, if he's able to get onto a very good scaling mage, especially if Legacy go all carries, as they've wanted to do in the past, you know, playing things like the Rek'Sai and not Rek'Sai, Kha'Zix in the jungle, or Ivan playing things like the Gangplank in the top lane, you know, these picks, if a Ryze really gets rolling, if an Azir gets rolling, it's impossible to get onto them and really shut them down.
Especially if this man on your screen just then is not going to be able to get his comfort pick. We saw Claire earlier in the mid lane. He's been performing well when he gets champions he is used to and comfortable playing, but not so much when some of these meta picks have been thrown towards him. So we'll have to see what he's going to be picking up today. For now, though, we see Malzahar, Zyra, as well as LeBlanc being banned away by Legacy. Ivan, Camille, and Jace taken away by EXILE. That does leave Rengar open and immediately picked up here for Carbon.
Yeah, so Carbon going to look to play the aggressor. I would still say that, you know, along with Graves, in my opinion, Rengar is the strongest pick on Summoner's Rift at the moment. You're just able to farm very quickly at the start of the game, stay reasonably healthy. His ganks are good because of the empowered bowler. And then the ultimate is just such a good scouting tool and engaging tool later at the latter stages of the game. I expect him to not go full damage. I want to see like Red Smite Warrior into Black Cleaver into maybe something like a Dead Man's Plate. You can throw an Edge of Night in there for your defensive pick. However, full AD Rengar just does not work at the moment because you jump in and you trade 1-for-1 because we took away all that CC immunity on the W.
Well, EXILE do get two very powerful picks for themselves. Crazy will be picking up Varus in the bottom lane, and Guts will get his hands on Graves, the champion you said is very powerful in the current meta.
Yeah, Graves just kind of farms. He's like the opposite of what AD carries, junglers normally do. His ganks are, he walks into lane and just bullies you out. He genuinely can just 1v1 anyone. He stays up in levels with the solo laners because of how quickly this guy farms. You stay ridiculously healthy. Unless you go up against like Gromp at level 1, in which case he just smacks you around a little bit. But honestly, he's probably, like, controversially, I think he's the strongest jungler on the patch. I think it's a little bit of a mistrick to trade Rengar for.
Well, one person you don't really want to give Rengar to is going to be Guts. He had a good performance on Rengar in one of his matches. Legacy, though, have been able to get Jhin as well as Corki as their next two picks. So we will see the Jhin against Varus in the bottom lane, and mid-beast already shown the first champion he's going to play, which will be Syndra, as not quite sure what look Carbon was trying to give the camera there, but it was something.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, I like the Corki into Syndra matchup as Corki because you go Hex Drinker and then you just don't die to the burst. You can also go Exhaust, and Corki is one of the champions that always has range for Exhaust because he just Valks on your head, chucks on the Gatling gun, exhausts you, and then blows you up with a big one and Phosphorus Bomb. So I think that is a good pick by Claire, and he's very comfortable on it. In saying that, I think he was saying that his KDA so far, and someone checked this, is like 3-13-10 in his first 3 games as Corki. So we keep saying it's a comfort pick for him, but he's not all that well performing on LAN. In scrims, he's a monster. I mean, in solo queue, he's an absolute beast. I keep going back to it. I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't been able to step up so far. And I think that that's just a reflection on the fact that there's a lot of pressure on him at the moment. He's playing with a fantastic lineup. I mean, Lost, Tally, Carbon, Cupcake, they're all great players. And he's like the last missing piece. If he's able to step up, Legacy will be able to challenge the Chiefs.
Well, let's see if Claire can complete the Trinity Force for Legacy. He was playing in the LGL for a while. He was very reputable when he was playing in the Challenger Series for the LGL there. Let's see how he's going to do in this first split of the OPL. Up and down performances so far. The second wave of bans have gone through. 2 targeted towards 528. Kled and Nautilus being taken away. Karma, the ban from EXILE, as well as Shen towards the top lane.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, Maokai's still available, Poppy's still available, so the Nort ban is a little bit strange. Maybe a targeted attack towards the Goon as opposed to 528. I know he likes to play hook-heavy champions in the bottom lane. That's roam-heavy, however.
Yeah, Tegan will be picking up Tahm Kench in the bottom lane. Still potential for 528 to flex it, but we have seen a lot of Tahm Kench support being played in competitive so far.
And chatting to Spooks after their victory yesterday, I said, what is it with the Tahm Kench? What's with the globals at the moment? And he kind of said it's just easier to play macro with them. It shores up a lot of the weaknesses that you may otherwise have when it comes to actually playing the map. And I think that is a perfect pick for EXILE, because we've said that they're late to rotations, that they've been caught out a little bit. And what that means is it buys you that 2 seconds. You don't have to walk. All of a sudden, you just hop in the Toad's mouth. He takes you wherever you want to go, whether it's through land, sea, or a river. And I think that is something, and he also is good into Bard, so I don't understand that pick. But it's something that maybe EXILE 5 can use to accelerate the pace.
Yeah, but Legacy complete their roster. Maokai being picked up for the top lane. Tally be getting his hands on the big old tree. And Cupcake playing Bard in the bottom lane to go with Lost's Jin.
Yeah, I mean, Bard's really good because he's able to harass with Q and get some meep slaps in. Oh, that's interesting.
Ooh, 5-8, picking up the Gragas in the top lane.
Yeah, so Gragas' last pick does well against Maokai. We've seen that he wins the harass battles with the Ws versus the Qs. The reason I like Tahm Kench so much at the moment is because if you're in a mobile 80 carry, what Ejin was talking about, you know, the ability to punish if you land one stun, they have to flash away from you, you can dash after them. Tahm Kench just makes up for all those weaknesses. He just chucks them in the mouth, runs them around the rift at top speed, delivery service, pops them back into the back line, then he goes back into the front line, starts licking people. So he's very good at saving these immobile carries.
And it's EXILE 5, a very meta-heavy team comp with a little bit of spanners in the works, but Legacy sticking to what they're known for. Carbon's going to be picking up Rengar. That's a very scary jungler to give over to him.
And I was having a chat to Tally. I said, have you got anything really, you know, spicy for us off meta? Are we going to see the 25 lethality Riven? Like, what's coming out today? And Carbon told me to bugger off and that he's only just convinced him in the last 4 weeks that he needs to be able to play tank. So you can see a very tank pick for Tally. See whether he changes it up at all, but that's not fun.
Yeah, tank on tank up in the top lane, 5-8, no stranger to tanks either, so shouldn't really see too much happening there, but where are we really looking towards for this game?
I mean, you have to look towards the mid lane because we've got complete unknown in mid Bs going up to underperforming Claire. I expect Guts and T-Gun to be in that lane a lot, so it's going to be really up to Cupcake, up to Carbon to be able to prop up Claire, and I want him to have a good performance because going into the Chiefs, you know that they're going to focus a lot on Swiffer.
Yep.
You need to be able to match that pressure. So all of a sudden, pressure on Claire to have a good week, go into that game with some momentum. I think his captain needs to get behind him.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to do just that. EXILE 5 still searching for a single map victory in the OPL. 4 weeks so far, and they've lost 2-0 to every team they've come up against. But they've been going up against all the best teams in Oceania, Spawn, and Legacy is another one of those teams.
Well, there's really no easy victories in the OPL anymore, as Abyss showed at Tainted Minds yesterday. I mean, the teams are starting to stabilize to the point that they're quite good. And, you know, this is just one of those games where X5 need to realize they can beat anyone, but it's going to be a tough battle.
Hopefully they can show us just that. For now, as we get onto Summoner's Rift, let's check in with Hingers, who's standing by with Soul Strikes.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Soul Strikes. I want to start by asking you about something Jake Spawn touched on during that draft. You guys have picked up Rengar over Graves. Now, Spawn was like, no, Graves is stronger in this 7.3 patch. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Jake's opinion about Graves being super strong, but Rengar is sort of like a anti-meta champ. Like, there's a lot of immobile mid laners and 80 carries, and there's a lot of lack of engage tools that's coming out from junglers recently. So Rengar's definitely a unique champ that offers some sort of initiation.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Bard is a pick we haven't seen a lot of in OPL. Was that something you did in response to a pick, or is that something just you guys planned coming into this?
Bard's one of those picks that Cupcake really, really like. And we kind of knew that there's not much range support that's left for T-Gun to play. So Bud's a really lane bully, so Bud should do really well against Tahm Kench.
All right, awesome. All right, well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
There you go. Coach of Legacy there. Agreeing with your sentiments about Graves, but still opting to go for the Rengar pick for this match. And as they were talking there, Lost just got poked down to half health to start this lane off.
Yeah, so let's recap what happened. I mean, we saw that the ward went into the Raptor pit to make sure that they knew that that's where Carbon was starting. He was actually leashed by Claire, which meant that Lost was in the bottom lane, just a sitting duck, absolutely getting bopped a little bit by a couple of long-range arrows. I just want to hear what Soul Strikes said, because once again, I actually agree with him. He's like, yes, in isolation, Graves is very strong at the moment, but what we're going for is like anti-meta. We know that they're going to pick in a mobile 80 carry, so then, therefore, we go the Rengar, even though he's maybe slightly weaker raw power-wise, because he fits compositions better at the moment. And double frontline is definitely easy to execute on. I don't know how many times we've said they can't finish a game because they're not running a tank. So I really do like the fact that Soul Strike's making adaptations, not just based off what's strong, but what his team needs to be able to close out this game.
That's great to see. We'll have to see how Legacy's team comp is going to do in this match as well. EXILE 5 so far holding their own, but still very, very early in this game. We had a check-in with the mid lane earlier. Midbeast training quite effectively against Claire. I mean, does make quite a few YouTube videos about micro interactions in the mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly does. I just want to point out, as Guts taken a look towards the mid lane at least, what he did, he knows that with a Doran start, there's only one potion on Claire, so you just walk in and take the trade. I mean, you've got 2 potions, he's only got 1 potion. By pure mathematics, you should win. And that's what happened.
But we see Guts going for a gank in the bottom lane. Lost, already forced the flash and taking so much damage in return. Guts will be more than happy to take a few puck shots back, but that's flash burn.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is what I was trying to say about Graves. He doesn't really gank as opposed to just wanders into your lane and then just shoots you a couple of times. And I mean, he has so much raw power at this stage. Is Carbon actually being caught out here? Potentially, potentially not.
Spots him out as Carbon decides, I'm going to jump at you. Net you down, but just take your Krugs afterwards.
Yeah, I'm surprised 5 to 8 didn't actually body slam him there, because that would have meant that Carbon was tanking Krugs, which do a fair amount of damage. It's some decent damage, but that's what I was talking about. Palm Tench being able to save his 80 carry at lots of stages of the game.
But so far, EXILE 5 off to a decent start here. Already burning flash to the bottom lane. Carbon taking a very long time with these Krugs.
And one thing I will say about X5, even though they've definitely been the lowest performing team, I think they've had the right idea more often than not. They're not scared of making a proactive play. Guts has got rolling. It's more been that they've just been brute overpowered and that they need to come up with some clever strategies. Otherwise, they've been punished. But, you know, it's not the case that they haven't been willing to try and get something happening around the map. They definitely are happy to go toe-to-toe with people, and they can be aggressive. So different problems to the Abyss lineup. However, still very relevant problems.
So now we move back into bottom lane again. Crazy and T-Gun still pushing in Cupcake and Lost. CS is still fairly even between the two. Lost is burning through potions like no tomorrow. Crazy still has a couple left.
Yeah, Crazy actually gone not with the biscuits, as Guts now taking a visit onto Claire.
Ooh, Claire not going to get stunned up. Valk's away from that. Tries to trade back against Guts. Big minion wave there.
I actually hate ganking mid lane from that path for exactly what we just saw. You get caught behind the wall and you can't buckshot, and then the return damage is always just going to be greater. As soon as you buckshot, it hits the wall. No, it's not buckshot, it's end of the line. What's it called? Is it end of the line?
End of the line.
End of the line. As soon as you end of the line, as soon as you use Q, hits the wall, bounces back in your face, and you look like an idiot. So I always like to come up from where Carbon is towards the backside of mid, because there you can pretty much guarantee at least the first part of the Q means that 2 shots are enough to proc your Thunderlords. You do a lot of damage.
Could have been good if Midbeast was able to stun down Claire, but good reaction times from that Corki.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to, like, talking about prepping Syndra stun is, like, really interesting, because what you have to be able to do is you have to get a random ball out somewhere, pick it up, and be able to stun off the ball. If you queue into stun, people just see it coming, they're able to get away with a gap closer. So I think that that's a little bit of a mistake from Midbeast, not having prepped a queue somewhere else, being able to pick it up and use that to get the stun rolling.
And we did have both mid laners go back to base, as we do have training again in the mid lane. Claire,
He needs to be careful, that's 2 balls out.
Ooh, dodging all of them though.
Yeah, I mean, Midbeast probably should have just turned around and ultied him for an equal trade. Now he's not going to have anywhere near an equal trade, and he's fallen down pretty far in not only health, but also potions.
And he's popping pots like no tomorrow.
It's always interesting when people run pots like this, because if they die, they lose 50 gold additional. Whereas if you just use 1 pot at a time, oh, that's a good stun. Where's the ult?
Lords as well.
Huh. Sometimes as Syndra, it's just about forcing people back, as opposed to like outright killing them. You can be such a lane bully. Keeping them low means that Guts can come in for a nice gank, or even just line them up with the ultimate. Right now, however, because they're healthier, they feel free that they can actually go into Guts' jungle and try and contest for this red.
And they've got Tally going up as well, so Guts not going to be able to try and defend this one. In fact, getting jumped on by Carbon, dealing quite a bit of damage. Midbeast will try and follow through. Tries to stun up the Rengar, but instead just forces him back away. Might actually be able to defend the red buff from that.
Yeah, we'll see if they do. They've sent Guts back, and they're pulling it around the corner, so it looks like it will be mission aborted. However, 5 to 8's still here.
Yeah, that's going to reset again. 5 to 8 spots them out.
I mean, if they really want to try and delay this, Guts is already coming back. They don't. So in the end, it will just be a steal and actually even access to the Raptor camp. So that's a lot of experience and gold taken away.
Meanwhile, Crazy's been stunned up in the bottom lane. Just gets eaten up by the Tahm Kench. He'll be spat back to safety. Both AD carries have gone back to base. Seems like Crazy went for the tier, where Serrated Dirk was picked up by Lost. We see a lot more Varus's picking up the tier in their first back now instead of going for a lethality item first.
Yeah, certainly have. I think it's because like a lot of beefy supports are coming back. I mean, Karma, we saw a lot of sustain coming out, so it's going to be a war of attrition in the bottom lane as opposed to just that Brand versus Zyra. Whoever gets hit first is just going to pop. So it makes a little bit of sense when you think about it that way. Also gets stacking for some nice scaling earlier in the game. Maybe I'm just wrong and it's 80 carry preference. I'm sure Ejim will yell at me when he comes back on the desk.
Another very quiet game, but Legacy have just built up a natural 1,000 gold lead over XL5.
I think a lot of that's through the jungle, actually. Carbon's done a very good job of challenging the right camps and keeping himself up. You can see small CS advantages everywhere else, but definitely not anything that would lead up to that gold lead, apart from maybe mid lane, which is now 20 CS.
So decent start for Legacy. Nothing too fancy, but it is getting the job done in the early game. Give them a small advantage as they move towards the mid game. Midbeast's going to be able to pick up blue buff for himself. Cupcake and Claire just waiting to try and cut him off. Package has expired. They've caught out Cupcake though. Going to try and take the magical journey back to safety. XL5 decide not to follow through.
Yeah, actually gets an ultimate out and he's just going to be able to heal back off of some honey fruit. So that's a good trade for Cupcake to take. Now no longer available in the bottom lane to set up a gank. You can see that they're still trying to mess with Guts as well. Put a lot of pressure on the jungler of X5, and we've seen this actually be a successful strategy against X5. They know that Guts is going to have a lot of pressure to carry, so if you mess with him early especially, can really start to get inside his head.
And that Gromp does a lot of damage on the first few auto attacks, so resetting it does hurt quite a bit.
Did T-Gun just take that?
I believe so.
Nice T-Gun. I mean, he was trying to help, so I'm not going to blame him, but a little bit unfortunate as Claire's actually hiding around the corner.
But he's on top of a ward, and Misby spots him, is going to be able to stun him up, but decides not to go for the Thunderlord's proc or any extra damage there.
However, Claire hasn't had to go Hex Drinker. That's how comfortable he feels in the lane.
Yeah.
And I talked about this. Trinity Force into Sword Boots. Oh.
Ooh, that's the ultimate coming out there. Going to take quite a bit of damage, but Rengar's close by. So is the big tree. Midbeast has been jumped on. Big ultimate coming out from the bud. That might just help Midbeast. So as T-Gun eats him up and keeps him alive. A little bit of a misplay coming out from Cupcake. Tally's going to take a bit of damage and is forced to back away. Legacy tried to get to the mid lane, but it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a misplay. That's a huge misplay coming out of Cupcake. That saved Midbeast's life. We'll have some pressure underneath the turret now. However, Midbeast still from range feels comfortable being able to clean up the wave. That means the map's pretty much going to reset. And what was the first proactive play of the game, the first Rengar ultimate that you need to make count, went all awry. As another look at it, that's a flash in. And yeah, that would have been death. As Carbon left on him, actually gets him stunned up, gave T-Gun enough time to come in, eats him up, and then Tally takes a lot of return damage.
XL5 defend against that one quite nicely, but they're still bleeding out here against Legacy. They're about 1,500 gold behind. That lead is just slowly growing through these micro interactions that Legacy have that are going in their favor.
Yeah, and you know, Crazy in some trouble, does manage to sidestep out, so that's good. Otherwise, pretty sure that the Lost Ultimate would have come out there and would have been in some deep trouble.
Not drawing his cue when he gets hit by a couple of things, so like some AD carries we saw recently.
Yeah, so if you take a look at the gold, like a lot of it, 600 is actually in the jungle as we're talking about. I mean, it's up to about a 1,400 gold lead now, 600 in the mid lane. So everywhere else is so even. I mean, 200 in the bottom, that's absolutely nothing. Top lane's only about 150, that's nothing. So really, Carbon and Claire are the ones dominating this early game. That's what we spoke about. They're the duo that we want to see perform because that's where we think that the Chiefs will try and punish them if they think Claire has any form of land jitters left.
And I mean, XL5 looking a lot more confident. 12 minutes into the game, but we expect XL5 to kind of fall apart early on, and the fact that they're only losing due to these small mechanics in lane and through jungle rotations, it's not bad for them to kick things off.
Certainly isn't, as we said. I mean, the Tahm Kench saves a lot of that poor macro. I mean, T-Gun was very late on the rotation. Carbon was down there, 5 to 8 was late, but all of a sudden TK Ultimate, I mean, just Portugal cross map, able to get underneath there and save it. So really do think that this is a good team comp put together from X5. They also have a couple of, oh my god, get the heck out of their buttons, like the Varus Ultimate, like the Gragas Ultimate. So I think that they'll take this early game. At least gives them a launching platform. They're not going to be too far behind when they have to start taking fights.
And there's been a invade ward being placed down by Carbon, then immediately pinged out by EXILE. That's a great ward for Maokai to teleport to if they decide to go for it, and they
There
are.
it is.
Looking for the fight in the bottom lane. Here goes T-Gun trying to eat up Crazy and keep him alive. Carbon's now trying to run down. Instead, they retreat towards their turret. That's going to be first blood picked up by Cupcake. Crazy's now the one's in trouble. Doesn't get locked down by the Bard ultimate. He will fall. Double kill for Crazy. Claire's found Guts as well. He's trying to go toe-to-toe, but takes the plant over the wall to get back to safety. Claire still trying to hunt him down, though. Going to continue with the damage, but Midbeast's been stunned up and Lost is flashing on forward. He's going to fall as well. Tries to take Cupcake down with him, but can't get enough damage on towards the Legacy squad. It was predicted by EXILE, but they still fall.
Cupcake, you're in trouble. You're going to fall down. So one return kill, some farm over onto 528. However, great setup from Legacy. Good teleport ward spotted. They wanted to hightail it out of there, but because they came from all three directions, weren't able to do so. And now with that, they're going to actually be able to take down two turrets. Looks like mid's going to fall as well as bottom. However, first turret went over to 528.
Claire now in a little bit of trouble. It's Crazy going to flash him forward. T-Gun brought him down with the ultimate. T-Gun's gone over the wall. They really want Claire here. Hits the plant, knows he's going down, and Crazy picks up the kill.
That's actually a really good response out of T-Gun, flashing that wall. Crazy had already committed so much that there's no point just letting the young man get away. Like to see it. Guts taking some more fun for himself. He doesn't like to be behind. As we take another look at this, ultimate comes up. It's covering the whole lane. Carbon from one angle, Tally from the other. There's absolutely nowhere you can go. And poor Crazy, he's in the bowler there. Like, you're like, why doesn't he just walk underneath it? Doesn't have any way to him. I mean, Guts traded fairly well here. Got the exhaust out. And will end up picking up Cupcake. But this is just a great collapse. I mean, they're willing to continue to commit. All the summoners fell burnt for another kill. Unfortunately, Midbeast can't pick up one in response, but that's going to give them a pretty good advantage in the early game.
It certainly is. They now... Oh, actually, they still have the exact same goal lead as what we saw from the start.
They didn't get mid lane turret yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's on
When
about...
that falls.
Yeah. 100 HP.
But still, it was really interesting to me because EXILE saw that ward being placed down and pinged it out about 20 times. And the teleport only came in about, I'd say, 30 to 45 seconds later. So they probably knew that was coming. Interested to know how they how they thought that was going to go about.
I mean, maybe they thought that 528, who had no teleport available, would be able to stop it. Like, wondering where the teleport would come from, or hoping that they could trade. I mean, if they bring Corky down, Midbeast pushes pretty quickly. It's not even on 100 health, by the way. It's on about 3 health. So maybe they thought that that was going to be the response. Instead, they stay at home, they get punished, but at the same time, they pick up the first blood off the turret. So not all bad.
As there's also coming up from Bard again. Crazy's been locked down in a bad spot. No flash available for him, but Tiga's going to lock him up. He will be taken down in response. Crazy pops his ultimate, will lock down multiple members of Legacy, and the cast from the backside from 528 is going to knock someone back into the turret. Claire, though, will be able to take down Crazy in the back lines. Guts is going to be the next one to fall, and Lonely 528 with Midbeast trying to fight off the entire Legacy squad.
I mean, just target prioritization. They're still going to go 528 in trouble.
Taking quite a bit of damage. The Coda Call's being popped.
Yeah.
The big shot comes out from Lost and finds 528.
And that is an awesome play out of X5 that they've butchered off target prioritization. Midbeast, double summoner spells available. You have to be able to flash into the backline and get yourself a kill. Tries to open up on Lost. Does 80% of his health.
Quite a bit of damage going down there. Legacy very low. Will be able to take a mid lane inner turret for their troubles. Midbeast's actually ghosting, trying to see if he can pick anyone up on the back end of this.
I feel like it's a little bit too late now. That probably should have been used in the major team fight. But as we have a look at this, I mean, they're all rotating there. Midbeast cuts off the Jhin and actually chases him into the fight. So this is the very start of it. Good teleport comes in. All of a sudden, they want to be fighting. So Claire should be the call. They commit onto Tally, who's the tank, and then Midbeast, just sitting on the right-hand side of the fight, doesn't burn anything to get in. I mean, that's where you should be ghosting. That's where you should be chasing Claire out. Already used Valkyrie. Doesn't have flash available. Unfortunately, don't go for it. Now they're really behind in gold and trying to get something back against the tide.
Yeah, it gives Legacy a 5,000 gold lead here, and they're comfortable with clearing out this mid lane. And again, questionable for me. I mean, that turret was on 3 health. Might as well have just given it up, get back to safety.
Yeah, and something that European mid laners are actually complimented on a lot is their use of Ghost early. I mean, when they're roaming down through river and things like that, they'll burn Ghost just so they get there early. And that's what I mean. I mean, Midbeast should have been able to beat Lost to the fight just because he has a movement speed enhancement. but obviously isn't the case. And little interactions like that are ultimately what's going to cost X5 the game, because you can see that they're willing to fight Legacy. They have absolutely no fear in that. Their coordination is just a little bit off. And going to be a turret dive top lane.
Yeah, 528's in a lot of trouble here. Going to take quite a bit of damage. Crazy and Tegan have pulled up. The exhaust, sorry, the heal's going to come out, but they've already taken down Guts on the sidelines. Ultimate comes out from Cupcake. 528's taking the clinical to the face. Tegan will eat him up, but they've lost Crazy in response. The final shot gets held onto, and they take down the support on top of that. Legacy destroying XL5.
Yeah, and at the same time, Claire had caught out Guts in rotation and was able to pick up a solo kill as well. So Legacy clicking on all cylinders right now, 7,000 gold. But want to go back to the team comp from X5 because it's working. They were able to get to the turret. That should have been a defense. But you know, one person, extra Guts, didn't make it up there in time because he got caught out. And just a little micro errors. Plaguing X5 at the moment. Midbeast's going to be able to steal that one away. That was cute. But that was another one of those plays on the fingertips. This is where Guts got caught out, walked the wrong way through. Probably just should have dashed to the wall. But everything else in this is, I mean, it's a 3v4 underneath turret. If you play this right, you should actually be able to, you know, at least get a return kill, be able to pick up something here. Of course, you don't really want to be fighting when Midbeast is back in base. You can understand where that went wrong. But I feel like this is one of those games where X5, if they just clean up a tiny little bit, would not be down 7,000 gold at only 20 minutes.
Yeah, it almost feels like, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a great analyst here, but it almost feels like XL5 are not losing from their mistakes. Almost feels like Legacy are just outplaying them in this match.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, X5 are reading the plays, they're able to get there. And then, as you said yesterday, your game plan as a coach was just tell your team to be better than the other team. It looks like right now, Legacy are just brute forcing.
Well, they're trying to look to lock down Lost, and they will be able to shut him down. Tegan's actually flashed forward for Cupcake. Gonna go on a magical ride to try and chase down the Bard even further. But slowly, the acquired taste is going to wear off.
But one more time, that's a good play out of X5. They're actually being proactive.
Yep.
They get in there, they blow someone up. They don't use very many, actually only use one ultimate for it.
Ooh.
God.
Gus going to take a lot of damage in return there. It's 528 jumping on top of Claire. Tries to knock him back. Will take a lot of damage. Carbon's in the back lines. He's eating up Midbeast, trying to keep him alive. But Crazy is going to fall. Midbeast is going to follow, and they lose Tegan as well. Legacy fight back.
And you can see Midbeast on the player cam right now, leaning back. Had an explicit to say about it as well. He's like, this is harder than I remember it being because Legacy just so decisive. That's a 4v5.
Yep.
And they just engage. All the ultimates were still available, but no time to be able to use them because Midbeast gets blown up. 528 gets blown up because he went too deep. And X5, they're just too far behind in items and gold at the moment to be able to go toe-to-toe.
Guts now looking to see if he can try and stop this Baron attempt. Whoa, Claire going in. Will he be able to take him down? No, he can't. Guts outplays him as he flashes around the rift.
Yeah, able to flash around, able to head off Claire. And now all of a sudden, in goes Tegan by himself.
It. Oh, he can't take it down himself. He's just going to be taken out instead. Really wanted to try and stop the Baron. The 21-minute Baron pickup from Legacy, but just couldn't quite do it.
I mean, so Claire's a sacrificial lamb. Sure, he would have loved to pick up the solo kill, but he was sitting on about 2.5 thousand gold or something like that. Goes back and buys himself a Gunblade. But still, that's a positive that you take away for you Guts. You got the 1v1. You're on very little health. He challenged you, and you came out the better man. Always nice to be able to get something like that against the flow. It builds confidence for game 2.
Well, XL5 are 10,000 gold behind Legacy at the moment, with the Baron buff already picked up by the Legacy squad. It'll be very difficult for them to work with. Midbeast not having a great time in the mid lane this game. Fell behind about 20 CS to Claire, and it seemed like Claire was brute forcing his way through that lane. Legacy now looking to try and take down another Elemental Dragon. Infernal Dragon is the target. That's going to fall. And now Claire's going back towards the old Corky build, the one that was brought into the mid lane. Hextech Gunblade is picked up here. Not opting for the Rapid Fire Cannon or the crit items second.
Yeah, it's strange, right? It's definitely better at 2 items, but as the game progresses, I'd say that the Trinity Force Rapid Fire Cannon Infinity Edge is definitely more powerful at 3. Gives you more of an AD carry feel. Right now, he's kind of like a burst mage. He belts on you. If he hits you with some spells, you die really quickly. Also gets a fair amount of health back.
But XL5, they're in a bit of trouble. Rengar looking to try and see if he can jump in. Good damage coming out from Lost here, holding on to that final shot. Throws it out right at the end there. Tegan's going to take the bulk of the damage. That bottom lane inner turret is just melting here. XL5 really want to defend it.
Damage, I mean, they can't do anything here. They're probably just going to have to give it up, to be honest, Fish, because mid base has been chunked out, and last time they fought like this, they lost.
And that's the call from XL5. Give up the turrets, allow everyone to go back to base. Legacy happy with that pickup and move towards other points of the map.
And I mean, there is a lot of straight line wave clear. You know, you have the arrows coming out of Varus, mid base, of course, able to throw out Qs as well as that stun. So there is like enough wave clear there. That's why Lost had to hold that shot, because he's trying to zone. Tally's up nice and deep in the front line. He's making sure his presence is felt. Therefore, you have to back away. You can't get close enough to use those spells. So that's beautifully executed from Legacy. They definitely look like they've gone back after their loss against Sin and really reevaluated how they want to be playing this game. And they look good.
Well, they might go for a fight here. Double stun coming out from Cupcake over the wall. Locks down two. Tegan's the second one to fall right after Guts. And Legacy have found two important picks.
Yeah, great brush camp. They know that they have to head towards top lane after clearing out mid. X5, in a little bit of inexperience, don't decide to go through their base. They decide to try and go through the jungle, re-establish some vision control. No shops had come out yet. Legacy is sitting on a lot of gold, but because they're just that far ahead, they're able to catch out multiple members and blow them up.
Now Legacy trying to push towards the top side of the map. 24 minutes into this game, they've broken all the structures outside of XL5's base. Baron Buff still available for them for one or two more waves.
Yeah, here goes Dub, and he's popped the ultimate.
Oh, they're going in. Legacy really want this turret. It is going to fall because XL5 are not putting up a fight for it. 5-8's trying to body block, but Midbeast cops the last shot of that ultimate. The turret is going to fall. Carver jumps in, puts Guts down to below half health. Tiga's been jumped in the front lines. XL5 slowly trying to retreat away from their own inhibitor, and Legacy will break the base.
And look at what happens when you have a strong tank line. Tally all the time is just up front and center. Carbon's able to zone even though he's not all that tanky. He's just got so many levels. And that means that Legacy just brute force their way time and time again into the base. They'll finally go back and shop. They've got so much goldfish. They're pretty much 15,000 up at 25 minutes. Resounding victory. And we're going to see a Haunting Guys coming out.
Rusty would be happy with that purchase from Claire. A little bit of the AP Corky being picked up. Oh, you see Lost going towards his rapid fire cannon after a couple of lethality items. Even Cupcake going for more of the support bar build. He's got a dagger now. Runner's about to say, you know, not going down the path of what Rosie did. Well, it looks like he wants his rapid fire cannon as well.
Exactly right. Wants the extra range. Wants to be able to go for the slow. Is it a bit cheesy? Yes. When you're 15,000 far gold ahead, can you do it? Yeah, probably. However, like the takeaways from this game for Legacy should be, look at what we can do when we have a solid front line and Tally's on a tank. And Claire finally had a good laning phase, and Carbon was able to dominate Guts.
Ooh, Midbeast. He's going to get locked down here by Carbon. Tegan needs him up and tries to jump away, but Cupcake snipes him with the Q. Now Carbon's just going to follow on through. Tegan's the next target. Instead, he goes for Guts, takes him down. 5-8 trying to run away, but it's not going to be enough as Tally pops him as the tree. And now Legacy making a beeline towards the base.
Yeah, they certainly are. Claire wants it. Not going to be able to get in range for Crazy. Actually, flashes.
Flashes forward. Crazy's on the fountain turret, but the ace comes out from Claire. Gets into the back lines. Will be able to take down Crazy, and that'll be game for Legacy.
Certainly will be. 26 minutes in. Legacy on the clock. Able to dominate XL5 in game one and pick it up very cleanly.
Very, very clean victory. Very swift and decisive. Carbon should be happy with the boys about that performance.
Yeah, certainly should be. You see, he has a little bit of a chat to Tally afterwards. Absolute rock in the top lane. Set it up off that teleport play. You can see him pointing at each other. Who carried that game? You did. Claire still not looking like he's enjoying himself. I mean, he's a serious young man. That's definitely the case. But I think that after you win a laning phase by 35 CS and you're able to dictate the pace of a Syndra versus Corky matchup, you should be happy about that.
Yeah, you certainly should. I mean, everyone from the Legacy squad should be happy about their performance there. XL5, although really underperforming there, I think one good takeaway from them is that wasn't their mistakes they lost that game on. That was really Legacy just outperforming them.
I mean, they were willing to fight fire with fire, and that's something that we expect out of X5. And I guess that the only thing you can take away is that they were seeing the plays and not really reacting. Like, they were half a second behind the game, you just felt like. And hopefully, as this progresses and they're able to really tighten up that macro when they get used to mid-beast, that's when they start turning some of these plays around, using that time cannon ultimate to really punish those proactive players from Legacy.
Well, it still is a best of 3 series. Let's see if EXILE can strike back. For now, though, to break down that game, let's throw it back to Hingers and the rest of the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, that was the first quick game. Legacy up 1-0 over EXILE 5. And Ejim, when you look at that game, I mean, there's a lot of positives to take away for Legacy.
For Legacy, yeah, they just picked very aggressive things. They had go buttons and they just pulled the trigger on plays. I think there was only one point in the game early where I would have looked at them and been like, okay, they messed this up, which was like the first timing on the Corki package with the dive bot. I don't think they did that early enough, but very, very strong performance from them.
Yeah, it seems to be just like early game was their initial sort of misstep, especially when they did throw out that Bard ultimate, which didn't really land the mark and ended up saving mid-beast. But apart from that, their execution was still confident. It didn't they weren't shaken by it, basically. And they continue to be confident, always pushing the go button every single time.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at this draft, shall we? Because there's a lot of stuff going on there. In particular, the Kled ban is obviously very, very targeted, very specific and targeted. And then let's also talk about Rengar over Graves, because actually Spawn touched on this, and then we talked to Soulstrikes about it as well. Rengar is a meta pick, even though Graves should be able to out-jungle him, Mendrix.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the big reason for that is because Graves sort of at the current point in time farms faster than him. He should be able to keep up with farm. He should be able to be there when the ganks happen. And plus, because he benefits from lethality in a different way, he's able to remain as a backline, whereas Rengar needs to get into the thick of things. He tends to die while Graves stays alive and continues to get stronger.
Yeah, on the draft, I wasn't a big fan of Legacy first pick Rengar. Graves, as you just said, good matchup into that. And then both the AD carries were up, Jhin and Varus. Both of those were up, so they just traded. So they basically first pick Rengar and then give Graves, which is a good matchup, into Rengar, and then X5 get their choice of AD carry. So I don't really see the upside there for Legacy, but following through the draft, then Legacy picked the Corki, so they had the 1-3-1 comp, which is, in my opinion, the best way to play the game. And then Midbeast picks Syndra into it. He's a good Syndra, so he's probably just a comfort pick. It's his first game on stage, first game in the OPL. But I'm not a big fan, I guess.
Yeah.
I like how EXILE 5 actually tried to sort of counter that a bit. The Tahm Kench pick specifically was something that was put in place to counter that 1-3-1. He does great into it. He's able to move around the map, and every single time someone tries to make a move in a 1-3-1, he's able to use his Abyssal Voyage to get to that point and stop it from happening.
On the point of that Graves v Rengar pick, though, it's not like Carbon had a bad game.
Yeah.
He didn't really get out-farmed, even though that's how the matchup should be played. So maybe that could be Legacy saying, look, even though we took this unfavorable matchup, we kind of trust Carbon to be able to play this game.
If I was to justify it, it's Legacy top team, X5 bottom team. Graves is kind of just want to play in the farming scaling game, and Legacy are just we're going to stomp them. I'm going to pick Rengar. We're going to engage, and we're just going to fight and win. And that's kind of what they did, right?
All right. Well, Mendrix, let's take a look at this first blood, the dive in the bottom lane. You want to talk us through why this is important?
So what I really love about this with Legacy is how they've got so many engage tools and they just executed it on perfectly. They open up with the Jhin ultimate. The next thing they do after that, they've got bring Tally down, who's actually in base, pre-prepared for it. And then Carbon had his ultimate going even before the teleport had started. Everything was timed perfectly. And then afterwards, they even had the Bard ultimate to stop the tower from being any form of support for EXILE 5. And really, this is a big boon in terms of their coordination and execution at the moment.
As we just saw, though, at the end of the clip, they chased Syndra into the jungle. They just overcommitted for kills. They got the dive bot, they killed the bot lane, and then they didn't get the first blood turret, which is arguably the most important thing in League of Legends right now, right? Gragas was just whacking away on the top turret because he didn't have TP, and then it's Legacy make this big play. They have all these go buttons, they pull the trigger, and then they just don't get the turret. So that's my one gripe.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the engage tools that you say they've got the Rengar that they talked about. They've also, you were saying, that they use this Jhin ulti, the curtain call, as their primary engage Legacy do, Mendrix.
That's right. I mean, coming into, especially when we look at the next replay as well, looking at it every single time, it ends up being him that starts it first. And because he starts it first, EXILE 5 need to scatter, and Legacy are able to just brute force down every objective they wanted to take afterwards. And if you look back on that game, every single time, if they didn't catch them on a Bard ultimate, it was always lost going first with the curtain call.
It's so depressing looking at a team 15, 14k behind just hitting a Maokai. He just didn't take damage. Tally is full HP after that whole fight. It was, I don't know.
Brutal stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously one of the big benefits as well with that Jhin ulti engage is with that new Blood Moon Jhin skin, you get to hear some sweet guitars.
Yeah.
Clearly. Some sweet riffs on the Rift. All right, guys.
Nice, dude.
Let's take a look at this champion spotlight, shall we? 212 CS, KDA 613. So a pretty good game there from Lost.
A very solid game, and what I want to notice, it's been played with a bar. That's something that we haven't really seen in the OPL too often. Generally, he gets matched with either a Misfortune or with a Zyra. So for Legacy to really, push the mark again, add a different support into it and mix it up is really great.
Cupcake's known for his Bard. Used to be, like, I would consider him like an old Bard one trick, and then like once he got into the OCS, once he got into competitive, he started expanding his champion pool. So like, they have Bard Jin into a Tom Kench who's just going to get whacked the entire lane. So, like, T-Gun just didn't want to play that game.
Oh, poor T-Gun.
Yeah.
All right, well, Legacy are currently up 1-0 over EXILE 5 right now. They are heavy favourites to take this out 2-0. But let's see if EXILE 5 can claw back a game, because we'll be back with game 2 right after this.
So is the big tree. Midbeast has been jumped on. Big ultimate coming up from the Bard. That might just help Midbeast. So as T-Gun eats him up and keeps him alive. A little bit of a misplay coming out from Cupcake. Tally's going to take a bit of damage and is forced to back away. Others now trying to run down. Instead, they retreat towards their turret. That's going to be first blood picked up by Cupcake. Tracy's now the one in trouble. Doesn't get locked down by the Bard ultimate. He will fall. Double kill for Tracy. Claire's now guts as well. He's trying to go toe-to-toe, but takes the plant over the wall to get back to safety. Cake 5-8 taking the critical to the face. Tina will eat him up, but they've lost Crazy in response. The final shot gets held onto, and they take down the support on top of that. Legacy destroying EXILE 5.
Yep.
Whoa, Claire going in. Will he be able to take it down? No, he can't. Guts outplays him as he flashes around the rift. Eats another, tries to jump away, but Cupcake snipes him with the Q. Now Carver's just going to follow on through. T-Gun's the next target. Instead, he goes for Guts, takes him down. 5-8 trying to run away, but it's not going to be enough as Tally pops him as the tree. And now Legacy making a beeline towards the back.
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify. They won't survive. Ha! There's nowhere to hide. Blood red.
지금 우리 팀이 수치상 많이 불리하긴 하지만 게임은 어떻게 될지 모르는 거고 우리 팀이 갖고 있는 장점을 살리면 이길 수 있다고 생각했어요. 일단 우리 팀 챔피언 조합을 보면 글로벌 궁극기를 가진 챔프 그리고 끊어먹기와 확률 싸움에 특화되어 있는 바드 헤카림이 있었어요. 상대팀의 상황을 보면 앨리스한테 골드가 집중되어 있었어요. 그래서 저의 판단은 기동성이 빠른 헤카림으로 앨리스를 잡으면 이길 수 있다고 생각을 해서 지금은 양팀 모두가 바론을 중요하게 생각하는 상황이에요. 상대는 우리보다 자신있게 바론을 칠 수 있는 상황이에요. 적의 시야가 다 보이진 않았지만 시비르가 바텀에 라인 클리어를 하는 상황이었고 탑 웨이브를 처리하기 위해 탑에 한 명이 갈 것이라 생각했죠. 우리 팀은 글로벌 궁극기와 빠른 기동성으로 합류해 적어도 4대5 싸움을 만들 수 있다 생각해서 헤카림과 함께 앨리스를 노리면서 싸움을 시작했어요. 제가 앨리스한테 먼저 스턴을 딱 넣고 헤카림이 달려오면서 메이시의 궁극기까지 앨리스한테 적중했어요. 상대는 앨리스를 도와주려고 뒤늦게 합류했지만 이미 앨리스는 전장에서 이탈했고 빠른 합류를 통해 수적 우위로 이득을 본 거예요. 싸움을 지속해 큰 이득을 보고 역전을 했죠. 제가 궁극기를 잘 맞췄으면 저도 죽지 않았을 테지만 항상 스킬을 다 맞출 순 없잖아요. 저도 사람이니까.
The transition from, just playing solo queue into moving into a house playing with team, it's a bit rough to start with, it's a bit full on. I joined the team 2 weeks before the split started, so there was not much prep involved either.
Starting with a pretty much completely new 5 at this point is obviously a pretty big speed bump in terms of trying to come up to a competitive standard.
When you get a team of 5 assembling it a week before cut-off, you're not going to have that teamwork. It's not going to be there, especially with these teams being around for 2+3 years.
You don't build bonds with teammates overnight. It takes time and effort and work, which we haven't had the chance to put in yet. We're obviously working towards that, that's a goal. But at the same time, I think using that as an excuse is a wrong way to go about it.
We showed the ability to at least be competitive teams in the first few weeks, taking direwolves to long games. There were definitely sparks there where we showed we had the ability to play, and then we ran into all these issues. So once we do get a solid 5 down, I think it'll be pretty quick to come up to a competitive standard. 528's videos are his own thing completely. He'll show us bits and pieces if he's making some, basically either in queue times or when he's eating, so it doesn't impact our practice schedule at all. They're just brilliant to watch, they're really funny.
I mean, I think they're great. They're good value.
I just wanted to put my own bit of humour into the scene, and I really enjoy putting content out there and having it resonate with so many people.
But right now our goal is just to realistically prepare for relegations. I think it's a bit of a stretch for us to sort of say we want to end up, top 4.
So we're looking to get as good as we can and then make our way into the second split. Ideally, the goal is top 4 at the end of the year.
There we have it. EXILE 5, including their artist in residence, 528. Welcome back. EXILE 5 currently down 0-1 to Legacy. My name is Michael Hing, and before we get into Game 2, I should introduce our guests here, EGM and also Mendrix. Gentlemen, I want to talk to you about the high school competition which is happening right now across Australia and New Zealand. Today is the final week to sign up for this. If you want to get involved with mates from your school and play, os.leagueoflegends.com. Sign up for these 2 first national high school tournaments. Ejin, were you playing much LoL when you were in high school?
A bit.
Yeah, a little bit here and there.
Yeah, a little bit here and there. It's mostly like when I got into uni after I was. It's just because I'm one of the old boys of the old boys of the scene.
Were you allowed to go? Do you go to LANs and stuff when you're in high school?
I'm from Canberra. We don't have LANs.
Right, yeah. You didn't have. That's why they have the internet, right? So there's nothing to do.
All my friends are elsewhere.
Fair enough. All right. Well, yeah. Like I said, this week is the final week to get involved. os.leagueoflegends.com if you're a high school student and want to take part in a tournament in Australia or New Zealand. All right. Let's get to Game 2. Oh, Legacy, they didn't play a perfect game. Yeah. They had some struggles in their draft. They had a few mistakes during the game, but they did close out a game in 26, 27 minutes. Yeah. EXILE 5, I mean, let's talk about Midbeast. Shall we talk about Midbeast?
Well, I want to correct you first. I don't think... It's not fair to say struggles in the draft. I think Soul Strikes was obviously happy with their draft. Absolutely. I have a different opinion. I play for a different team, right? Okay. But yeah, Midbeast... I guess he was playing comfort. Syndra, I'm not a fan of picking non-131 into 131 when they had the Rise available. It wasn't banned at all during the draft, and they didn't go for it. So I'm not sure of their reasoning. I would have liked to see it, but yeah.
Well, I do understand that 131 right now possibly is the best way to play League of Legends at the moment. And the big thing about it, though, is you can't really have that for X5. X5, they still have that new roster. They're trying to put it together. Comfort is a really good way to sort of make sure you keep them in line. And Syndra is great at lane priority. She really does tend to win lane. She's a decent matchup into Corki. Didn't really hit the mark that time specifically, but it makes sense for him to get that pick. That way he's able to play his game rather than their game.
I mean, you look at Midbeast right now with his head in his hands. Like, that's probably what he was feeling like during the matchup when he's losing Syndra into Corki. Like, Corki didn't even have to build a Hex Drinker. Like, Spawn was saying it during the cast. Claire was bullying him around, didn't have to build a Hex Drinker into Syndra, which is kind of weird, I guess. First game, jitters, I guess, give it to him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing, I saw a tweet while that game was going on saying, someone was saying that he should be a Calvin Klein model, obviously, you know.
Yeah.
T-Gun shouted him out as being a very good-looking man.
Yes, dude.
Yes, dude.
Some of the jokes coming around that he was probably bigger than T-Gun when it comes to being on the Jenna, that like going to the gym and things like that at the time. And T-Gun was a bit like, no, I think we're pretty even.
I don't think you can get bigger than the Goon. I do want to note, I think X5 have the most moustaches in the OPL, so they've got that going for
Well,
them.
you know, be the moustache you want to see in the OPL,
Yeah.
Jim. Obviously, you've got a bald face.
I don't look good with facial hair, dude. I've tried it. It doesn't work.
All right, well, let's get to this game. What do Legacy need to do to close this out? Just same as what they
Same
did in
thing.
game one?
Same thing.
Yeah?
Completely the same thing.
All right, well, for a bit of discussion then, can EXILE 5, are they just going to be focusing again through mid-Bs, trying to get him fed, trying to get him to carry?
Yeah, I feel like I say this every time I talk about like a top team versus a bottom team. The bottom team, they didn't pick the 1-through-1, so they get outscaled because they can't match it, right? And I've said 1-through-1 like 17 times, I'm sorry. But the Syndra should be a good matchup into the Corki, and then they just need to make a play early because once Legacy's set up in the mid-game with the Triforce Corki spike, they just can't match it. So I want to see X5 pick things with go buttons. I had Gragas, like flash ulti, I guess. Graves, not so much. I don't know. Should have been able to bully around the Rengar, but they didn't. I just want to see them go ham.
Yeah, and it comes down to them, again, just getting that lane priority. I mean, if they've actually got that at their disposal, you can stop these engages that Legacy were able to set up, rather than them being going, sweet, we've got free time to put our top laner down in Fountain and then make a teleport. We've got free time to bring Carbon up. We've got free time to just set everything up nice and do. They're struggling in lane early purely because of the champion picks they have to deal with.
It's really hard to win a game of League of Legends when you're losing all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
It's just very hard. I don't know what more to say. Yeah.
It's a difficult... There we go. Our expert analysis here at the analyst desk of the OPL. Well, that was enough from us here. Let us get into game 2 to see if Legacy can close it out or if EXILE 5 are going to claw one back and throw it to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. It's still Spawn and Fish here to bring you guys the next match between EXILE 5 and Legacy. But, you know, just want to touch a bit of the bands in the desk there. I mean, we've got Hingers with facial hair there, and there's a reason why, you know, Ejim, myself, and then we have Mendrix, you know, all deciding not to go for it. And then we have Spawny, cut his off, so we're all looking a lot better now, the production team here.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say about it. I find it... So the reason I cut the beard off, like, let's just address this right now, is it's 40 degrees every day in Sydney, and I have no air conditioning in my house. You know what it's like to sweat under a layer of beard? It is filthy. Like, I just couldn't handle it. So I got rid of it. It might come back in the winter. It's not a look thing. It's purely that I feel unclean when I have facial hair in 40-degree weather.
Yeah, well, you guys...
Get off my back.
You guys back at home, use the hashtag OPL. Let us know it if you want to hashtag bring back the beard. Spawn's display picture on Twitter still has a beard in it, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
And the other thing is the glasses. So let's address that as well before the bears come through.
Listen closely, Coach Dish.
These are brand new headsets. They're quite good. However, they are very tight around the old ears. In fact, if you notice, Fish gets headset marks in the side of his head when he takes it off.
I didn't know
You
that.
put a layer of plastic underneath that presses into your head and have to cast Tainted Minds playing 3.5-hour sets. You get a headache. So I just got rid of them. I went to contacts. It's purely comfort. I'm not here for your enjoyment aesthetically. I'm here to bring you League of Legends knowledge.
Nah, I'm sticking with 528's reason. You're just the villain behind the OPL here, Spawn. But speaking of 528, he's locked in the first champion for EXILE 5. Malzahar has been picked up. Ivan, LeBlanc, as well as Corki being banned away. Camille, Jace, and Rengar being taken away by Legacy.
Thanks for bringing us back to Champions League. Probably should have done that rant during the OPL show where I actually get to do things like this. Back to the game. You know, one more time, we have Rengar being taken away because Legacy do have priority on that pick. LeBlanc, Camille, Jace, all taken away as well. So all the OP's gone. And maybe a potential flex here because since the nerfs, I do still like him as a support, but he doesn't feel as good to play. A little bit clunky of the mouse.
I want to see if EXILE 5 could potentially flex him. We've seen teams like Sin do it in the past. Legacy have gone on a really good second rotation of picks, though, with Varus and Kha'Zix being picked up nice and early. Surprisingly, EXILE 5 decided not to go for one of these two picks. But Graves is still left open. Instead, they're going to lock in Misfortune. So we could potentially see a Malzahar Misfortune bot lane.
Yeah, potentially, or there's always the potential for Misfortune to go to AD carry or support, and the Malzahar to be flexed around as well. So an ambiguous draft out of X5 at the moment. I also like mid lane Misfortune at the moment. As Fish knows, I've played in a couple solo queue games. You get the lethality, you double up on people.
Do not like
really
it.
good.
For now, XL5 still waiting for their next lock-in, and he's hovering. Mid-beast has locked in Warwick, and that should be for Guts in the jungle.
Yeah, Warwick being locked in. I have a theory that he's a good top laner. However, completely unfounded, so it's probably going into the jungle. However, has great percentage health damage, has damage mitigation, as well as the ability to rotate around the map really quickly, because at top lane, if anyone goes low health anywhere on the map, you can roam at like top speed.
Well, I would love to see him play top lane, but Guts just changed his summoner spell over towards Ghost. So
yeah, so he was playing Hacker, mate.
That's pretty true. Could be. On the flip side, Legacy have locked in Zyra. That's going into Malzahar and Misfortune, possibly. Interesting choice coming out from Legacy. Still a very strong champion. We did hear from someone yesterday saying that, the taps to the plants not hitting champions automatically have made her a little bit weaker, but still very good in the right team comps.
Yeah, that was Volt, and what that means is you have to wait for the wave to crash and step past it and try and harass out these long-range AD carries, as opposed to just being able to lay down the plants as the wave is going in. So definitely is a change in the playstyle, but that's all it is. It isn't a change to the strength. If you still get it out in the river for team fights or, behind the creep wave, they still do a lot of damage.
So we're going through the second ban rotation here. Syndra being taken away by Legacy. Kled being banned up towards 5-8. This is a champion we've seen a lot of internationally recently. Has been rising in popularity. So 5-8 might have had some time to practice that one. Fiora being banned up by XL5 was not banned last game. So we've broken the 2 weeks of completely banned out Fioras. Cassiopeia is going to be the final ban that comes out from XL5. Both teams still looking for their mid lane, as well as top laner, unless X5 are flexing that Malzahar. Legacy will still be able to get Shen in the second pick rotation. That's looking like a really mean team comp picked up so far.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially with the Kha'Zix as well, because as soon as you have Shen Kha'Zix, you have access to the backline with multiple threats. TSM played a Zed Shen comp, exactly the same theory. I mean, you go invisible, you jump on the backline, have an absolute free time running around there.
XL5 are going to be locking in Orianna for mid-beast. Another comfort champion for the new mid laner for X5. And it seems like 5-8 will be getting his hands on the Maokai, which would mean we do have the Malzahar Misfortune bot lane.
Yep. I like Maokai into Shen. The only reason I like it is because you force him to build wave clear earlier than he would have liked, because Maokai has the best pushing of any top laner. You just spam out that Q, you're able to get it underneath the turret. A couple of door rings, you're nice and healthy, and you also don't rely on auto attacks all that much to trade. So Maokai is good into Shen in that regard. However, as the game progresses, it becomes pretty difficult to go with a Shen. He's definitely the best scaling top laner, I'd say.
Well, Claire will be joining the Glorious Evolution as he takes Victor into the mid lane to go up against mid-beast Orianna to complete the team comp from Legacy. Quite liking their team comp at the moment.
Yeah, Legacy's team comp's good. I mean, it's a big fight team comp. They have access to backline. They have good AoE damage. They have the ability to pop people as well. I like Victor in 1-4 comps, but as Ejim said, it's definitely a 1-3-1 meta at the moment. Both teams look like they're playing 1-4, however. They've got big team fighters and long-range initiation coming through from, as I said, the Kha'Zix dive into the back lane, Warwick just pouncing on unsuspecting victims.
Trying to.
Come on, Lost, stay with us, buddy. I know it's been a long day so far, but just keep at it. So yeah, I like what both teams are bringing, both big team fighting comps, and let's see if X5 can force those fights early enough to be able to stay in the game this time.
So XL5 throwing a spanner in the works. Picking up the Warwick, has seen some play internationally. I'm going to be excited to see how he plays this one in the OPL.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested to see whether he's a W or a Q max Warwick, because W gives you so much ability to be able to get in to the lanes nice and early, gives you a big attack speed boost, gives a lot of things. And Q actually takes a lot of mana. However, it does slow down your farming a little bit in the jungle. You need to go towards Tiamat, things like that. So I'm really interested to see how it's built, what it's actually in there to do, whether it's like appealing Warwick, and when you get engaged on, you're going to be able to suppress the tank and blow them up. Or is it just, double suppression, Malzahar sets up the kill, you dive in and absolutely hammer someone. So there's two ways you can kind of play this composition, and X5 need to be able to execute on what their aims are throughout this draft, because otherwise we're going to see another one-sided affair.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Guts is going to pick up at the beginning, which he's gone for the Rejuve bead. Traditionally, Warwick, but even before rework, didn't quite need those potions, but we are on to Summoner's Rift for the second match between EXILE 5 and Legacy. And while Guts is laughing his ass off, let's throw it over towards Jordy, who is with Hingers for our coach interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with coach of EXILE 5, Geordie, and I want to ask you about something EGM said on the desk. He was saying that he thinks 1-3-1 is the best way to play League right now. I feel like you guys didn't really draft for that in your first, but tell us your thoughts on the broader meta right now.
1-3-1 is definitely one of the strongest options right now. A lot of teams are really good at it, but we have been favoring drafts where we just pretty much jump on the other team, Malzahar engage, MF ult, and we've had a lot of success with that, and hopefully it works well.
Absolutely. Well, I also want to ask about the Warwick pick. I think we've not seen it in OPL so far this split. What about the rework means Warwick is now viable and competitive?
Well, he is a lot stronger pre-6 now. He's actually pretty good against Kazakh's pre-6. Eldon's had a lot of success in that matchup, and we're pretty confident playing it.
All right, excellent. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you very much.
There you go, the entire interview. Guts decided he's not going to stop laughing.
Exactly right, but we see here Midbeast actually going to be given some priority in this lane. 3 saplings means he can throw the ball across, pick up everything. Actually misses the auto attack so he doesn't get the last one. That's really nice for Guts as well, because all of a sudden you can walk past, take out one big raptor, which is much easier than all the little raptors as Warwick, because they slap you real hard, and you still get some good experience off the back of it. So not only does it help out Midbeast in the mid lane, also helps out Guts.
Yeah, really quick camp for him to take now, thanks to the clear coming out from Midbeast. And as we were mentioning earlier, he started with the Rejuve bead, which helps him out with a long-term regeneration, which is all you really need is Warwick. You don't really need those pots early on.
Well, the other thing is you actually kind of want to fall down low as Warwick. It sounds strange. However, when you are low, I mean, you get a lot more health back, and you're able to, use it for the long term, as you said. You don't really want to be investing into potions as him, because he has a pretty healthy clear. One thing he does, however, have is mana problems. I actually run some mana regen on Warwick, or even sometimes when I experiment, run meditation on him, depending on whether I go into the first or second tree. Just because I feel like he is pretty useless if he can't Q on cooldown.
When you see Guts already hitting a level 3 here, walks past the Scuttle Crab, instead of moving towards the mid lane already. Claire gonna have to be a little bit careful. He's gonna ghost in for this one. Guts smells blood, and Claire's the target of choice. Gonna be able to fear him, lock him down with all the slows from the red buff, gets right behind him, and one more slap, gets first blood.
Able to get first blood, however, Midbeast flashed for it. That's a big mistake, because Guts definitely was gonna be able to get in there in time. They're gonna try and shove this one out as well as quickly as possible. Carbon just goes for some deep vision. So a little bit of a bad trade. I mean, vision for a kill, never really all that good. However, good execution out of X5. They obviously had a game plan with this one, and they made it work.
They certainly have. Midbeast has to be a little bit careful, because Carbon is going to be able to stop his back.
Interrupted. That's good.
An extra 8 seconds there as Crazy gets locked down in the bottom lane, taking a lot of damage. Oh, that is quite scary.
Certainly is. He's going to have some potions sticking through now, Fish. Ooh, gets a double off, doesn't land the second bit, so good spacing from Lost, understanding that Misfortune really does hurt on this current patch if you're able to nail those. Will be the first max. And actually Carbon down here for a turret dive already. Exhaust is available. I don't think this is safe.
Well, he's locked them down. He's already had to leap over the backside of the wall.
Cupcake nearly died, as did Carbon.
Tika doing a really good job just immediately firing Carbon as soon as he jumped in.
Got the silence as well, so that means if he jumps forward, he's not going to be able to use any further auto attacks. So, not auto attacks, any spells. You can still auto attack through silence. And here we go again. Guts is up in the top lane.
Yeah, chasing down. Tally 528 has locked him down. Interrupts the taunt halfway, and the fear straight back into the tree. That's a very tanky Doctor up there. He's able to just, give himself some medicine, gets back to nice and healthy.
However, the presence is being felt all over the map, and Guts has historically been known as a big farming jungler. This is anything but big farming jungle right now. Before first shop, he's already picked up first blood for his team. What?
Go back to base, Crazy. A little bit crazy staying there.
I actually disagree. I think he needs to heal and get back underneath the turret, because otherwise he's going to miss 2 waves of creeps. However, he's retreated back to the tier 2 and is just going to forfeit them. Oh, that's a big sacrifice.
Yeah, not a good start coming out for the XL5 bottom lane. Crazy and Tegan lost the level 2 race, took a lot of harass in return. Cupcake took a really good job of locking them down time and time again, allowing Lost to get those easy piercing arrows out. But disappointing so far from the Misfortune Malzahar.
I mean, at the same time, Tegan got to, you know, have some nice solo experience in there. So maybe he can just hit level 6 surprisingly early and kill someone. Kind of glass half full person at the moment.
I mean, another good news story for Crazy is if they do go into an all-in, he has the advantage of the first lethality item, but the poke over time from Lost with that tier is going to help him out. Guts still looking for the mid lane. Will fear up Claire. Midbeast does not have level 6, and suddenly there are so many people in this mid lane. Claire's going to pick up a kill. Taunt Flash from Tally straight on top of Midbeast. Exhaust follows through on top of that, but they're not going to be able to get those last few auto attacks down. Carbon flashes in, throws out the Void Spikes, and will get the kill.
Really nicely done out of Legacy. Cupcake was looking for some deep wards. He rotated early and was able to catch out Guts, who didn't think there was going to be anyone below it. So all of a sudden, after a really proactive, good early game, unfortunately, X5 fall behind by 1,000 gold again, just off the pressure generated from bottom lane.
Lost, though, is stuck in his lane alone at the moment. Still poking out Crazy quite well. Tegan is off to the side. Trying to see if he can get the wraparound on towards the AD carry here, but Lost playing this one nice and safe. He's not going to get much out of this. Tegan might have had a better chance of trying to zone him out in this lane.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's always that thing that Varus just farms from range with his Q. Tegan's maybe hoping for a face check. He gets it.
Cake in trouble. The Voidling's going to fire down on towards this Zyra and still try to get the nom-nom-noms. Tally's popped the ultimate, looking to chase down towards Zyra. Exhaust used on Lost as well.
They get ultimate. They get double summoner spells out. That was the win-win situation right now for X5. All of a sudden, Guts also potentially looking for a gank.
You might want to go for a tower dive here. I actually feel, because 5-8 cancel Tally's teleport there. I feel like you should just let it go.
Yeah, one of the times you let it go through and just let him walk back to top lane. Kind of agree with you. Always the danger that something goes awry, however. As they've already alluded to, sometimes communication isn't the best for X5. Guts gets spotted out there. He's wasted a lot of times, and all of a sudden, Lost has just sniped out Tegan.
Cool guys don't look at explosions either. He was just walking away from that lane when that happened. Tegan not going to be too happy with that. Hopefully, we can check in and see how that happened. Midbeast now returning into the mid lane.
And you can see that Legacy actually thought Guts was up there because he was getting deep wards. However, he wasn't up there getting deep wards. He was just hanging around watching Tegan get shot at from the Australian sniper Lost, which means that there is no teleport play that's going to come out. Well, had flash and everything.
Nailed him.
Didn't think it was going to kill him, unfortunately.
Completely sniped out. Lost now is a single kill for himself, and he's up about 17 CS. Gutso does get spotted out by Carbon. He's out of mana. Cupcake's there to help as well. He'll be able to pick up the kill with his plants. And from a good start to XL5, things are slowly going south.
Yeah, I mean, rather quickly going south. They're overextending. They're getting reckless. They're looking for players that just aren't there. That means they're being punished incredibly hard. I mean, Legacy's an experienced lineup. They've been given a reprieve, I want to call it, in the early game. And now Legacy's starting to, you know, go back to that win all 3 lanes, win games formula.
And one thing we heard during the video we saw before this game as well from XL5 is, you know, they know that they're probably not going to be a top 4 team this season. They're actually very seriously
spotted out Carbon.
Very seriously trying to look to see if they can get better as they prep for relegation and hopefully, you know, look for that top 4 spot next split instead. So it's good to see they have, you know, clear expectations of what they want to do.
Oh, they definitely have goals, and I mean, as soon as you're on... Oh, Carbon got it. No, he didn't. Guts got it, and all of a sudden we're in a fight.
Yeah, what's the fight? There's a full time from Misfortune, and a really good spot. We'll be able to take down Carbon. Guts is taking a lot of damage from the Chaos Storm.
And now Claire is potentially caught off as well.
Here comes Midbeast looking for Claire, throws out the ball, gets some good damage on towards the Victor, who pops Ghost. But he's going to be able to stay safe. Does have the Legacy bot lane closing in close behind.
However, I mean, that was a good rotation out of X5. They knew that Carbon was there, that he wanted to invade, and it is actually crazy that's a first with a big bullet time over the wall. And that ultimate just does so much damage at this stage of the game.
Certainly does.
Will mean that he's pushed out a little bit. However, we'll be able to catch this wave, it looks like. Tegan should just throw down a couple of his little void creatures and should hold up the wave enough. At the same time, now mid beast goes into mid lane. All right. Somehow he died.
He's
Lost
dead again.
ultimate nailed. T-Gun still hasn't felt the need to use a summoner spell. It's an interesting tactic.
Yeah, it's not good.
Wants level 6, so he can flash forward and use the Nevergrass.
Somehow he's still below level from Crazy.
Well, he just keeps dying. Just the tip of it lands. You can see all the follow-up damage. That's just, yep, that's too much to handle at this stage of the game, unfortunately, Fish.
Pretty disgusting. Oh, Guts is looking for... Just got a crap, gets it! 32 gold. Thank you very much, Carbon. Enjoyed your leash.
Just bit it.
Tasted good. Or purple. Maybe not purple.
And organically, first turret of the game falls down. See that Crazy actually just used his flash as well. So the continual bullying coming out of the bottom lane. It looks like Cupcake ulted him, maybe?
He's 34 CS up at the moment, lost. Normally, Varus is very different from Ezreal, I feel, where that tier doesn't give him a necessary power trough because he can sit back and throw Qs even more. But now that he's almost got his first lethality item complete with upgraded boots, it's going to be really difficult for XL5 to deal with him.
I mean, you pick Misfortune to win lane. Let's just be brutal. I mean, they definitely thought that they need a priority in A lane. They went with bottom lane. Everywhere else is kind of neutral. Mid base being caught out potentially here by Lost. In comes Guts.
Looking to see if he can do anything, but there's 3 members mid lane and he's just going to laugh it off.
Yeah, use a Ghost. So I feel like they are actually trying to win that.
Oh, he's jumped in, lands on top of Cupcake, but he flashes away from the ultimate from mid beast. Now Guts is being lost down. Lost will be able to pick up the kill.
I mean, that shouldn't happen. Suppression, you can't use anything during. That's a mistime ulti from mid base, and he's going to die.
He's going to have to flash away from this one. T-Gun tries to lock down Tally with his own ultimate as they slowly chip away at the XL5 squad. Sniped from downtown. Lost finds the kill.
T-Gun didn't flash again, Fish. That's the 3rd time he's been sniped, and the 3rd time he just has not flashed the Q. You can see big frustration out of T-Gun on the player cam. Having a bit of a shocker, unfortunately, the veteran support for X5. But there's just projectiles flying from everywhere. I mean, there was a missile, laser coming from one way, the arrow coming from another. Carbon's got the missiles out as well. 5 to 8 now trying to tango.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of him this game. He's just, you know, just been chilling out with the Shen in the top lane. Out-rotated by the ultimate almost.
I mean, yeah, I feel like Tally's actually left the lane a couple of times and up in CS. Which probably shouldn't happen. You can see he's gone for the wave clear, which is what we said he would be forced into. And willing to teleport back to lane, so definitely playing for the lane. However, it does have the ultimate available in a couple of minutes if he wants to get back around the map. And I mean, if 5 to 8's never going to punish it, that's completely fine. That's what you play for.
Well, Moonbeast in this mid lane has picked up his lost chapter as well as the Sork Boots. Still yet to complete his item, whereas Hex Claw is complete for Claire. You're going to have to be a bit careful. T-Gun is waiting the wings, but no ultimate available for the Malzahar.
I mean, silence may be enough. If you're able to silence, then no summoner spell is going to come out. Potentially, that's how you pick up a kill with just a shockwave. Cupcake flying around top speed, does not want anywhere near that brush. Oh my goodness, that's through creeps.
Yep. Quite painful. Spoiling gets thrown out by T-Gun, was looking for a flash initiator now that the ultimate is almost back for cooldown. It's not pretty when Varus gets this far ahead very early on.
Yeah, exactly right. He's up 40 CS, he's up 3 kills, all of them on T-Gun, I believe. That's, what, 2,100 gold just in the 80 carry position. That is massive.
Ooh. Legacy, 5,000 gold up in total against XL5, just 14 minutes in. The main scene on your screen there, 5 to 8. Just having a chill time in the top lane as Guts jumps at him. He's going to get locked down instead, and Cupcake just deletes him with Lost.
Yeah, exactly right. They turn around, they're able to get the reverse end of it. I feel like it's much easier for Malzahar to go first, and T-Gun in some big trouble now.
Now uses the flash when maybe he didn't have to.
That's all right. Better safe than sorry, Fish, and he has been picked on a little bit this game.
Oh!
So. Yep, getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, nothing's just going the way of X5 at the moment. I mean, even the players that look like they're going to be able to pull out.
Come on, T-Gun!
He's got boots 1. It's really hard.
Go back to base!
He wants to have some presence, otherwise Crazy just gets dove.
You got no presence when you're dead.
That is true.
Well, Lost is a sniper this game. 5-0-1 already on his Varus, and absolutely dominating the bot lane with Legacy. Cupcake's been a big factor to that as well.
And they've actually gone back to a 1-3-1 with the Victor against the Maokai. And now Guts has got out.
Yep, Carbon's going to jump over the wall, get some good damage down. Bullet time comes out from Crazy, but doesn't deal.
Zoning bullet time.
Is there any bullet time?
Actually probably saved his life because Carbon couldn't run back through it to get any damage done. Would have meant that he, you know, was in range of a Q, which probably would have kept Guts alive. However, Tally just left alone in this bottom lane.
Yeah, he's a happy camper at the moment, does have his ultimate available in case the Legacy need him to move towards this side of the map. Carbon going to flash on forward towards Guts. He's going to get feared up in a second as the sniper himself finds another kill.
Yeah, Lost is having a great series at this stage. 16 minutes in, they're back up 7,000 gold. Everything looks just so easy for Legacy at this stage because they were able to get what they needed out of the laning phase, slow down what was Guts' wrecking ball, and now 1-5-1, they're just punishing Guts and T-Gun. The two members looking for proactive plays are just getting picked off time and time again.
Not looking great for them so far as Cupcake now moving towards the top side of the map. 5-8, in a little bit of trouble. But
He does the right thing, he pulls it off the turret. I mean, this is always good because that means they can't gank you through the turrets without taking turret shots. As Maokai, your CC in Twisted Advance also makes you untargetable, so you can get back underneath your turret without taking damage. It's one of those things that I like to see. That's good understanding of the lane from 5-8 there.
Yep, certainly is. And he, although it doesn't look like much, he's probably performing the best on his team right now for this match.
I mean, he's also not made any proactive plays, so you could argue that, you know, Tally's been much more impactful around the map, and therefore 5-8 at least needs to try and make something happen.
I mean, XL5 going for the Misfortune pick, nice and early here with that Malzahar, giving away the Shen, which has been a very heavy top lane pick recently, and allowing Legacy to pick it up in their second rotation as the first pick. Seems like a little bit of a mistake, the team comp here.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, as I said, they just wanted any priority on the map. They wanted to have a winning lane, and Misfortune generally bullies. And there's not many champions that can deal with the raw damage, as we have actually the Warwick flying in. Crazy takes more than half his health in a Q.
Guts finds it funny.
I mean, it is an adorable skin. You can't help but laugh when you're running around as a hyena. For any Lion King fans out there, they would have fond memories of the laughing hyenas. Please tell me you've at least seen The Lion King.
Yes, I've seen The Lion King spawn. As we check in with the tanks again, 5-8, and Tally still just farming it out against one another. Tally's actually going for a QSS here with a double suppression on the side of XL5.
Yep, makes sense. Like to pick up. You can see that Crazy actually being babysit by Guts now, and the whole of Legacy are collapsing on this last turret, and you can see that they're just so far ahead and willing to brute force.
I mean, they do have Shen. Stand United is available. They can try and make their way.
Teleport actually coming in. They don't want to wait for it. They want to go.
Yeah, proactive play actually coming out from XL5. Here goes Carbono looking to try and catch him off guard. Guts is ghosting his way into the fight. Crazy pops the Yoma's Ghost Blade as well. He smells blood but gets snared up. Cupcake going to be slowed down. There's the ball coming out. Dodges the shockwave. Mid-Beast is going to take a lot of damage in return. Now Legacy try to fight back. Guts goes in. Will be the first to get taken down. Bullet time goes in between all the champions from Legacy. Tiga's going to be the next one to fall. Crazy and Mid-Beast are going to have to run away. The sniper himself finds his mark and gets another kill. And 5-8's just like, guys, I'm holding 3 of them. What's going on? No, I'm going to die. Run!
All of a sudden, 5-8 is a lone tree, of course. Legacy, very fond of that particular kind of plant. Not going to take him down. Instead, they are merciful and let him live. But it's still a 4-0 of what looked like the last-ditched effort out of X5.
I mean, proactive play from X5, but Legacy just responded so well. I don't think they could have played that any better.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, this is an absolutely brutal game to watch. They've just won every lane again, even after all that early pressure put out by Guts. Looked like they might have a sniff.
Almost looked like Guts was going to be able to come out on top, especially with the early game coming into the mid lane. You don't usually see Warwicks get early ganks going on, normally farming up till 6, but still. Legacy nice and strong in this second match as we go through a replay of that last fight.
Yeah, so as we have a look at it, it's actually really nice kiting back from Cupcake. Maybe unnecessarily puts himself in the Barrier Pit, but he had the flash available, kites back. That's only a one-man shockwave at best. And then Guts has no choice but to go back in. And as you said, this kind of just split the difference. And that meant that Crazy output 0 damage in the team fight. Kali's just an absolute monster at this stage. Frontlining for Lost, and unfortunately, nothing can happen if you are EXILE 5 after you miss all your big ultimates. You need the Shockwave, you need the Misfortune ultimate to all be layered perfectly across each other to get the sufficient damage out.
I feel like you can't excuse the miscommunication there because you've got 5-8, Guts, and Tegan who are on champions that lock people down easy, and then Mid Beast and Crazy with a massive wombo combo, all being used at separate times there. It almost felt like once they got past the Rift Herald pit, they should have just, said, all right, that's a botched attempt. Let's go back and try
Let's
again.
go back to top lane. It's got no health left. Let's just actually pick up an objective for ourselves. Teleport for an objective is definitely nothing to scoff at. Instead, they fall even further behind, 11,000 gold now. And it's going to be difficult to climb their way back in.
Well, let's see if EXILE 5 have any more Hail Mary plays to throw against Legacy here because definitely looking dire at the moment. Carbon should be pretty happy. He's not going to have to retire anytime soon if they can pick up the win. Yeah, this man on your screen, Lost, is having an absolute wonderful series and a fantastic game! Wow! Oh.
He's having a field day at the moment. And Carbon actually gets Shockwave there, but it's going to be Mid-Beast falling down.
I mean, the sniper's right behind him. He's got his AWP ready spawn. Charge that one up. One shot, one kill. EXILE 5 clearly not buying their Kevlar vest this game. Wait, I think I'm in the wrong game.
Yeah, can't
Chain
be
vest.
yeah.
Bit better.
Yeah, there's really not much more to say from that. Mid-Beast tries to go for the 1v1 outplay. Carbon's a little bit too tanky at this point, probably due to just, being a little bit accelerated. Guts in some trouble. Will be able to hold up Tally.
Yep, going to be able to jump behind him as well with the bite. Gets back to safety. Tegan tries to lock someone down. Gets interrupted, it seems. That's a lot of low health members on Legacy. It's 5-8. Tries to get in amongst the action. Jumps on top of Carbon.
Did Carbon evolve ult?
Yes. He is a red skin Carvix.
Crazy gets killed.
Dead. Bullet time kills him.
Yeah, exactly right. You can just see that there's not enough items. That was a bullet time across 3 members. Unfortunately, because he's only 100 CS at 20 minutes, there's not enough damage, not able to pick up any kills. And yeah, he's half the gold of Lost at this stage.
That's not pretty. When your support has more gold than the entire enemy team, not a good sign.
Yeah, especially when it's Cupcake and he's playing Zyra. He's such a fantastic mage support player. You expect him to be close to the top of the damage for this game. And yeah, unfortunately, this is just one of those games again where Legacy had all the answers, this time to early aggression coming out of X5. We thought that might be a good recipe, but not able to get it done. 5-8, he's a lone tree. 0-0-0, 210 CS. You can see that he's just roamed around the rift and not really... What did he say? He misses his kind? I'm sure he does at this stage of the game.
He'll do his bidding for now. The Maokai will. They're not having a great time so far. Mr. Tree, just 0-0-0, like you said, wander around the map, questioning what's going on. I'm wondering how he can turn this one into a YouTube video. I mean, EXILE 5 got 2 YouTubers on the team now. That's some synergy.
I don't know what kind of synergy you're looking for.
Something. Grasping at straws here, Spawn. Trying to find something to piece them together, but not having a great series. Again, I mean, they're the lowest ranked team in the OPL standings at the moment, yet to pick up a single map victory. And they have had some very tough weeks. I mean, they've played what? They've played Chiefs, they've played Legacy. Very, very difficult time for EXILE 5.
I mean, but everyone has to play the same
They
teams.
do.
And Sin were able to pick up the game versus Legacy. These are the kind of wins that you have to be able to take if you've fallen behind early, to be able to battle your way back into the OPL standings. They've set, the fact that this is still improvement. I mean, it's the first time they've played with mid-beast, so they do need to get that down pat. They've had so many changes. I mean, 3 roster changes in 5 weeks of the OPL.
Yeah.
2 weeks of 1 mid laner, 2 weeks of Gloopy, and now the first week of mid-beast. So it's going to take time, definitely. But it's definitely not a personnel issue. I mean, T-Gun just got sniped out in lane. You can't put that down to team synergy.
Yep.
That's just outplayed.
And again, a very... hello?
behind enemy lines. They're actually going to go for Baron.
Oh, covert off T-Guns. He's on the K spawn. Throw out the Voidlings. Come on, get it. 5 to 8's coming around the back as well. Mid-beast
is in there. This actually might be a chance for
It's
a big team fight at least.
Time to go. Guts is going to jump in. Going to get the ultimate on towards Claire. Mid-beast still holding on to his shockwave, but can't quite find a good place to use it. Only onto Tally. And XL5 try to stop this Baron attempt, but they get ripped apart one by one. Crazy still has his bullet time available, but he's the last man standing.
Here we go, Crazy. 1v5. Not going to happen. He's just booked it towards the bottom side of the map.
I mean,
Legacy in on the mid lane.
If he can make something happy, if it would happen, it would be pretty crazy. But Legacy are just going to try to break the base against XL5 here. 25 minutes into the game, they've got the Baron buff going.
Yeah, exactly right. They've broken the first section. Crazy does unload with the MF ulti. Unfortunately, falls down to Lost, who is just doing way too much damage at this stage of the game. A clean ace.
I mean, you can look at the they play the camps there. Lost, calm, collected. He's a big old sniper in the game. This game, no emotion, no fear whatsoever.
Crazy's
Crazy
laughing his head off.
Oh, he got sniped by the Varus E, not even the Q.
I mean,
Lost
everything
has pulled out
hit
his deagle this game. He's ready.
Oh, this has been a very one-sided affair. Two sides of the map now broken over. 26 minutes in. They're just going to go recall, pick up the final parts of their build, march it down bottom lane. As we take another look at this Baron team fight, Guts goes in with the ball. Probably that's where the shockwave should have been because there was 3 members at least. Instead, it is only going to be Tally that gets hit by that shockwave. I mean, first game in the OPL, back for Mid-Beast against Legacy, who are a good side, ramping up for the Chiefs. You know, that's where they've got their eyes, actually.
Yep.
It's always going to be a tough opening week, and it certainly has looked to be the case.
As Guts is going to try and jump on Claire. QSS used. That's not a good shockwave. Mid-Beast not great with those ultimates here today, and Claire is able to get a solid kill into Guts.
Yeah, 1-8 now for Guts. He's struggling as well.
Uh-oh. Run, guys. The Voidlings are trying their best. T-Gun avoids the taunt coming in, but now they're going to get back to base.
Yeah, exactly right. They're on the wrong side of the map. 5 to 8. 0-1 and 0 has unfortunately had not the best time as the lone tank. Hasn't really been able to get into any of the team fights.
I bet he wishes. Oh no, Mid-Beast, run! Carbon's found you! Oh, flashes! What?
He's juked him. Absolutely not.
Oh, no!
I feel like at that point, if you're Carbon, you have to let him go. He outplayed.
You just got to give the man respect. Oh, that's unsportsmanlike there from Carbon, but still Legacy. Oh, whoa! Crazy's got a kill. Gutsto almost gets taken down by a loss. Cupcake flashes out of the fountain. Legacy are on towards the inhibitors as well as the Nexus of XL5. Taking out 4 players of the team. 27 minutes into the game. Tally's going to go in, take down Guts as well, and the next turrets will fall. A 28-minute game for Legacy. Stock standard for them against XL5, who have yet to pick up a single map victory.
Yeah, you can see that they're happy. I mean, they wanted the quick 2-0. They did it in very clean fashion. They won their lanes. They executed on the game plan well. You know, there are some bright spots there. I mean, Claire, much better performance today. That's a building game for him. Lost and Cupcake, definitely a bottom lane to be reckoned with. I mean, that wasn't any outside interference. That was a straight 2v2 that they just brute forced their way through. So gives you the idea of, you know, how this Legacy side is going to stack up. I mean, unfortunately for X5, they brought in a new player in Mid-Beast, looked pretty rocky in his first week. However, that is an area where they can be like, okay, cool, we're building team fight compositions. If that's what we're going to be, the 5v5 team, how do we actually need to, you know, get these rolling earlier? You know, what dragon fights can we fight around? How do we group around the mid lane turret early? Because if you just let yourself slowly be bled out in lanes, then you're never going to win a game.
Well, Legacy able to pick up a nice victory here against XL5. Below 28 minutes in both their games and a 2-0 for them, picking up all 3 points. XL5 hope we can learn something from that series. But for now, let's see if we can learn something from the analysts who are going to break down that game.
Thank you very much, Spawn and Fish. Well, Legacy have cemented their second place along the ladder with that 2-0 win over EXILE 5, picking up all 3 points, including that sweet, sweet cash money bonus point. Gentlemen, right here at the desk, let's talk about this game. And first, I want to talk about the draft here because actually, no, you know what? Let's talk about Mid-Beast. This is his first week of OPL play this year for the split. First time playing with EXILE 5. How do you think he went today, Ejim?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you can give him like first time on LAN, like a bit of jitters, bit of nerves into a new team, very new roster for him. Like hasn't played with them for very long, so unpracticed, unrefined. I think he did okay. Didn't have a great time, but you can give him some leeway, I think.
And even to echo off that, I mean, if you're a viewer looking from home, you see that and you go, wow, Mid-Beast just got absolutely stomped to a degree. But you have to take into account Legacy were just playing on a different level today. They were just at another higher area. They've taken it up another notch. And when you're doing that against this team that's sort of like at this point where they're trying to make sure that they can be competitive, well, then, it does come across like that.
All right, let's take a look at this draft and talk about Warwick, because I think this is the first time we've seen it played in the OPL. Obviously, Guts is a big fan, plays it a bit in solo queue, Egypt.
Yeah. Guts probably the only player in the OPL that I would expect to whip out the Warwick. I think we banned it versus him because we just 5 jungle banned Guts. Yeah, I don't know. I liked that he pulled it out. I guess they weren't winning on what they were doing normally. I guess so. Pulling out something niche. No one really would have had any practice against it. Nobody else is playing it. I'm looking at the bans now, and it's like Legacy are banning Kled. It's like I don't think of Kled in 5-8. So obviously they know something I don't. So it's good. A good sign for me that X5 are like A, drawing like a Kled ban, and B, playing like Warwick and these things that people might not know, because cheesing a win is like something that they need to be looking to do in their current position.
Exactly. I don't even feel like it looks like they were trying to cheese the win specifically. I mean, that early game composition with Warwick, or how Warwick was working early, was quite effective.
Yeah.
He managed to pick up the first blood. And I mean, Mid-Beast did flash afterwards, probably thinking, I might just to, confirm the kill here.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it looked solid. And as long as they were on top of those plays, tracking everyone else around them, it would have been able to do some work around the map. But Legacy, again, on point, were able to keep up.
If X5's bot lane didn't have such a bad time and they didn't, or Guts didn't mis-execute in the mid lane, they could have probably snowballed that advantage. Claire burnt both summoners, Ghost and Flash, on the first gank and then died anyway. So he didn't have Flash for return kills. They could have looked for more. Guts could have walked in when he was level 6, looked for the ulti and snowball through mid-beast, but obviously it didn't work out that way.
All right, well, speaking of Guts, let's take a look, Mendrix, at a mid-lane team fight that Guts kind of initiates here. And what's the important thing to take away from this replay?
So you actually get to see the composition that EXILE 5 has put together here. You've got Warwick, he's the ball delivery system, and if you really time that with everything that they've got available to them, which is a nice wombo combo with the Misfortune, with the Malzahar able to lock down any sort of any threats jumping into the back line, you're looking pretty good, but as you can see, everything was just a little bit late there. Legacy were on point first. You moved the Shen ultimate, had everyone there first, and it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, X5 should have been looking to fight in chokes this game, and they fought in mid lane. That's a very open area. They fought in front of Rift Herald, in front of Baron. Didn't get the fights they wanted, and then ultimately just lost the game because they were behind.
Well, speaking of the Baron, let's take a look at a Baron River fight, Mendrix. And you were telling me upstairs that this was kind of a decisive moment in the game.
Oh, absolutely a decisive moment. And the reason for it here is this is sort of the last moment when EXILE 5 could remain competitive in team fights. And it's the same thing again, as the casters mentioned. They have a wombo combo composition here, and you start seeing all the ultimates come out one by one. First it's the Orianna ultimate, first it's the Warwick ultimate, then it's the Orianna ultimate, then it's the Crazy's ultimate, and then finally it's Malzahar's.
If they had baited this fight for another 3 seconds and got them into the choke around going into the blue buff from Rift Herald, I think it could have worked out a lot better, but they just pulled the trigger too early, and then they lost.
All right, so if you are EXILE 5 looking at this 0-2, still looking for that first win of the season, what did you learn today? What have you taken away from today, Egypt? Let's start with you.
I don't know.
It's hard, right? It's hard.
It's very hard. No, in the second game, they looked like they were making a lot more proactive plays. There was a few flank TPs from 5-8, so that looks good. I like that they're pulling out some niche weird things, and obviously it's going to take time for them to work with Mid-Beast, get him into the roster, so I guess just, take that away.
And it also comes down to, really cleaning up those micro errors that they had throughout the game. And if they actually managed to clean that up, there are times that they would have been first to the fights. They would have had all their players in position, and they could have executed on those plays. If they did that, they're able to get the win from that.
Absolutely. T-Gun saying earlier today that this was a moment where they're looking to build from midway through this split. Well, anyway, Jake Spawn Tiberi is... Oh, no, you know what? Let's go to the Radiant medal first. I apologize, because we vote on our best and fairest. And the winner is Lost today. Out of a possible 24 votes, he's picked up 11.
Done a pretty good job there coming out. I mean, in terms of how he played, the first game was solid. So he was doing his job, executing every single time his ultimates when he needed to, landing the skill shots. In the second game, the skill shots were absolutely on point. He was pretty much a sniper the whole way through.
Yeah, their bot lane, the Legacy bot lane, Lost and Cupcake, they just naturally got their turret, 2v2. And Lost was just sniping T-Gun multiple times when he had flash up underneath the turret. I think it happened twice. So, it performed really well today.
Absolutely. All right, well, Jake Spawn Tiberi is standing by with Lost right now, so let's throw it over to him for the interview.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am Spawn. This is Lost. You look so much more menacing in your photo than you do in real life. You're a smiley guy. Congratulations on the 3 points as well as the Radiant medal. I want to go towards you and Cupcake, however. I've heard a lot from Tally, a lot from Carvin that you guys are, just naturally synergizing together. Obviously, you've played with Rosie and people like that in the past. What is it about Cupcake you like?
I think Cupcake is just mechanically really, really good. And then I like laning a lot. Obviously, I'm a lane-focused player in my opinion, or that's how I see myself. And Cupcake he really complements that because I haven't really played with a support that's really, really, really good mechanically. And I think Cupcake's better than me mechanically as a support player. So.
All right, cool. So able to help out in that 2v2. If you're such a lane-heavy AD carry, how boring is it right now just playing Varus and Jhin then? Do you want to get out Lucian, or do you want to play something like Kalista in the future?
That'd be nice. Like, playing utility AD carries with no attack speed, you don't really get in the high APM kind of like clicky stuff. So I kind of prefer that kind of thing. But right now, it's really hard to kill your lane opponent in bot, so... yeah, I'd rather move away from this meta than stay in it.
I mean, you only picked up 3 kills in the bot lane this time, so, maybe not that hard. Want to talk about the Chiefs game in a couple of weeks' time, because what a lot of people won't know is you were Chiefs Black AD carry, back then known by Zero, playing alongside Rosie. Now you've got the Legacy jersey on, you're a superstar for them, and you're going up into this hype match. What is it like, seeing both sides of the matchup, and are you excited to finally play in a Chiefs versus Legacy game?
I'm excited because this is like top of the table stuff, and about a year and a half back, I was like, I wonder if I could be on that stage or if I could compete against Chiefs. Because I really looked up to them on Chiefs Black because they were like an amazing team to me. So getting to be able to verse them is actually a pretty big opportunity for me, and I'm excited.
And are you guys the best team in the league at the moment? You had a big hiccup against Sin. Carbon just said that was a perfect storm. You guys played very poorly. Sin played phenomenally. Was that a speed hump in the road? And are you guys building towards finally taking out, that first OPL title?
Right now, I don't think we're the best team. I think we're nearing that. In a few weeks' time, I think we will be.
All right, cool. Well, congratulations one more time on the 2-0 on the 3 points. However, guys, that is only our first best of 3 of the day. We are going to be back after this break with Sin versus Direwolf. Stick around.
Smells blood, and Claire's the target of choice. Going to be able to fear him, lock him down with all the slows from the red buff, gets right behind him, and one more slap, gets first blood. Tiga tries to lock down Tally with his own ultimate. They slowly chip away at the EXILE squad. Sniped from downtown. Lost finds the kill. Crazy pops Yoma's Ghost Blade as well. He smells blood but gets snared up. Cupcake going to be slowed down. There's the ball coming out. Dodges the shockwave. Mid-beast is going to take a lot of damage in return. Now Legacy trying to fight back. Guts goes in. Will be the first to get taken down. Bullet time goes in between all the champions from Legacy. Tiga's going to be the next one to fall. Crazy and Mid-beast are going to have to run away. The sniper himself finds his mark and gets another kill. 528's just like, guys, I'm holding 3 of them. What's going on? Time to go. Guts is going to jump in. Going to get the ultimate on towards Claire. Mid-beast still holding on to his shockwave, but can't quite find a good place to use it. Only onto Tally. And EXILE 5 try to stop this Baron attempt, but they get ripped apart one by one. And the next total fall, a 28-minute game for Legacy. Stock standard for them against EXILE 5. We have yet to pick up a single map.
I'm bringing guns to the knife fight.
If you want me to hit you less, die sooner! I'm gonna crush your dreams! Pathetic!
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill, quadra kill, penta
Solo queue es como la vida real. No necesita ser perfecto para funcionar. En esta situación, mi equipo está en una buena posición Estamos adelante y buscando diferentes maneras de ganar. Nosotros controlamos el lado azul de su jungla. Tenemos wards en todos lados. El enemigo no nos puede seguir fácilmente, porque Oriana está stuneándolos con su bola. Debido a esto, yo pusheo bot, ya que tenemos el control y podemos destruir la torre fácilmente. Para comunicarme hago muchos pings. Quiero que todos entiendan mi plan. Todos ven lo mismo que yo, pero ya que esto es solo queue, no todos están de acuerdo. Y otros tratan de matar al dragón solos. Los enemigos pushean mid, y si tiran 2 torres en intercambio no será bueno. Entonces, pingué avisando que iré y me teleporto ahí. La mayoría de mi equipo se retira, pero Ori se queda en bot, lo que lo hace más complicado. Todos hacen una buena jugada para salvar a Jhin de Rengar. Ahora, yo quiero ir a top, porque hay una wave muy grande. Pero, a veces, hay oportunidades que no veo. Al final, mi equipo termina siguiendo a Azir, y eso nos deja con el varón. Entonces, uso un ping para señalar y la mayoría de mi equipo se retira, excepto Ori que murió en bot. No es perfecto, pero funciona. Así es el solo queue, así es la vida.
Welcome back to the Oceanic Pro League. If you're just joining us, Legacy 2-0 over EXILE 5. Got that bonus point that cemented that second place spot on the ladder. My name is Michael Hing, and we're about to get in our second series. So joining me here on the desk to break down those games as they happen, we have our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez, and also our special guest today, support player for the Chiefs, Bryce Ejim Paul. Now, it is going to be Sin versus Direwolves in this series. But before we get into that, I want to tell you guys about a social comp we're running currently. Because we've seen a lot of off-meta picks recently in the OPL. So I want to know what your off-meta picks are. Which unorthodox champion do you think we played next in the OPL? Tell us why. Hashtag IMOPL, the top 5 most creative answers will win a mystery skin. Now, yesterday, Mendrix did talk about Udyr, obviously.
Well, I think I might change it around a little bit. I mean, someone I've been loving to mess around with on the Rift at the moment has been Akali. I wouldn't mind seeing her making a bit of an appearance. I think she'd be quite fun on the Rift.
All right, and Ejim, you're well known, obviously, as an All-Star player, but what else do you want to see?
I don't really know. Just what a fun champion is. I want to see more Lee Sin. I feel like the top junglers have kind of shied away from him a bit. He's fun. Yeah, well, I guess he's not off meta. That's a boring answer.
Your boy Spooks is specialist.
Yeah, he doesn't like that one anymore.
Yeah.
Spawn roasted him too hard. I do want to know, I'm not going to say why, but so that I've kind of copped out already, but I think Akali isn't actually that unlikely.
Oh, well, we're just going to see Akali support, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Actually, no, okay, I've got a better answer.
All right.
Anivia into Malzahar is the ultimate counter. Because you can Q, and it has like the 2 proc on the stun. You can break his shield and stun him anyway, and then you can wall him off, and he's in a mobile counter. So Anivia support is just broken into Malzahar.
Well, we saw Swiffer hovering Anivia yesterday from mid lane, so maybe
that was me.
I
hovered Anivia. Yeah, it was his champ. But.
All right, well, this series is going to be Sin v Direwolves. Let's bring it up. And Mendrix, let me start by asking you about Sin, because these guys have had a bit of an up and down split so far.
Yeah, definitely a very volatile team, and sort of comes down to their playstyle. These guys really love to duke it out. We saw last week probably one of the most bloodiest games against Tainted Minds, and really in terms of how they were playing there, they were sort of looking for the team fights, trying to make it happen. And I think the reason why that sort of happened was because Tainted Minds took it to their level. They said, let the chaos happen, and that's what ended up happening.
Yeah, you meet them in the darkness and you play that chaos style. I get it, yeah. Meanwhile, Direwolves, they've been looking pretty strong. Obviously, a first week loss to you guys and the Chiefs, but they've been looking pretty strong since then. What's your assessment of their series so far? Because they did lose last week and they're looking to bounce back as well.
Yeah, they lost to Legacy, so I guess like they haven't had the greatest split. I guess if I'm going to assume that like us Chiefs, Legacy, and Direwolves are the top 3 teams. They've already played the 2 other ones, so like 2 losses under the belt, like kind of unlucky. like early in the season, I guess. But yeah, they're looking to bounce back this week, and I think they should have a good showing against Sin today.
All right. Well, earlier today, I spoke to Sin captain Juves and asked him about how they were preparing for this week and bouncing back from last week.
I think prep was the same as last week. Not taking anything away from Tainted, but they literally played like guys who had nothing to lose, because I mean, like, I think they knew that they were on the way out. So I mean, like, fair play to them. Like, they played well and we played bad again. I think we're consistently inconsistent, so we got to figure that out. But I think prep's been the same, and yeah.
All right. Well, coming into this week, your opponents, Direwolves, their mid laner Fantix isn't playing today. It's going to be Schönfire in mid. What's it like trying to prepare for a team that's kind of rotating and moving like that?
So two things. Preparing, I think we're not obviously worried about Schönfire playing mid, good player, but his bread and butter isn't mid lane, and it doesn't matter who you are. I don't think you can play like two roles competitively. You have to knuckle down and pick one role. And the second thing is, I think he's playing.
Oh.
Yes.
Well.
So he's been playing a lot of solo queue and stuff, even on his main. So it's, for us, as preparation-wise, it's safe for us to assume that he's going to play. So that way, if he does play, we're not like, oh, no preparation. Yeah, so.
Absolutely. All right. So looking forward to today then. You feeling confident for the match?
I am feeling confident. So obviously I said we're consistently inconsistent, but we beat Legacy. Legacy beat Direwolves. So I mean, I don't think anyone's unbeatable. It's just whether or not a team brings their A game, and I'm confident that we'll bring our A game this week.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best luck in the match today.
Thanks, Hughes.
There we are, Captain Juves of Sin there, talking about transitive properties. Obviously, if they beat Legacy and Legacy beat Direwolves, then they should be able to beat Direwolves as well, but we'll see. Let's take a look at the guys as they're getting ready in our studio. This is Team Sin. As we bring up their roster, it's going to be Flares in the top lane. Their captain is Juves, playing jungle, who we just spoke to. Wizard is their mid laner. FBI is their AD carry, and their support player is Rogue. Very entertaining interview from him a couple of weeks back with Spawn.
I feel like all their shirts are a different shade of grey. I don't know what that means, but like that's all I got.
I think you're wearing glasses this week. You're like, I got this. I've nailed it.
They're very serious faces as well. It seems to be a little bit of a change when you bring up their player portraits afterwards. They're definitely in the game, in the zone at the moment.
Well, obviously, their opponents this week are going to be Direwolves. And earlier today, I chatted to Sybil about their match today, and I started asking him about their preparation for this week after their loss last week.
Morale's pretty good. You know, we're just looking at how we can improve each week. We weren't too down about Legacy. We were a bit disappointed in like our draft and our adaptation in mid-series. Like we weren't happy with that at all. But we're just working towards this week. That's what we've been doing, and we're happy. We're confident going into this week. Yeah.
Well, going into this week, obviously, Facebook post this week kind of announcing that Fantix had hurt his arm. So there's some unknowns about who's going to be playing today and in what roles. What can you reveal before we go into the match?
So Schönfire's been practicing mid this week, and we're actually really confident in his ability to play mid this week. So we're going to be using him, and so yeah, we'll be using him until. And there's a chance we might sub in Fantix because he can play, but it's like at risk of his injury. So yeah.
Sure. So he's going to put his body on the line.
Yeah, he might. Oh wow. Come off the bench if we need him. If we need him, yeah.
And you're obviously starting as jungler today.
Yep.
We've seen one day of competitive play on 7.3.
Yep.
Do you have any thoughts on the new patch and the nerfs to jungle champions in specific?
I didn't think they were too big. They weren't too impactful. Like I think Lee Sin's a bit better. And I think Rengar, he's still the same champ. So I think Rengar is still just as good. Kha'Zix is a little worse. But yeah, no, not much change.
All right. Well, good luck in the match today, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thanks, Singers.
There we have jungler and interview for Direwolves. Sybil there talking about the possibility of Fantix, Broken Arm, and all coming off the bench. Well, let's take a look at the guys getting ready in Riot Studios. And as we bring up their lineup, it's Chippies in the top lane. And the jungler Sybil today. Now the Schönfire is in the background there. Is their mid laner. Today, King is their AD carry. And their support player is Destiny. Looks like Schön's having a few technical difficulties there. One of the nice technical staff from Riot there helping him out, I assume, with that.
Oh, good old wild man. He's hero to the people.
Yeah, exactly. He's a man of the people. He's getting not afraid to get down and dirty in the esports arena. I mean, how difficult is it to transition from jungle to mid, right? You play support, so maybe you're not the best person to ask.
Take it with a grain of salt. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think Juves is pretty accurate when he said, I don't think he can play 2 roles competitively, like up to that level, especially the level that Direwolves want to compete at. But a lot of junglers do play mid as their off role, and I know Schönfire did play off role mid when he was like playing in Korea, so it's probably the best option for them as a team.
One of the things as well is he's got the advantage of knowing what junglers like to do, how they like to engage, and how they want to get into it. So he can actually work with Sybil pretty effectively to set the ganks that they want to go for. And as well as that, he's a pretty good Kassadin player from what I've been hearing around all the rumors around the rumor mill at the moment. So could be an opportunity to sort of make that work.
Yeah, we might see the Kassadin. I think Schönfire is the kind of player that wants to be the best player he can possibly be. He's like very arrogant, very confident, and I think he's going to want to play the best champion. So he's going to pick up like the Ryze, the Corki, all the meta mids. I don't think he's going to pull out the Kassadin like out of left field. I think he's just going to play the good mids and play it to the best of his ability.
Unless he knows something that nobody else knows that he learned in solo queue in Korea.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, Direwolves have struggled against some of the top teams, yourselves and Legacy. They took 2-1 losses against you both. And it's interesting about the stats when you look at them. We bring them up on your screen right now. Still placing a lot of wards, even though they're losing. And so a lot of good vision control from Direwolves.
Yeah, so stylistically, Direwolves, I've said 1-3-1 17 times today, but like they are the 1-3-1 team in Oceania. They like to split push. Chippies like to play carry, likes to play carries. They like to put Fantix, now Schönfire, I guess, in the other side lane. And so like they just set up vision control so that they can split. And when a team like Sin, who likes to do a bit of an ARAM every now and again, go mid, they like to see it coming and then punish on the wing.
And typically when you look at games where teams tend to be losing, they start to pull out more wards. They want to take control of their jungle. They want to stop the enemy team from actually making their way into their jungle so they can stop the control, stop the bleeding. And you find that ends up being just a normal choice for them to go through, whereas the enemy team starts to clear away the wards, get their sweepers, let's get rid of everything we can.
And it's also interesting to note that in those games we're looking at right now, that middle row is when Sybil subbed in for Schönfire last week against Legacy. And talking to Carbon, he was saying, look, I couldn't necessarily tell the difference between their jungle styles. They're very, very similar plays. When you look at those stats, is that what you read from that, EGM?
Yeah, I guess like going on from what Carbon said, it's a bit weird to have a 6-man roster. Like internationally, you have 6-man rosters, and then like Faker and EasyHoon have different champ pools. Sybil and Schönfire, in my eyes, play the same champs. Like they want to first pick Elise and just gank every lane. Like they play the same sort of style. When Direwolves went and boot camped in Korea, Schönfire, who I don't think he was on the roster at the time, so I don't know if it was a planned move for him to come back with them, or whether it was kind of off the cuff. But Sybil learned a lot from Schönfire, so they kind of brought back 2 of the same players. So it's a little bit weird for me.
And it's a bit of a blessing and a curse at the same time, because when you do look at it, you like to have the advantage of having 2 different play styles. It means you can sit back and set up completely different means or a completely different strategy. But then when you do have 2 junglers that are similar, that means that it's easier to swap them in and out and basically still play the same roles and continue the same way.
Absolutely. We're looking at this jungle matchup here. The thing that kind of really sticks out to me is Schönfire's low kill participation rate, under 50% for a jungler. That's very low,
Well,
right?
I mean, that is just what happens when you, in your pre-game interview or your first game of the OPL, you say you're going to dominate your opponent. I'm paraphrasing here, but he's like, I don't care about what my team does. I'm just going to dominate my lane opponent. And then he went 2-6 for release. So that's the kill participation that you get from feeding. So unlucky, dude. That's it. That's all I got.
Fair enough in that case. And I mean, it also comes down to if you are looking actively just for your jungle opponent, it means you are going to be ignoring those side lanes. You're going to try and limit their own positional play. And from that, it means there's lower kill participation because you're not really being there when the plays happen.
And one of the big things that Sharp talked about last week was that while Sybil or Schönfire isn't playing, the other one can look at their jungle pathing. Now, obviously, to the opponent's jungle pathing, so they can go back into that game 3 if they need to, much stronger. But today, it was going to be Fantix probably in that role of watching the jungle pathing, presumably. And also, he'll sub in with his busted arm. Who knows?
It's his keyboard arm as well. So
yeah. Well, so not to get too technical, but the issue is like trying to level up because you can't move your pinky.
Can't hit the control key.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Can't press all the fancy buttons. You can hit Q, W, E, R, but none of the rest. Yeah.
Well, again, it's some just sort of a hard mode for him. So okay, I'm gonna be ready for every single event that could possibly happen. And just if my arm gets busted, it means I can't take it to
Absolutely.
finals.
I mean,
no
look,
problem.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. Keyboards and mice are so old-fashioned. We should just like directly strap neural transmitters into the brain, so you don't even need to use fingers anymore. It's the future. Season 8, it's happening. not. All right, well, let's get into tipping, shall we? opltips.com.au. Let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag IamOPL. Follow along on social media. And Direwolves heavy favourites. Over 3/4 of people thinking that they are going to take this out. And most people think, almost most people thinking that it's going to be a 2-1. Woo.
I'm agreeing with the people as well. I'm thinking it's going to be a 2-1 to the Direwolves with a little bit of a roster shake-up. When you look at it in terms of it, it means they will probably lose a game, but once they get into the flow, they should be good.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think Direwolves will win, but I think it's actually going to be a 2-0, which is kind of depressing to say considering Fantix is off the roster and they got a jungler mid lane. But I think Shunfei is a good individual player. I think he's going to be fine on the champions that he's going to be playing in the current meta. Direwolves can still play the same style that they play with Fantix, and I just think Wizard isn't the kind of player that's going to punish a sub in the mid lane. Wizard is the kind of player that Sin likes to use the flex picks in the draft, like the Karma, the Malzahar, and then put it mid. He's not going to be able to punish Shunfei's lack of ability in the mid lane hard enough to warrant like the disadvantage that Shunfei should be.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, that could end up working in Sin's favor. I mean, the big thing you have to look at is that, again, Shunfei wants to dominate his opponents. And it's going to be kind of hard if Wizard is just off in a different lane somewhere, making sure that his like snowballs are happening across the board, because that's typically what he does. He pushes the lane out, he goes and looks for a roam, and he makes that work. And if Shunfei's sitting there, where is he going? I need to fight him here in my lane. He's not going to be able to kill him at any point in time.
All right, well, that is enough chat from us here. Let us get into game 2, because I believe I put in my tips earlier this week, and I thought it was going to be a 2-0 to Direwolves as well. So let us know your thoughts. Hashtag IamOPL. It is time to get into game 2. Let's throw it to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn to be about to go to game number 2 of the day.
I was not
which
expecting
is
that one. That is
Sid
brilliant.
taking on the Direwolves.
Yeah, it certainly is. I just don't know what happened. I want to talk about the champion picks of Wizard as well, because we've seen him play a lot of Echo, a lot of Zillion, a lot of things that actually set up the map and don't actually have genuine kill threats. So at the same time, Juves generally doesn't pass towards Wizard's lane at all. Either plays bottom side or top side of the map. So I'm kind of in agreement that I think this is just going to be a farm fest mid lane, and then whoever team fights better will win. With that in mind, I think that Shunfei is actually a pretty good team fighter. So still think that they should be respected as the favourites coming into this game. At the same time, however, if there is a time for Sin to strike back, it will be today.
Well, both teams are currently tied up 2-2 in the OPL, so win here would separate them from the bunch. But yeah, Direwolves, they've been rotating the junglers. Now they've thrown both into the mix. Big spanner in the works week 5 of the OPL.
And I mean, everyone kind of looked at TM yesterday and was like, if this team plays a couple more games together and get some scrim stats in, they're a genuine threat for 5th place. So if you're Sin or Direwolves, like, it's kind of right now Chiefs, Legacy, and then AV Direwolf Sin, one of those teams could be genuinely challenged by Tainted Minds, and you don't want to miss out on that 5th place, especially if you're the Direwolves.
You certainly don't. I mean, Direwolves, they've gone up against the Chiefs, almost won that game. And since then, looks like they're a pretty good team, but just can't quite find more and more victories here. Dropping games left and right, but for now, we've gone through the ban phase. Zyra, Corki, and Camille taken off by Sin. Rengar, Jace, as well as LeBlanc taken away by the Direwolves, and instantly locked in for Wizard is going to be the Rise.
Yeah, so we saw that, you know, Sybil thought that Rengar was still relatively unchanged, so they want to get rid of that. Chippy said that he's comfortable on the Camille as well as against the Camille, so you understand why Sin used that as their priority ban, and you just don't want to give a big mid laner over to a Wizard that is a little bit of a lane bully like the Jace, because then all of a sudden your sub mid laner has to play up against it. At the same time, Rise, very prioritized by both of these teams, and will be first picked.
But Sin is still going to be able to pick up the Kha'Zix as Direwolves went for the Varus as well as the Graves, and we have the Malzahar being locked in as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that right now, if you can get Kha'Zix Shen, it's a good combo because then you're able to access the backline. If you're just going for a strong stock standard jungler, I think that Graves is the best jungler. He farms the quickest at the moment, he team fights really easily. If you ever find someone in the jungle, he genuinely has 1v1 potential, so I can understand why that's going for it. Rogue is a character. He's just an absolute character. I mean, go back, check out the interview with him. He's a pretty vocal guy as well.
They also have locked in the last pick in the first pick rotation, Tom Kench, going to be picked up by them.
Yeah, and you see that they've gone for some suppression, so the TK comes out. Tom Kench very good with the eat, trying to get people away. Means that, you know, also going to add some escapes to King, who will be a very low mobility AD carry yet again. And now that it's not an AD carry picked up by Sin, they can really attack that champion pool. They can go for something like a Jin Ban, which they have for the Direwolves, as well as potentially an Ashe or something like that. Put FBI's back against the wall.
And FBI has been playing quite a lot of Jin. There's the Ashe ban coming out for the Direwolves. Fiora was banned out by Sin. I commonly seen that banned out the second ban rotation. Kennen hits the bench as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's Chippy's two big split pushing threats. Obviously still has things like Aurelia that he can pull out, but he also split pushes a lot with Maokai and things like that. They do like to set up 1-3-1 and deep flanks. So we'll see, once again, saving the counter pick for their top laner Direwolves.
Yep, seems like that. And as Shunfire will be picking up Orianna heading into the mid lane.
So a big wombo combo comp for Shern. Has to have the communication on point.
Then we have Sin locking in Caitlyn for FBI, and we have Maokai picked up for Flares in the top lane.
Yeah, so no Shen being prioritized here. Maybe wanted to get rid of the Maokai from Chippies, and therefore it was kind of a pick away as opposed to a pick for Flares. The Caitlyn is interesting. Haven't seen Caitlyn in professional play at all in the OPL so far. Infinity Edge user, generally it's a double attack speed, does not ramp as fast as the lethality users, so going to have a big dip in the mid game that the Rise as well as the Maokai are going to have to account for.
So let's see if Sin can take advantage of that, but lock-in of Rumble coming out for the Direwolves. Chippy will be taking that one to the top lane.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. A tankless lineup, pretty much. Tahm has no initiation. And Orianna Rumble is very difficult to execute because without someone to dive in with the ball, what you're hoping for is for a good equalizer to go down, slow enough people that you can reposition the ball and get the big shockwave, draw everyone back onto it. However, doing that without big initiation tools is really up to communication. I feel like when you remove Shernfire, remove Fantix and insert Shernfire, you break that communication loop that they're used to playing with. And they've gone for a pretty high execution comp that if it works, they're going to look very good in team fights, but if it doesn't work, could fall on its head. This is definitely not a 1-3-1.
On top of that, they're running double AP into a Maokai. On top of that, even more, Varus does a lot of magic damage himself, thanks to his Blighted Quiver. So we'll have to see how Direwolves are going to be able to take advantage or, you know, kind of mitigate that loss from Maokai being picked up in the top lane by Sin. But yeah, very interesting that they're still drafting quite standard here, even with Shernfire in the mid lane.
And the other thing about Sin, and you know, they are the big aggressive team at the moment. They want to continually team fight. So I understand that you take a team fight comp into them, but I feel you actually need to take a standard team fight comp into them because they're going to keep on coming. And that means that you need a front line to be able to withstand. Right now, if teleports go down, Rumble's not going to have access to that backline very easily unless he, you know, gets a perfect equalizer and choke points. If Sin just fight this game in lanes, which Sin always do, they've got a really superior team comp, in my opinion, at the moment.
And on top of that, you know, Maokai can just say, goodbye, Rumble, you can't cancel my TPs, whereas Rumble's going to be a little bit careful of being crowd controlled there.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, you're right. He could leave, and whereas Rumble can't. Yep, I'll give that to you.
Well, we are going to get onto Summoner's Rift for the last best of 3 series of the week, but the first match between Sin as well as the Direwolves. And as they load onto the Rift, let's check in with Hingers, who's standing by with Sin's coach, Bensel.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with team coach for Sin Gaming, Bensel. And I want to start by asking about leaving Jin to get banned out in the second rotation. I feel like Jin and Varus have been maybe the only 2 AD carries we've seen. Did you kind of plan that Caitlyn was the go?
Yeah, we've been practicing a lot of Caitlyn and Sivir. I think we saw Sivir last week, but we wanted to have some spare AD carries available in case this exact situation happened. So I think taking Kazik.
Sorry, Hingers, but people are going to die. Rogue's got to flash away. Foilings are coming out. Chippy's going forward. It's flames everywhere. Burning down the jungle. Tongue Lash is coming out as well. But it's the shotgun pellets to pick up first blood.
So that was a really cute invade. They loop around the bottom side of Summoner's Rift, and then they come from the blind side towards red buff. Not expecting that. No wards went out early, not even saplings. And because they were trying to prep certain parts of the map, they're not able to fight correctly. So that's a good first blood picked up by the Direwolves. And, you know, because it's onto Rogue, because he used Flash and Heal, that 2v2 becomes incredibly difficult to execute upon. But the top side of the map could be interesting because Flares has Flash, Juice has Flash, and Wizard has double summoner spells, and Chippies, Sybil, Shernfire, no summoner spells to speak of.
I mean, Chippy's got a little bit out of that, which is 1 stack on his Dark Seal.
But he has no CC. I mean, if you just do a 2 camps or a topside clear right now as Kha'Zix and fly towards the top lane, you could actually gank that lane quite heavily. They know who uses summoner spells in.
Yep, they certainly do. We'll have to see if Sybil can make most of this, picking up the kill, starting with double jungle items. For now, though, it's going to be
Why would you not go longsword?
Very interesting. Decides to go for the double talisman instead.
Yeah, it goes for, I mean, you normally start with Hunter's Machete because that gives you the life steal. So it keeps you a little bit more healthier. I mean, Talisman gives you mana back, I guess, so maybe you jungle quicker. But I would have thought the raw AD just would have been better.
Gives you quite a bit of health as well, but Graves is already
Doesn't
such a
really
healthy
need health,
jungler.
yeah.
Don't think it gives you the double experience anymore, which could have been big.
No, it definitely doesn't.
But Wizard now in the mid lane, just slowly pushing this one up against Schönfire, who's holding his own on CS quite nicely, but Wizard is going to pick up the amount of CS he needs to go back and get his tier and do just that.
Exactly right. You can see that they just burn through potions as Flares actually goes in on an overheated Rumble. Rumble wins this lane quite heavily if you're not careful as Maokai. You have to fight around windows of your passive as he's using the Flame Spitter to farm things out. You also need to be able to get access to creeps for that.
Goes in there, Chippy just turns around and tries to burn
running
the tree.
Courage of Colossus, which is very, very strange.
I mean, that's not great, but he's also not going for the flaming Maokai skin. I mean, you have to think if you're going to be put on fire, you might already want to be on fire.
No, let's talk about the actual thing that is hurting him at the moment. Courage of Colossus got nerfed, and the cooldown means that it's pretty much irrelevant in laning phase now. I mean, Rumble's a continual fighter. Maokai normally wants to fight around, you know, the extra life steal he's going to get out of Grasp of the Undying, as well as Sap Magic, but not going to have that opportunity. Has to burn Teleport already, and I think that that was a lane that they should have been looking to attack in the early game. Because Flares can't bully, that means Chippy's going to be fine.
And Chippy's was pushing up very hard. Juve's not able to help him out in the top side of the map either. Dial's already off to a really good start here. Just sitting about 600 gold ahead at the moment. We already saw the teleport being used by both top laners, so Chippy's decides to get back to lane quicker as well. He teleported to a ward, actually, it seems.
Yep. So he's back up here. Just goes for raw AP. Of course, there's a little bit of double dipping in Rumble's kit. Has okay scaling on the shield with some AP, but you can see just going into overheat means that he's able to walk forward to Flares, and Flares can't really respond at this stage of the game. I mean, if he had Grasp, it would have maybe been a little bit different. They're also picking out Juves up there to the top side of the map.
Just standing in front of Flares, says, look, it's fire! Burn! Oh.
However, all the creeps are there now, and this is what you want to be careful of. You never want to fight Maokai in creeps, because he is able to just continually CC you, and the creeps are able to do a lot of damage.
So that time around, a lot better trading coming out from Flares. But did go for the Courage of Colossus, like you mentioned. So it will be pretty impactful in team fights when he gets those big shields to kick things off, but the constant sustain in lane, as well as during those fights, not quite there.
Let's see if they can get this right. If Flare's Twisted Advance walks behind him and gets a little knock up, there is a window for Juves to be able to jump on him. However, it is already... what?
Flashes for it. Chippy has flash of his own. He's just going to walk out of this one. Flash for flash used in the top lane.
So didn't walk around him, didn't get the knock back. That leaves Sybil with an open gang path into the bottom. However, Graves' biggest enemy is creeps, and they're hiding behind some at the moment. So that will just be traded flashes in the top lane. Honestly, still okay for the Maokai because he can set up way more ganks than the Rumble. Rumble getting towards level 6 can't be dove anymore just because of that ultimate that can come out for return kills.
I mean, flash for flash is not bad, but felt like he didn't really have to. I felt you could have just walked up and said, I've got W.
You don't.
Stay there.
Yep.
And then Kha'Zix goes, woo, jump in.
Look, I'm not going to disagree with you, but they obviously had a game plan and wanted to execute upon it.
I disagree with the game plan. That's my problem.
Lippy play-by-play casters. I've had to deal with them my whole career. Now they're bringing Wizard up. He does have the ultimate available. You can see that Chippies has to get out of dodge. So even though you disagree with the game plan, it is being effective because Chippies is being forced off farm completely.
Juves, though, still trying to take these Krugs away. Chippy's not going to be able to stop that. Ooh, get the small ones. Go. Can't do that either. So Juves just going to be a nuisance up in the top lane. Chippies is going to eventually stop him once he takes half of that Krug camp down, get some farm back for himself, and we'll be able to retreat to the top lane.
Yeah, but still get some major gold spike over for Juves as well as the experience. Chippies will be able to get the back half of that wave. And even though Juice forcing off all 6 creeps, as King actually takes a lot of damage, it's still Chippies with a slight CS advantage because of all that early game trading.
Doing a pretty good job up on the top side of the map. Direwolves are about 1,000 gold in the lead to kick this game off. Bottom lane, you can see FBI and Rogue just trying to push back King and Destiny every chance they get. FBI finally using his Biscuit. King still sitting on all 3 at the moment. Embarrass. Going to be nice and healthy, going back to base to get his first few items. We'll have lots of regeneration when they come back into the laning phase.
Certainly willing right now. Direwolves kind of doing what they do best. They got the first blood. That was the 1,000 gold, and now they're just happy in their laning phase before they can really separate the map. We want to see how they play this team fighting comp, however. They have been team fighting more in the OPL. However, in recent weeks, looks like they wanted to go back towards a more map-based approach as opposed to 10 members on a screen. Let's have at it, boys.
We see the first few backs coming out from the rest of the laners. And besides Midas, Wizard just wants to clear, doesn't care about harass at the moment. But Juve's going to get caught out a little bit.
Really nice response time out of Juves, actually. Got the ward down. Knew that they were going for an invade onto him. Destiny and Sybil do team up quite a fair bit. And now they have all the members rotating back with fresh shops. So they can't really stick around here. Waves aren't pushed up enough. That's Juves wasting a fair amount of time and getting a good result for his team.
Yep, he does. We'll be able to take down Red Buff as well. And speaking of those backs, oh, Wizard. Can't even talk about it anymore because Wizard's in trouble. Takes quite a bit of damage. Sybil is coming through. Has Flash Ultimate. Decides not to do anything drastic. Wizard might be forced off this wave, though.
Yeah, we'll be forced away from the turret, it looks like. We'll walk back up and look to collect some of the CS. Of course, still had that refillable potion ticking. And he can use ulti to get back to wave. It's one of the things that, you know, as Ryze, because you're not really all that useful with rank 1 ulti, you can look towards. You can see that the change has been made by Rogue as well. I was wondering how many Mels players would do this. Maxing E instead of W means that you actually just get elongated harass now.
Yep.
The Voidling's definitely not as useful anymore.
Much lower cooldown on that E as well.
Of course, your Q resets the duration as well. There's now Sybil being caught out by... sorry, opposite way.
Juve's being caught out there, but the ultimate coming out from Sybil is not going to connect. Juve guesses correctly and runs the opposite way. So Flare's going to take quite a bit of damage. Sorry, Chippy takes quite a bit of harass from the tree up in the top side of the map. Still very even between the 2 top laners. But Sybil's farming up a Storm. 51 CS to 29. And we now have some time to talk about those items, which got interrupted quite a few times. The F-Sword was... Oh, no. They don't want me to talk about this one. I'm just going to ignore it forever. But no, so we have the Catalyst being picked up by Ryze now, so that's going to stack with his tier. Schoenfire just farming up with his double ring. Will be probably heading back to base soon. We see, again, Varus is still looking to pick up the tier nice and early, no longer waiting for their first lethality item. Highly value the extra mana they get from it. And on the flip side, Caitlyn's going to be picking up the BF Sword first before delving into boots and more attack speed.
And I would actually say that right now they've done a really nice... Oh, gank onto flares, teleport coming in, can't talk.
Yep, this was Sybil looking for a lane gank here as Chippy's teleports right behind the tree. He's going to be burnt out. Does have flash, but holds on to it because he's probably dead anyway, and Chippy's will pick up a kill.
Yeah, not worth using that in a really nice gank from Sybil. He looks like he's going to walk in and just take the wave. Meanwhile, they teleported to a ward again. You can see on the flip side, that means that the Direwolves bottom lane will have to back because they see the Ryze cheating towards their lane. They know that Kha'Zix is in their jungle. Want to see whether Flares actually teleports back to his turret to save the first brick gold going down. Will do. This is dangerous. You can be redove.
Direwolves are looking to try and stop this from happening, but Flares will get there in time and defend his turret. So not only did the teleport presence force them off a bottom lane, but it saves top lane for a while. And Sin probably going to get first turret for this.
Yeah, looks like they're going to push for it. Juves is going to have to take it up. Actually, the creep wave gets there in time. It will fall down. And now you can see that Flares backs away. Doesn't want to give up his life. So a good trade.
Still Direwolves who are slightly in the lead here, but Sin, good responses so far. That does not look fun enough, okay?
Certainly isn't. I mean, there are ways to make your life easier, however. He hasn't opted for any of them. As I said, big team fighting comp coming out of both squads. And actually, they're able to get a Dragon off the back end. So even though they gave up a kill, you'd have to say that Dragon and Turret versus just Turret, probably Dragon and Turret wins.
I mean, it's Mountain Dragon, and you've got two two of the better champions to pick that one up. You got Caitlyn to take down turrets, as well as Kha'Zix to take down neutral monsters. So
Rise on Baron is really awesome as well. I mean, you can't underestimate the amount of damage that guy does.
Especially when he gets his blue buff. So Sin, very important dragon for them to pick up early. Might affect how they decide to take future plays on.
And of course, they've got 2 wards behind right now. No teleport, so they're not going to be able to use it. But watch to see if this long lane stays for another 3 minutes when Flares will have the teleport back available. Whether they just want to swap it now. Big, actually, looks like they're going in. Rogue's flashed in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's going to have to get the heck out of there. No other summoner spells being used by either side. Ultimate was used by King though to try and lock him down. Flares has made his way down to the bottom lane. It seems like the tree just wants to hold this one up. And the AD carrying support.
All of a sudden, big collapse coming into Wizard as well. They're pinging him out.
Ooh, Wizard's in a bit of trouble. Chippies is right behind him. Here comes Shurnfire looking for the ultimate. Chippies will get locked down underneath the turret. They only burn the flash coming out from him. It's Flares getting locked down in the bottom lane, taking a lot of damage. Sybil pops the ultimate, but casually sidestepped by big old tree. Direwolves almost lost their support as well.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's a botched turret dive. They use heal, they use double summoner spell on Destiny as well, and they're not able to pick it up. However, because they are ahead in tempo, they're going to have access to the turret sooner. Rogue trapping Chippies in the pit actually forces him to flash as well. It's a sloppy game across Summoner's Rift right now.
Direwolves will be able to take down the bottom lane outer turret. Let's see if Sin can respond by sieging up the top lane outer. Chippies has ultimate, so he probably will be able to clear out that wave nice and easy and give Direwolves the turret advantage.
Yeah, you can see that that's what they're looking to do. I mean, that's one thing that we always talk about with Rumble. He kind of buys you 30 seconds for that creep wave. You can see that uses it, burns it down, going to have that advantage. It's one of those games where you feel like Direwolves are kind of being drawn ever so slightly into the carnage of Sin. And we've seen time and time again this happen to teams. Sin like to play a very scrappy style, but they've kind of refined it to the point where they're able to get the advantages. And off the back of First Blood, I mean, a turret falling down, extra turret falling down, they're only 1,000 gold behind, and they're starting to hit their spikes at the right time. I mean, Juves is even a higher level than Sybil right now.
So many pink wards being picked up as well by the Sin lineup, as well as refillable potions across the map. Players didn't get the memo. Picked up neither of those two things.
I mean, I think that it kind of feels like they're in this one for the long haul, Fish. They're happy to concede objectives a little bit, you know, 1,500 gold, that's fine. We're going to have the Caitlyn late game unsurpassed in range, although now Shurnfire in a bit of trouble.
Has to be eaten up by Destiny to get back to safety. Sim, we're looking for the collapse. Good poke coming back from King, knocks Wizard and FBI down a little bit.
And you know, if you do feel confident in the fact that we've got the scaling, got pretty decent wave clear as well out of Wizard as well as FBI, then you just sit in lanes the way that they're doing, rotate around, pick up the free farm, and say, we'll meet you somewhere at 30 minutes. Be that Baron, be that Dragon, we'll come and fight you.
Now, FBI still sitting on the top side of the map. Hopefully pushing this wave against the Direwolves. Doing fairly well against his counterpart King right now, who's picked up his first lethality item. Caitlyn moving more towards the Zeal items. Should be either a Hurricane or a Rapid Fire Cannon.
And we saw Imp from LGD play Caitlyn recently. And, you know, a lot of the speculation was, how do you even play this champion on the current patch if King can hit you off screen and take majority of your health? And the answer came on the fact that you have to be incredibly aggressive as a Caitlyn at this stage. You know, you have to always be marching forward, especially when there's no tank line. You have to take the duel towards them. Otherwise, you just get poked out. Wizard probably going to fall.
They're going to take quite a lot of damage here. Gets flashed on as well, and Sybil gets the kill on the back half of End of the Line.
Yeah, and really nice rotation there. They're able to use double summoner spells out of Shurn to slow him down. They get enough people in. All of a sudden, Flares is trying to teleport to save this one.
Will be able to with Tube showing up at the exact same time.
That's twice Flares' teleport has just been used to stave off an assault from the Direwolves.
So far, no complaints from Shurnfire in this mid lane. He's actually looking for another kill here. Flare's going to get locked down. No flash available for the tree. He's going to fall. King gets the kill.
I mean, they left it. They all of a sudden were collapsing towards mid lane to try and save the turret. He walked up to push it out and then realized he didn't have a team to back him up at all. That means the turret's probably going to fall, although going in.
King going to take quite a bit of damage. Gets eaten up by Destiny. Sybil locked down underneath the turret. He is going to fall. Juves gets that kill. Still wants some more as they try to chase down Schönfire.
That was clever out of Rogue because he knew that Destiny could eat and save one person. As soon as they had chunked out King and the Caitlyn ulti was on and he had committing to running away with the AD carry, then Rogue commits with the ultimate onto Sybil and is able to pick up the kill. If he ults too early there, they're just able to get out scot-free. Very well played by the Sin support.
They defend the turret a little bit longer, but as we were mentioning before that fight, Schönfire's not doing too bad in this mid lane.
I mean, I didn't expect him to be a liability for the team. It's just about whether the communication in the late game, now that you're playing Orianna, becomes an issue. I expected him to be on something that was a little bit more, you know, solo sufficient, whereas in this game, he's going to need people like King to be able to set up his ult. As we take another look, Silence goes in. That means that King gets chunked out. Destiny eats him, so therefore Sybil sitting dark, nothing they can do to save him. Really nicely set up play there from Sin, but maybe, you know, a little bit too late because 2 members had already fallen down.
Z Direwolves now just sweeping out the wards around the dragon area. Schönfire will be able to eat some fruit, get back to almost full health.
And let's take a look at the items, because we have a stacking roller, we have non-Infinity Edge crit 80 carry picked up, so they're not in a position to fight at all. So what are they doing? They play the opposite side of the map. You see the 3 members heading towards top lane. They want to trade the dragon objective for a gold objective and still try and defend mid with Wizard, with Rogue. We'll see whether they're able to do that or whether Direwolves can force, because right now they need another 10, 15 minutes of turtling out before their team fight comes online.
Direwolves going to try and make use of that time to pick up as much of a goal lead as possible. Towers are traded, as top lane will fall, but Divers are still a turret ahead, maybe 2. They can look for this mid lane inner. We're down to very low health, but they retreat. Sin push aggressively forward, looking to see if they can get a fight going.
And that's as good as a turret take, because what that means, if they ever group up as 5, that's only 1 or 2 auto attacks from King to take it down. And unless there's a big team fight, there's going to be no punish available. So they're good coordination out of the Direwolves. They understand that the trade was going to go through. They forced quicker than Sin expected and are able to get bonus objectives off the back end. You know, they take away the red buff, they sweep through the jungle, pick up all that farm. They're playing this nice and slow. However, I don't know whether a 2,000 gold is enough to really set Caitlyn behind in the team fights, because FBI is still getting his farm. He's the one that's knocked down the 2 turrets, so he's getting all that additional gold to himself. And Caitlyn is still unrivaled at 6 items in the late game. Her headshot does ridiculous amounts of damage. She's a crit user, and the one thing you can't buy is auto attack range. Or you can in rapid fire, it comes up every now and again. But apart from that, you can't buy auto attack range, Fish.
Sin's still looking to sit back and farm up until they get those items going. Caitlin's still building towards that Infinity Edge. Schönfire might be caught out a little bit here. And Splays flashes over the ball, able to knock him back. Exhaust used on towards Juves. There's a shockwave, not going to connect. It does force Sin to retreat, and that's a flash burn for an exhaust.
Yeah, got the exhaust, got the shockwave out. I guess it's fair to also put the big team fighting ultimate in there. Means that maybe if a mid lane siege goes down, not going to really have that in his arsenal. And one more time, this is just all about stalling out, making sure Ryze is getting farm, making sure Caitlyn's getting farming. You're not losing too many gold objectives. 2,000 gold is touching distance. That's absolutely fine. Losing a Baron, losing a big team fight at this stage of the game, devastating for Sin.
So now Sybil just clearing out the Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map. Still looking to continue counter jungling. Already took away the red buff.
Collapse is coming in. Ryze is behind him.
The locking down does get the snare going. Ultimate comes out from Caitlyn as well. Juves going over the top. Flash forward from Rogue will lock down Sybil. And Sin punish the jungler from the Direwolves.
Definitely, and I don't think it's a bad thing that Juves is the one picking up the kills, because he's going to be a lot of the backline disruption. Big team fight coming out now.
Teleport flank coming out as well. Direwolves have almost nowhere to go. Destiny is going to be eating up King, trying to get him back to safety. But it will be the time catch that falls first. Juves goes on a killing spree. King now got a long way to run if he wants to get out of this. Flash is available for the AD carry, but he's managed to sneak around. Schönfire, though, in trouble. Shockwave on towards Juves. Tanks up the turret here. Juves got to be very careful. Flash wave will come out from the Orianna, and King is going to be able to recall.
Yeah, definitely going to get himself out there. You saw that Schön burns his flash as soon as he had it back available. However, Juves also gets chunked out. They're actually still pinging Shern, who's gone through the top lane. You can see Wizard wants him.
Ooh, Wizard is full health as well. Blasco gets Shern back to safety.
So he goes over the top. In the end, Direwolf's mid laner will be safe. Potentially looking to bait in a trap here with Sybil. Jungle is teaming up. Can never underestimate the power of sharing a role. Wizard could potentially just turn around and kill them both.
It's me, the Jungle Squad team, as they go straight on top of Wizard. He's going to have to flash away. But Sybil's going aggressively forward. He wants this one. The Rise is going to try and kite backwards. Get a nice shield. Ultimate whipping, but end of the line. Dash forward. Can he get it? No, Wizard's trying to fight him. He's not going to be able to dash on forward. Drew's even coming in, running away from Chippy's on top of that. Didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, Sybil needs to recalibrate the ultimate right now. He's gone to the right a couple too many times. Rogue's caught out.
He's going to take quite a bit of damage. Licky Tongue comes out from Destiny as well, slowing him down, and Rogue is going to fall.
Yep, so Rogue falls across the map. It kind of just seems like Direwolves have an extra man right now. FBI somehow fell down as well during all of that. I didn't see where that was, but trust me, he's dead. Now King.
Flares tries to lock down King. He's going to get eaten up by Destiny and goes back to safety. Nice and easy.
All of a sudden, it's out to 4,000 gold as we take a look at what happened to FBI. Actually just gets Tom Kench ulted, flashed on as well by Chippy. It's a lot of damage at this stage of the game.
It's 2 harpoons and he's below half health.
Well, it's a full penetration build coming out right now. And now this is where the gold lead is becoming very meaningful. I mean, they're able to get a Drake to equalize in case we go to Elder stage of the game. Air Drake, of course, very useful to rotate around the map the way that the Direwolves are now. Wizard, you're in big trouble.
2 members of Direwolves right behind him. Wizard's like, all right, farm up the lane, let's run. Exhausted now. Destiny's trying to collapse on towards this Rise, who's very fast. They send King up as well to slow him down even further. Wizard's a little bit scared, but he's just, you know,
he's still just jogging this one out. I mean, maybe push the mid lane and send someone down to respond. You don't have your teleport available, actually, so potentially instead they'll just look for a big team fight.
Get him! They're locked down. King gets eaten up by Destiny to go back to safety. The tether's still going.
Has the E on him as well. Shernfire went into the pit.
Oh no, Shernfire, what are you doing there, buddy? Gonna get jumped on by Juves. Exhaust is gonna go down as the shockwave is not gonna connect. Juves jumps straight out of it.
FBI's been caught.
Gonna be able to take them down. FBI is gonna fall next. Equalizer straight on top of Rogue. He's got nowhere to go. Tries to turn around to get the last ditch damage onto King's not gonna be enough.
Now Flares and Juve sitting in a brush again, looking for King.
Oh, they find it. King's gonna take a lot of damage. Flare smacks him with his big arm branches. He's going to be able to take him down. Constellation prize for Sin.
4,500 gold. I mean, this is a back and forward game. Killing King maybe saves the Baron there because that's where Direwolves were headed. Able to get Shernfire as well. But you feel like if you're the Sin Gaming lineup right now, you need to take a deep breath. You're still not finished scaling. Only 1 zeal item. You need a second one if you're FBI right now. I mean, not as tanky Maokai as Flares would like. You want to be towards 30, 35 minutes before you start fighting. That was a teleport play that they actually tried to, not a teleport play, that was a weird flanking play that they tried to actually execute on.
As you mentioned, still 4.5 thousand gold behind Sin. Direwolves in the lead, 25 minutes in. But Sin now have the Infinity Edge on Caitlyn.
And 4.5 thousand gold when you have Caitlyn Maokai, Rise, is nothing. I mean, if you get to the late game like 1 item behind, that's absolutely fine.
Well, Caitlyn's building towards her next Zeal item, and with Direwolves picking up no armor at all, that's going to hit like a truck, especially if it's a rapid fire cannon. On top of that, Wizard, once he completes his Ceres Embrace and gets that big shield from the item, on top of the shield he gets his Rise, it's going to be very difficult to deal with him.
Yeah, it certainly is. You've already seen that how clumped up the team fights are. If Wizard gets 2 rotations of spells out, you feel like that might be enough with a Caitlyn. Also, the fact that Juves is 4-0-0 and is heading towards more damage means that if ever the backline happens to collapse, he's going to be able to leap in and wreak havoc. However, they can't afford to get caught out again.
Juves even using the jump to get away from those arrows from King. He has double lethality item with the Manamune upgraded. So they're going to pack a punch. Sin actually grouping up towards the Baron pit here. Direwolves pinging them out. King still looking to try and poke people out. Does have nicely stacked tier going, so it should be all right.
And Direwolves are trying to get the fights out of the lane because if it's 5v5, you want them funneling in towards Baron. You want to be able to hit them with multiple arrows all of a sudden you want the Shockwave as well as that Equalizer to come across as they're approaching. However, in the lane, you can see that they can do this. They can spread out nice and fan. There's no way that that AoE is going to come through. And they're actually trying to force them out here with some Caitlyn traps.
Ah, the good old Sin ARAM.
This is their territory.
I mean, the Caitlyn traps just define the boundaries of the Howling Abyss. That's all it is here, Spawn.
This is our arena.
And Direwolves accept the challenge. Let's go.
You can see that they're actually streaming forward. They get re-access to the side brushes, so they're able to go back in.
Spoiler alert, Sin push back. It continues.
Certainly does, but if they can keep them going towards the Baron pit, there's always that chance for the combo to come through.
Direwolves should be disqualified here. You're not meant to leave the mid lane. Get back. And Sin did the exact same thing, clearing out wards towards the Baron pit. Double Mountain picked up by Sin, so if they ever get a chance to take down this Baron, it's going to die very quick.
You honestly feel like the clock is starting to tick for Direwolves. 27 minutes into the game. You mentioned it, Seraph's huge item to come across, as well as that second Zeal item for Caitlyn, because with no tanks, it's going to be so hard to deal with those two particular champions. You can see already 2 tank items built up for the Maokai. It's going to get to a stage of the game where even though you have so much damage, focusing Maokai becomes a difficult task. So they want to go towards Baron. They maybe caught out Juice.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful. The wraparound is coming.
He has
There's the
evolved
spot.
wings.
Can he go? Juice goes invisible, jumps away and flashes on top of that. And he takes a little bit of damage in return.
Smart summon a spell to use. I mean, if you die there, it's probably Baron. Having to recall might actually still be Baron regardless. That's the only blue trinket they have.
Instead, the Sin ARAM continues. See, that's why, Juves, you don't leave the mid lane. Dangerous out there.
It's dangerous in the forest. Still needs to keep getting levels, however.
He's going back to base, picked up another threaded arrow, so he's got a sword to bring with him next time he goes into dangerous territory.
The other thing that this has done is it's really degraded the farm on the map. You can see that Chippy's the one with the teleport, still able to freely access farm, so he's got 312 CS. But Shermfire and King have to share CS at the moment, because they're the two sitting mid.
Ghost. There's nothing.
He wanted to race FBI to the creeps. He was like, this wave's mine. Buckle up, we're in for a long one.
Well, if you're just joining us, we are watching the great ARAM of O's. Sin versus Direwolves. No one's leaving the mid lane, and when they do, flashes are burnt.
Yeah, and this game is pretty much on Chippy's to carry. He's 100 CS up. He's got 3 big items as well as a 10-stack Dark Seal. However, you feel that if he's not able to get into that backline and really put down some damage, it's going to be difficult for them to win any form of team fight.
That hurt.
Not really. I mean, did you see what Lost was doing last game?
He's a sniper. It's different. King's got a bow and arrow going. Different. Direwolves break out Wizard in the top side of the map. Someone's got to go deal with flares, so I expect Chippies to go back to base and come back down for this one. Might give them a window to try and start something going, but flares is an item behind Chippies at the moment, with the Leandries picked up with the Zonias, Void Stuff, even a needlessly large rod.
Yeah, going towards a death cap.
Oh, he's got 9 stacks of Dark Seal.
Yeah, he's massive. Juice leaps over the wall. Doesn't have flash available. Oh, we'll get it.
Destiny tries to challenge him. He goes invisible. Juice wants the heck out of the jungle. Get away.
Of course, it gives you extra movement speed when you do use that ultimate. However, Rapid Fire Cannon picked up for FBI. He is very ready to fight at this stage of the game. Of course, we'll have that lifesteal out of Warlord's Bloodlust. Seraph's picked up as well. I mean, 30 minutes into the game, Sinner got their comp where they need it to be, and it's only 4,000 gold gap. I said it wouldn't be enough. Now we get to see whether it is.
I mean, it's 500 gold separating the mid laners. It's about 500 separating, sorry, 300 separating 80 carries. That's nothing. That's 800 gold separation. That's not impacted, and most of it's towards Chippies right now. 2.7, 2.5 actually. So it's really the Rumble that's holding most of the gold for the Direwolves.
Dragon is nearly available, and Direwolves are going towards it.
Ooh, well, Sin doesn't look like Sin want to force it here, but they are. Pokes coming out from King, not going to deal too much. Flares leading the charge.
I mean, you saw how much damage the Harpoons did to FBI. Sybil may be caught.
Yeah, here goes Juice, gets the isolation damage. Destiny is forced to eat him up. The rest of Sin, though, locked down by the ultimate coming out from the Varus. Chippies Where is that equalizer going? That might just be the team fight for Sin, as now Direwolves have split up the Wolfpack, trying to run away. Rogue splashed on forward for the exhaust of the Churnfire. Wizard teleports his entire team right behind him, and they take down the mid laner for the Direwolves. That should be Baron.
It certainly should be Baron. That equalizer was high, wide, and not very handsome, Fish, and they're able to pick up the team fight on the back end. You feel like equalizer into Zhonya's might have actually been able to save that fight for the Direwolves because they had all clumped up. And King hit a beautiful ultimate, but is not to be. And look how quickly this team rips apart the objective.
But Sin really capitalizing on every small mistake Direwolves have made this game. The isolation damage onto Sybil when he was caught out by flares. I mean, going all in once the equalizer was down. Really good calls from behind coming out from this team.
Yeah, definitely. And now, are they even really behind? 2,000 gold. They're up against an Infernal Drake, sure, but trading that for a Baron. And there's so much standing gold left on the map. When you have double Mountain and a Baron buff, you can go to work. Sybil gets caught out. He isolates himself. And then Destiny has to save him. And this is the turning point. I mean, not able to get it going. Churnfire only solo ult FBI. They continue with it. They actually get a really nice ultimate here from Wizard, taking Juves underneath the turret. They're able to pick that one up, get the reset. So good coordinated play coming out of Sin. And you feel like, one more time, teams just keep playing the game on Sim's turns. And whoa.
I mean, after an equalizer like that, it's where I like to type in chat my favorite three-letter word, lag.
Lag. How does it feel lagging on LAN? It's horrible.
A-ping lag, sorry.
Do you know the reason it displays as A-ping?
Why is that?
Because the client can't display lower than A-ping. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I might have just made that up. Oh, FBI actually gets poked out, so maybe they're going to delay the siege for a day.
Very difficult for Sin to run head-on into the Direwolves team, especially with King completing his Mura mana. Means he's fully stacked up on mana, has his Last Whisper as well.
He's on the line, and now the collapse coming out onto Wizard because they feel like they sent FBI back. He unfortunately tricked them.
Ooh, there's a Kato going somewhere. FBI is like, I'm going to get one last bit of damage out before I go back to base. Take that. Fight me next time.
Goes back and picks up a Hex Drinker. Not a bad choice.
I'm not going to help those arrows, though. We'll help
I mean, Deathfire Touch.
It was ghosting again.
Thought they caught out Chippies.
Doesn't get anything with the ghost again. Find out next time. Wizard uses ghost. But they are going to try and... Whoa, a big ultimate actually coming out from Churnfire. They're trying to lock down flares. That's a big tanky tree that's going to soak up a lot of damage, but FBI runs over the equalizer, and Sybil's gone forward. Licky Tongue going to miss, and Rogue tries to lock it down in return. Good poke coming out from the Direwolves, and they will get a redemption to keep them nice and topped up in case Sin wants to try anything. But they don't get any kills out of that. Still Direwolves dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly right. And because they can't freely hit the turret, there's too much wave clear coming across from the Direwolves right now. This game is just stalled out, and they've got absolutely nothing off the Baron buff.
They have not. And I mean, that redemption coming out from Direwolves just shows what's going to happen if they get another fight like that. They'll poke you out, heal everyone on the team up almost back to full because they've got a Malzahar. That's just pure damage from Rogue and only the Iron Solari from Flares.
And I mean, if you can't get any gold off a Baron buff, Infernal Drake is going to win out. And it looks like that is going to be the case. Wonder if they just throw the kitchen sink. Churnfire is not there. They're pinging for a dive right now.
This is a good time to go in. Flares is looking for it. Does have flash available. We'll be able to lock down King for a while. That does break the turret. So we'll get one turret for their Baron buff duration.
Oh, FBI needs to stop tanking those arrows.
Yeah, get around to it. Get something to keep yourself alive. It's not very
This is
helpful.
the second game in a row. I mean, the simplest solution is just not get hit by them. I mean, you've got Boots 2 double Zeal items. This isn't T-Gun running around with the brown bags, unfortunately not able to dodge it. This is a very quick Caitlyn that just, for some reason, keeps stepping into them.
Sin still have the Maokai teleport and flash, so can still continue to split push. But Direwolves defending their base pretty well. Wizards on 1-3-1 duty with the Maokai, as he should be on Rise. He's looking for his Void Staff next. Almost completed that item. Chippies is sent up to deal with this wave. Ooh, Juice. Almost gets him. Oh, the ball didn't go into the brush. Churnfire actually didn't know for a split second. But Juice plays it safe.
Didn't all-in commit. Wanted his Knight's Edge of the Night. Edge of Night.
Edge of Night.
To come off. So he had the shield before he committed. I feel as soon as that ball misses, you maybe can just go all in.
Wizards still split pushing on the top side of the map. He's actually up against Chippies, and they sent Schernfire to deal with flares. Not going good for the old Oriana.
Yeah,
Run!
I mean, with Locket, he's just not going to be able to get through anything.
Oh, Shockwave.
Shockwave's the wave. So that's a big team fighting ultimate gone.
And here comes the Cavalry. As Sin rotate, they're already carrying support to the bottom lane. That signals for the rest of Direwolves to get the heck down here. FBI going to try and poke down this turret slowly. No Shockwave to be afraid of, so the threatening command attack doesn't mean anything right now.
I mean, Dissonance still does a lot of damage, so there is that. Whoa!
Ghost Wizard! Ghost Wizard! Yes, he did something with the Ghost, and now here comes the time catch. Look and see if they can stop him. Wizard's going back on the ultimate. Goodbye, buddy! And Sybil wants to continue to chase, but now they're going to get bottom as well.
Yeah, they've taken 2 people away from the all-important bottom defense. In fact, they've taken all 4 away. That just means that FBI can free hit a turret, and they're going to be able to pick that up.
They get a kill, they get a turret, and the gold is now dead even between Sin and the Direwolves.
And when they go back, they've got big shops. That is an outright Void Staff picked up. Wizard was already winning the 1v1 versus Chippies. He's well and truly online. More picked up, and this was just a straight-up brawl.
Chippies thought that he could go back and farm the wave. You can't.
I mean, overheated. He had nothing available.
I mean, use Ghost 3 times spawn and get nothing out of it. Surely going to get out of the 4th one, and he does. This time, though, Direwolves might want to reconsider how they've been putting their lane assignments in this split push. But Flares get its deep flanking teleport onto the minion wave.
Had
nobody gets
flash
knocked down.
available, wasn't able to get in for it. However, Dragon is up, and they've cleaned house around that objective. Going to be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab.
But still dangerous to start up with all the poke that comes out from Direwolves. We'll be able to clear up the wards instead. Now they've got a flank going on towards Chippies. He's got to run. Flares is looking for it. Flash forward. There's the twisted advance. Wizard comes through. Equalizer on top of both of them. Wizard casually sidesteps it, and they take down the top laner again. Direwolves make a beeline towards mid lane. They say, let's go. Let's race.
Yeah, so they're going to try and race, but they need to be careful of Wizard's ultimate because they're in right now, but there is a time clock where the flank will be able to come out of the Rise, and a big slow comes out from Juves.
Here comes a Rise teleporting in. Chains of Corruption going to come out from Varus. Juves jumping in. He's going to take a lot of damage. He gets shut down before flashing out. Destiny's going to be the next target. Flash forward for Rogue. Locks down Schernfire. As Flares is now chasing on the last 2 members of the Direwolves, Sybil and King, trying to retreat away. Baron is available.
Yeah, Baron, the big objective. So they break the base, but what is the cost? Juves is dead, so they actually can't do it because of Sybil. So instead, they're going to be stuck pushing up a wave. That's disastrous that Juves went down.
Ooh, 3-for-1 trade in favor of Sin, but it still looks like Direwolves get the better end of that with the inhibitor turret being taken down.
I mean, I feel like they could have just put Wizard on the other side of the pit, and there's no way that Sybil can get in. I mean, Wizard's going to 1v1 him. He's not going to be able to take that fight. Instead, they go back towards the top lane, break open another turret. Finally, the gold in Sin's favor.
And Elder Dragon and Baron are both online. They're pinging towards the Elder Dragon from the side of the Direwolves. Fruit's going to keep FBI nice and topped up. Won't have to recall. This is a scary position for Wizard to be waiting in. Lots of traps in that brush, and they've actually started the Baron. It's double Mountain Dragon with Foilings, with Rise,
Juves
with
isn't going to get there in
Caitlyn.
time. They need to slow down.
Let's see if Juves will be able to get there now. 3,000 health. Sybil looking to come in. FBI at half health from 1 arrow. Juves is here. Sin could pull the trigger, but they're just waiting for King to continue poking. And the Baron's actually going to heal up.
Yeah, I mean...
Reset. Let's go. They're sending flares into the back lines. Teleport, buddy, is the big tree trying to lock them all down. There's the character classes keeping him alive, but Equalizer solos out Juves to kick the fight off. FBI in trouble. Lots of traps being placed down, but Sybil jumps on forward and throws a giant shotgun pellet to the face. That's 3 members of Sin dead. This might actually be game for the Direwolves.
And an utter brain fade coming out of Sin because they separate their solo tank away from the team, send him into the back line, then Chippies just cleans them all up. He's a 400 CS. Rumble, he's going to go back to base, use the teleport to get in, and somehow Wizard and Rogue need to be able to fend this for 30 seconds. That's an impossible ask.
Yeah, this is where you just give up the inhibitor and say, all right, we try our best at the Nexus turrets. Hopefully, they're as useful as 2 champions on the Rift, but Wizard going to take a lot of damage here. Flash forward from Sybil. He gets locked down. He's going to get taken down here. No, the Redemption heals him up. That's everyone from Sin dead. And Direwolves, off in the back of one mistake, teamfight from Sin, are going to be able to take the win here.
And Sin did all the hard work in that game. They stalled out for their Caitlyn and then one mistake. And this team is good enough to capitalize on it. It was in danger territory the whole time, but Direwolves pick up the win.
They certainly do. I mean, Chippies looked like that single equalizer was going to cost them the game, but fights back with a massive equalizer. At the end of the match, to catch out this guy on your screen, Juves. It's taken down at a crucial time.
Yeah, him diving in to try and pick up the kill on the support Destiny cost them the Baron, arguably, because if he doesn't die, even if it's only one kill picked up, you fight the 4v5 there. You can see both teams grimacing after that. It was hard fought. Back and forth game. You felt like Sin had nearly done enough there.
Yep.
I mean, stalling out against that comp, getting your Caitlyn to 5 items, getting your Ryze to 5 items, but Direwolves just punish mistakes that were made at critical times by Sin.
They certainly did, and Sin were punishing the Direwolves as well when they made their mistakes. Just the last one there was just way too long into the match, and death times were too long for Sin to try and come back into that one. So Direwolves pick up game number 1 of this best of 3 series, but for now, let's go back to Hingers to break down that match.
Well, there we have it. Direwolves up 1-0 in this series over Sin. And the game was very, very tight until that very last team fight. Ejim, let me know your thoughts about... let's talk about Schoenfire, because he's playing mid. What did you make of his mid-lane debut for Direwolves today?
Decent.
Yeah.
Right? Like, kind of what I said before the game. I said Wizard isn't the kind of player that's just going to crush this guy playing off-roll, right? And that's what happened. He went fairly even. They got a good kill, got a few ganks onto him, like when he flash exhausted when they knew that Wizard didn't have flash. So he played it okay.
You really do need to sing his praises, because there were a lot of times there where Direwolves could have actually gotten something out of it, and then they decided to make an aggressive move onto him because he was trying to, I think at one point he was actually barreling down the mid lane to see if he could get the turret, and was able to force pressure off. That actually allowed King to escape at a certain point. So he was doing quite a bit around the map.
That's kind of the Direwolves strategy, is they're just everywhere on the map, and then when you go for one person, like on the other side of the map, they're just running away, or they're hitting your turret, or they're just slowly chipping at things ever so slowly, and that's how they gain advantages.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at this draft, because what I want to talk about is Sin's chaotic playstyle. Now, do you think they were drafting into that with the Caitlyn, Malzahar, the Ryze today? It's just kind of...
Not so much the Caitlyn, I guess, but the Caitlyn is more for winning bot lane, I think. Sin's bot lane, in my opinion, they like winning lane.
Absolutely.
So they like playing Caitlyn. They're obviously don't care about the the lethality meta and the AD carries. They didn't care about the Jhin. Picked up the Malz in the first rotation, so the Jhin got banned by Direwolves, obviously, so they had to go with a non-lethality AD carry, the Caitlyn. But the Malzahar, the Kha'Zix, the Ryze, skirmishing is fine.
And when I look at that sort of composition, I feel it should be a 1-3-1, and I feel like they did a lot of ARAM there in the end. There, it wasn't really them playing to what their team composition should have been there. So if they decided to split that up a little bit earlier, might have been a different case for Sin.
Yeah, and I think Direwolves had the lead in the early mid game, right? And I think Sin having the Ryze into the Orianna matchup, Orianna can't side lane. She can go into a side lane, clear a wave, but she's very immobile and she's just stuck there. Ryze can push the wave in and then ulti somewhere else, and they can stall out the game with the 1-3 on, but they didn't. They just ended up A-ramming, and then I guess it kind of worked for them a lot of the game, so it's enforcing bad habits in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
it's reinforcing bad habits.
But so it worked for them, but ideally I think they should have looked for the split.
Well, obviously Sin trying to bounce back after their loss to Tainted Minds last week. They might have picked up a few things from Tainted Minds' playstyle, because there was a brush camp early on in the game where they Juves just took out King.
Oh, absolutely. I remember when they did that specifically, and what was really big about that initial play was that they were able to stop the Baron afterwards. I mean, as you can see here, they're just chilling out, and this is because Direwolves are going to make a move towards the Baron, and by taking him out, by taking out that percentage damage and then getting out, means they could then get stop the Baron from happening.
It's such a Juves play, because he's just sneaking and then running away. It's just so cheeky.
It's not even Juves didn't even do anything. He sat in the bush with Flares, and Flares goes in, and then he flashes back over the wall as the Maokai.
It's just your typical Maokai. I'm just going to kill the ADC now and just walk out of here.
Yeah, but it meant that they couldn't take Baron after that. Well, let's take a look at this Baron fight. Speaking of Baron. No, sorry, the team fight in the river. Because, Mendrix, you were telling me this is another moment where just things are going wrong.
We're watching Chippies here.
We were mainly looking at Chippies here, and if you can see the moment he misses that, Sin just go full ham. They're like, guys, this is our time to go. The ultimates pop out, Flares is flashing in, and it's purely because Equalizer is such a strong ultimate, it can change the face of team fights. And when you miss something that big in an important area, especially in that choke, or trying to get in between that choke, it basically means that other team has won the team fight.
Yeah, and Direwolves invested a lot of jungle pressure topside for Chippies. Chippies had like 100 CS lead for the majority of the game, to be honest. So they'd invested a lot of resources into him, and then he just... There's no other way to put it. He just messed up like real bad that fight. He just like completely whiffs the ulti, and then they get crushed.
In that moment there where he whiffs that ulti, is it fat fingers or is he thinking? Is he thinking like 300 steps ahead and he's thinking, well, maybe someone's gonna flash?
No,
north of this fight.
That is 100%.
Right?
He just screwed it
messed
up. Like
right?
he just like ulted his own team.
I don't think anyone's going to be flashing into an enemy team. Like as in all 5 of them are going to be doing that.
The level of acrobatic chess you're playing. All right.
There is no way to justify that ultimate. Like
Okay,
it was
let's sort of
absolutely
try.
100% just a mistake.
All right. Well, let's take a look at this double kill then, Mendrix. I want you to tell me about why this is important.
No, absolutely. So, I mean, the big thing about this here is I love the play from Sin, but this equalizer ends up being Chippy doing everything properly, and it ends up being in conjunction with the ultimate from King there, and that really lines up and changes this fight. I mean, just killing Juves out means they could not isolate a specific person and get the kill off the back of that. And then just going absolutely hand. This is the mistake by Sin that allows Direwolves to win.
And that was just a game-losing play. Like, sending the Maokai with the Ryze ulti behind the team is good. Like, Maokai getting in the backline and disrupting people and locking people down is how they win a team fight. But going on Sybil, who is, like, as you saw, to, like, the right of the screen, if he went on King, who is, like, closer to his team, then they could have possibly, like, locked down King, got a pick on King, and then won that fight. But eventually... yeah, the Maokai just went down first because he kept going forward away from his team.
All right, well, there we have it. Direwolves up 1-0 over Sin right now. But stick around because we'll be back with Game 2 right after this.
But people are going to die. Rogue's going to flash away. Boilings are coming out. Chippy's going forward. It's flames everywhere. Burning down the jungle. Tongue Lash is coming out as well. But it's the shotgun pellets to pick up first blood. Getting locked down in the bottom lane, taking a lot of damage. Sybil pops the ultimate, but casually sidestepped by Big Old Tree.
Flares and Juve sitting in a brush again, looking for King.
Oh, they find it. King's going to take a lot of damage. Flare smacks him with his big arm branches.
Oh, maybe caught.
Yeah, here goes Juice, gets the isolation damage. Destiny is forced to eat him up. The rest of Cinder locked down by the ultimate coming out from the Baron. Chippies, where is that equalizer going? That might just be the team fight for Sin, as now Direwolves has split up the Wolfpack, trying to run away.
Heck is that?
Whoa! Ghost Wizard! Ghost Wizard! Yes, he did something with the Ghost, and now here comes the time catch. We can see if they can stop him. Wizard's going back on the ultimate.
Yeah.
Goodbye, buddy. Chain Thrust is going to come out from Baron. Juice jumping in. He's going to take a lot of damage. He gets shut down before flashing out. Destiny's going to be the next target. Flash forward for Rogue. Locks down Schönfire. And Flares is now chasing on the last two members of the Direwolf. Oh, let's go. They're sending Flares into the back lines. Teleport Buddy is the big tree trying to lock them all down. There's the Carriage of Colossus keeping him alive. But Equalizer solos out Juice to kick the fight off. FBI in trouble. Lots of traps being placed down. But Sybil jumps on forward and throws a giant shotgun pellet to the face. That's 3 members of Sin dead. This might actually be game for the Direwolf. And Hugh's going to get taken down here. No, the Redemption heals him up. That's everyone from Sin dead. And Direwolves, off in the back of one mistake, team fight from Sin, are going to be able to take the win here.
Welcome back to the OPL, and as you see there, mid laner, injured mid laner for Direwolves. Fantix seems to be stepping back into his role, despite the arm cast. He's overcoming his war bruises that he picked up on a basketball court. There we have it. Welcome back to the OPL. My name is Michael Hingersing, and I'm joined here at the desk by Ejim and Mendrix. And guys, looking at that lineup there, we're seeing Fantix moving in. Do you feel like, and so Sybil's going to get benched, Schoenfire's going to play jungle. I want to ask you, Sybil missed a few ultis in that game, but how do you feel he played overall? It's a rough game.
I mean, he was solid in terms he was going around, he was getting the clear, he was there for his team when he needed to be, helped out with the objective play. But, I mean, one point that he picked up the first blood. I expected him to have a much more quicker clear, and then it was a bit questionable in him getting a double jungle item instead of going for more damage early. So I was a bit concerned about that choice of pick, but, in the end, he had a solid game overall.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it solid. He had like a rough, he had a good scoreline, but he had a rough game. He missed the ultimate in top lane, the one in bot lane, and then there was another one somewhere on the map, I forget. But he also, in the fight that we had a replay of, where Chippy's just completely whiffed the Rumble ulti, and that kind of took the spotlight, right? Like the whole reason that happened was because Sybil was split from his team down below the dragon and got Maokai engaged on. And it was like, he was split, obviously, I don't know, maybe a bit tilted and missing a few ults or something. Like he got caught, and that was like a result of a bad team fight. So, he's getting subbed out. Schoenfire's jumping in the jungle, and Fantix back in mid.
Yeah, we don't know that that's the reason they're subbing him out, though, because both Sybil and Juve said that, look, it's likely that Fantix is going to play again today, despite the injury. Now, it's on his keyboard arm, which means I think the struggle was going to be whether or not he can level up.
Change his keybinds.
Yeah, exactly. Just keybinds. Everything's controls now tilde. That's all you got to do.
Yes, dude.
Hard mode engage.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's look forward to this game too, because we want to talk about about Jhin, because Jhin has been picked a lot this split, especially since 7.3 Mendrix. Just a lot of damage.
He's been picked heaps overall, but as you can see, 7.3 really seems to be the new favorite coming through. Virus also has been picked up a lot, and it just seems to be he's either the response or people are more than happy to go for Jhin first. And I mean, he's been performing amazingly. 7.6 for the 7.66 for the KDA specifically, and a very high pick and ban rate.
But we saw Jhin not be priority picked as well though last game.
Yeah.
So that's weird, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's weird. It's weird in the meta. Like TLDR and Jhin and Varus is that Jhin is they're both built lethality, both very strong, but then Jhin has a better engage tool. He has the curtain call or the carpet call, as we like to call it, and he just opens up and then starts flinging bullets everywhere, right? And so he is a big engage tool AD carry. Sin prefer the Caitlyn. I think FBI is a big Caitlyn player. You see him a lot in solo queue. I imagine they've been scrimming with it. So it's a bit weird, in terms of the meta that they just picked the Malzahar in the third pick just before the bans, and then Direwolves just immediately answered with the Ashen Jhin ban because they were like, okay, you're gonna have to play a bad AD carry. We have the Jhin. I mean, we have the Varus. We have the lethality spike, and then you're gonna have to play a traditional AD carry.
Caitlyn,
but I think ultimately, Sin are fine with it. I think it was probably an intentional move, and they like the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
And the big trade-offs when you do go for the Jhin versus the Varus. Varus has more utility in terms of what he brings. You do have a decent chunk with Jhin when he decides to go for his ultimate, and that's a nice engage. But in terms of his scaling, his passive really does shine, and it makes him a bit stronger in terms of raw damage the later the game goes on.
Well, okay, we're having some technical difficulties in the actual studio right now. So this is the thing we did last year, and I want to ask you, Mendrix, if you're Sin, you're down 1-0 right now, right?
Yep.
Imagine yourself as Benzel, right? You're the coach of Sin. What's your team talk going to be? What are you telling these guys?
So we were looking at your team composition. You had a 1-3-1 in terms of the champions you picked, and you were A-ramming quite a fair bit. Now, I understand this is stylistic choice that you guys like to play, but when we've got the composition for it specifically,
it's not good.
Yeah, you got to go for 1-3-1 when we're doing a 1-3-1.
So you're saying when you pick it, play it?
Yes.
Yeah. Ejim, I mean, well,
I'm just nodding in agreement. They can't see me, but I'm just nodding in agreement. So, if you can't, if that's what you're gonna pick, then you should play that style.
But like you said, they came pretty close last game. You know?
Yeah.
And even though they picked a thing, then played the different thing, but the different thing seemed to be working for 40 minutes.
The problem with that game is it's Direwolves won, right? But if you looked at the cams after the game, that's a game that Direwolves aren't happy they won.
Absolutely.
And then Sin really aren't happy that they lost from that position. So I don't know. I guess it's just like kind of reset your mental and then yeah, go back into like just reset and plan out your next game.
Yeah, well, if you're Direwolves, then how do you stop Sin from resetting? I mean, obviously you can't bust into their team and you know, threaten them or anything. But what I mean is like what in your playstyle needs to remain the same and what needs to change, given that Sin are probably going to be really keen to win this game.
I think they just need to like clean up their execution in terms of how they were playing their game beforehand. I mean, if you look at it, they were doing really well in the early game. It was because they didn't scale as hard in comparison to Sin. But they really were around the map. They had control. I think at one point that might have actually discouraged Sin from going for the 1-3-1 you did have Rise running to the top lane every single time. And it just seemed that Sin had Direwolves had an extra man the entire time. And Sin were getting killed because of it. And you sort of sit back and go, okay, you know what, Direwolves, at this point in time, you just need to keep up that play. But the moment that grouping started happening, and that was what they wanted to do, you should be winning those team fights, not losing them. It's all about the execution at that point.
Yeah, Direwolves are really cheeky like that. There was a point in that game, there was like quite a long portion, I think, like after 20 minutes, when there was kind of no map reset. Like none of the teams were like actually resetting, and so there was like a kill on the top lane and Direwolves would punish bot lane, and then like as the Direwolves were walking out of base, Sin would look for like a cheeky pick in the top tribush or something. So like things were just happening all over the place, and the camera was like struggling to catch all the fights because it's just going nuts. And so it's like Sin, I think, had like an inkling of like they wanted to set up the 1-3-1 and they were like trying to do it, but they were just doing it at poor times because people were dead and then like people were basing, doing buffs and that sort of thing.
All right, well, Sin are down 0-1 against Direwolves. Let's see if they can claw it back and tie up the series. Let's get into game 2 with our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. We're about to get into the second match between the Sin and Direwolves, but it is a best-of-3 series, and it's not over yet because Direwolves have been dropping games 2 and 3 recently.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, they have a history of being able to pick up the first one as we get a good look at Fantic's arm still in a sling.
I think this is our fault, Spawn.
I don't know if it is. I mean, I think it's Chippy's fault, according to rumors.
But we dunked the Chiefs in basketball, so every OPL team is now going up and like, all right, we're going to practice, we're going to beat the OPL squad, and you know, I feel like it's just a little bit of our fault there for that.
Yeah, I don't. Best of luck to them if they want to try and play us. So I want to talk about last game because I feel like I strongly disagree with sending Maokai into the back line. When you're playing a front-to-back comp, when you have a tank and then you have damage threats, if you don't play front-to-back in the team fight, then you just lose the team fight. And what they did is they sent Maokai behind the team, and then everyone else kind of just took out the carries, and then Maokai was by himself. So I really do believe that, you know, if they just had a ghosted forward or flashed forward and looked for the engage, they would have been much more successful because then you allow Caitlyn to just free hit everyone else. There's no tanks, you're not able to fight. But that was last game. This is this game. Let's take us through the bans.
Yep, Rogue. Yep, still got the guns going. Got unlimited ammo, this guy. But we have gone through the first few bans during this second pick and ban phase. LeBlanc, Ivan, Jace taking off the Rift. We're going to have Camille, Varus, and okay, Destiny. And Zyra, big banned out as well. Destiny putting on his best Kuda impersonation there.
So Jace, the strong ban, being taken away by the Direwolves. Of course, Camille also banned away by Sin. LeBlanc taken off the table on blue side. This is a couple of times that Direwolves have actually done this. Don't want to play with or against that champion.
Does leave Rengar open. Instantly locked in for the Direwolves. Shenfai will pick that one up. His second game here today. First one as a jungler today. Actually had a pretty decent performance on the Orianna. Didn't have any complaints.
I mean, if the thing that we're saying that Sybil didn't do well is hit ultimate, Chippy sent one into the forest and literally burnt down like private property. Shenfire had one where he only hit FBI when King had already nailed 3 members with a Varus ultimate. I feel like we can't throw shade on the fact that, you know, Sybil couldn't hit an ultimate when it looked like the whole top side of the map was confused as to what their R buttons did.
Not throwing shade at Sybil. It's been for this guy stepping in as a mid laner.
Yeah,
it was all right.
No, his ultimates were pretty poor, to be honest. I mean, if we compare him to other mid laners,
of course,
definitely was not up to scratch. He had a fine game as a substitute. They were able to pick up the win, but it was much sloppier than the Direwolves would have liked. And I feel like the Direwolves and Chiefs are going to have an easier time against Sin than the other top teams because they are actually known for playing controlled, rigid styles of League of Legends, which they shouldn't get sucked into what Sin want to do.
As King is asleep again. Very common side in the OPL, but we've gone through the first few picks in Champion Select here. Rengar, Rise, as well as Time Catch taken away by the Direwolves. Sin, they've gone for Malzahar, as well as Jin. And Kha'Zix is their final pick here.
So more of a standard AD carry this time around. You expect them to get rid of the Varus as well in the second ban phase. Actually, Misfortune being taken away, so maybe double AD carry ban will be thrown down there. However, that will leave something like a Fiora open or that cannon.
Still waiting to see what Direwolves are going to be banning out. See Shonefire very relaxed heading into this match with Chippy sitting just behind him. Just beside him, I should say. Kennen is their first ban in the second ban rotation, really taking their time with these ones.
So Direwolves ban away the cannon.
Ash taken away by Sin.
And they want the Varus?
Varus is banned.
Is it? Oh, yeah, second ban. Good work. Could have pulled me up the first time I said it. Thought we were a team.
We are.
Nah, that's all right.
Got you back.
I know now. Game's on. Here we go.
What? Still want to see what the final ban from Direwolves is going to be. Corki hits the bench. Don't want Wizard to pick up that champion.
I feel if you're only going to half wear the sling, you just take the sling off. Now it's just being used like kind of a WWE prop. It's there for dramatic effect. He's got pretty much a table underneath his arm, so it's nice and propped up already.
Well, the steel chair's coming up next, Spawn.
Sledgehammer.
Hiding somewhere. Yeah, get the other arm! It's a surefire way to put an end to this. Karma, the first pick coming out from Sin. So Rogue should be picking up that as their support. Still waiting for Wizards' final pick unless they flex the Malzahar and the Karma
What?
again.
Wizards' final pick? I think that Wizards either play Belzahar or Karma.
That's true.
I think it'll actually be the Karma at this stage. I don't think that with the changes to the Voidlings, you would be very good in the mid lane, potentially.
I mean, the entire philosophy behind that change was to not hit Malzahar mid as much as they would hit the support.
But it really ruins the combo of getting the EWW into the R for the free kill. Sever's being picked up. That's interesting.
Yep.
Synergizes really well with Ryze as well as Rengar.
They get Shen on top of it as well.
So that's a 1-3-1 comp being picked up by the Direwolves.
And the final pick from Sin is going to be Flair's Maokai. Now it's just a matter of where is the Karma and Malzahar going? We've seen it flexed a lot for the Sin team. And actually, I'm not going to talk about it. Just wait till they've locked it in. But Direwolves, everything's set in stone. Ryze going to be coming out for Shonefire here. Lots of clicking. This Ryze champion.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, if he's having trouble with the keyboard hand, as we suspect, might definitely struggle with that.
Mel's mid.
Yeah, Mel's mid, past 30 seconds. Just trying to think about how these teams will match up. We've already said that Shen needs to early itemize towards wave clear to really deal with Maokai. A little bit of damage taken off both Rengar as well as Kha'Zix means that don't really know how they go when they bump into each other. But should be a very strong winning bottom lane for Sin Gaming as they pick up the Jin and the Karma, much more standard than the Sivir as well as the Tahm Kench. But across the board, I mean, we feel like we have a 1-3-1 comp versus a pretty heavy team fighting comp, potentially, but we don't know how these teams are going to play. Let's get realistic.
No, we could be stuck in mid lane again and use Caitlyn traps to define the boundaries of what is meant to be Howling.
No Caitlyn in the game. That's not happening. Jin traps instead.
Jin traps. That could work.
Could work.
But they're invisible this time around.
Oh, we can
Voidlings,
see
you know,
them,
just put the Voidlings on the side.
Nah,
and
they
kind
move.
of
You're out of control. Yeah.
Saplings. Okay, yeah, but going back to a more serious note, it's very scrappy almost coming out from Sin.
Oh, yeah, they play a very strange playstyle. They like to play up-tempo, and they put themselves in a stall that game, and then they also like to play like heavy engage generally, and they didn't have all that much apart from the Maokai. So you could see that where they were struggling, they weren't really comfortable going towards a 1-3-1, and Direwolves are very much more experienced at that.
They certainly are, and they've gone with a team comp that we're used to from the Direwolves. Historically, well known for a 1-3-1 team. At the start of the OPL, they were playing a lot more team fight based. And you know, their team comp still allows them to do just that. And as our Juves dances in front of multiple Direwolves members, let's give it over to Hingers, who's with our Direwolves coach Sharp.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm here with Sharp, and the big story of Direwolves today is their player rotations. Obviously, Fantix coming in this game. Last week, you said that one of the big things was being able to watch jungle pathing when you were in the room watching the first game. What are you doing with Fantix during that first game?
Well, we didn't really want to play Fantix due to his injury, but since the game was so close, we didn't really want to take any risks. And Fantix decided to make the heroic call and sub himself back in. So
absolutely, what a heroic call. Now I also want to talk to you about the Sivir pick. Now Blinky's been talking it up. A lot of people saying that it's really strong in 7.3. Why is Sivir coming back into meta?
Well, Sivir naturally has a lot of hard engage with the ultimate and works really well with Rengar and Shen. It gives you a lot of proactive plays to make, especially in the bot lane. It also scales well into the late game, and it gives you that ability to engage. And on Jhin, it's such an immobile carry. It does well against that.
All right, well, let's see if Sivir can take out that Jhin. And how much late game scaling we can see.
Yeah.
Thanks for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
There you have it from Sharp, valuing the team fight potential that Sivir gives them to try and engage onto Sin.
Funnily enough, I agree with everything Sharp said. However, I also think that the late game scaling may take a while to come online because he's gone boots, he's gone 4 potions.
What?
And he has yet to pick up a CS, and I do not expect the laning phase to get any easier because Tamken generally loses to Karma anyway, and Jhin has much greater range than Sivir.
All right, going to put you on the spot here, Spawn. You play AD carry. Why has he got boots?
Honestly, probably just to be able to weave in and out because of the short range, to be able to pick up CS and the extra sustain that he's going to grab off the back end of it. I feel like pushing in hard at this stage is not the best call, although the added AD is definitely, the missing AD is definitely hurting King at the moment.
Yeah, it's...
Because he's not able to pick up all that much underneath turret, but I feel like they could just freeze and force him off a lot of CS.
I mean, there was a time in competitive play where everybody on the map was picking up boots first item, but...
That was a long time ago.
Very long time ago.
That was like a real, you're just showing your age.
But then boots were changed, and movement speed was increased on all champions to stop that. It's very confusing.
I mean, boots used to be picked up everywhere. That's, yeah. I mean, we're talking about like season 1, early season 2.
Very long ago. And, but he has lots of items to choose from. You can even go Cole if you really want to. Longsword for the extra 3 potions, but it's gone for the boots, so have to see how that affects him. For now, he's 10 CS behind FBI. You can kind of expect...
Juves is looking for Shenfire right now, not able to spot him, and does walk over a ward. Will fall down slightly in experience. As he wastes a lot of time.
Maokai also hits the Scrying Orb plant, so he will be able to spot out top side of the jungle. For now, though, Rogan FBI just continuing to push out this bottom lane, making sure that they keep King underneath his turret. As you mentioned, Spawn, lack of AD making it hard for King to clear these waves. 15 CS down already, and Shenfire is actually making his way into Juve's jungle.
Yeah, certainly is. Juve just picks up a camp for himself, however. Shen's done a full clear, and he's sitting on 23 CS. You can see that Juves has not. Looking to actually sweep out his jungle and miss the ward. You just hate to see it.
Instead, he will be able to take the control orb ward that was placed down. He'll be wizard out there as Fantix gets his 32 CS clear. He's already got a tier, so he's going back to base for the second time.
I mean, and whilst we're talking about how punished this bottom lane is getting right now, Fantix has done a number on Wizard as well. 2 free shops. Able to push in incredibly hard and 8 CS up.
Yeah, it seems like although he can only throw jabs, he's still keeping Wizard at bay. Good job with that.
You love the sports metaphors at the moment.
King's still taking a lot of damage here, but Shenfire's right behind. Destiny's looking to try and engage onto FBI, but good shield from Rogue gets him back to safety.
I mean, I feel like you still don't want to fight that one, even if you are King. He's out of potions at the moment, has been harassed well and truly down. And if you take a look at the gold, I mean, he's not in any position to be able to pick up anything. So it's not like the boots has bought him a free shop either. Instead, Shen going to look towards Wizard.
Ghost is coming out. Slow down coming out from Shenfire as well. Silence not going to connect, but Wizard just turns around and says,
Teleport.
Let's go! Teleport's coming in. Shenfire does get locked down. Wizard's not level 6, so he can't suppress the Rengar. Is still taking a lot of damage.
Potentially Juves over the wall.
Fantix looking for the fight. Juves will get the first blood over the wall, but Fantix goes 2-on-1 to pick up the kill. Now looking at Flares. Ultimate coming out of Rise. Will Flares be able to get away? Fantix still going to be able to lock him down, but he says, let's go. Locks him in the mini wave, and is going to be able to slap him down. Finally, teleport coming out from Chippies, but he just watches the rest of the Wolfpack gets torn apart.
Yes, so late towards that teleport from Chippies. Flares was down there as soon as it started, and they pick up first blood with 3 assists as well as an additional kill. Great proactive play. I mean, the good news is that for Direwolves is that Fantix is well and truly ahead in his lane. Bad news is that everywhere else is slowly losing out.
I mean, did Chippy's teleport at level 6 when he could have...
No, he didn't have level 6.
Okay.
No, not at all. Strongly disagree. Incorrect.
When we take a look at the fight again, Wizard gets slowed down, stunned up, and then it says, all right,
That was actually big. The fact that he missed that silence meant that Fantix got an extra 2 spells out. So you can see here they put in a lot of damage. Fantix actually flashes, and that gives the go button for Juves to just hop over the wall, pick it up. Off the back end of that, Fantix does the right thing, gets the turnaround kill, and I think this is an overextension. I think at this stage you just admit that it's a 1-for-1, that you've actually burnt the teleport, and that you're fine. Instead he calls in the teleport, and it's all for nothing.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, still the same as always. FBI and Rogue just continue pushing in Destiny and King. That's a 30 CS advantage at the moment.
Certainly is, as I just bit into a Vietnamese roll with paper all around it, so give me 1 second.
Good job there, Swan. Wizard's going to return to his lane and continue pushing out against Fantix. See, Fantix got the components for his Catalyst, so trying to stack that up as early as possible and get that Rod of Ages going. Wizard's still in the double rings with the Amp Tone. We'll have to see what he builds into first on his Malzahar. A lot of times see him going towards the Morello Nomicon, nice and early for the mana. Fantix will take blue buff early, so he'll try to get his Rise scaling as soon as possible.
And this is really the test, because if they're able to win one more time with this Malzahar flex pick, and prove how much damage does come out of the mid Malzahar, we'll hold them in good stead. Probably won't have to throw it towards Rogue all that much more often.
Bottom side of the map, King's still taking a lot of harass. He's forced to buy even more potions earlier. Does have Warlord's Bloodlust, so will slowly regenerate down here. But was only able to go back to base and pick up a BF sword for himself.
Yeah, but this is what you kind of want to do. You want to make Jin play against creeps. So what we mean by that is when you step into the wave, you want to be able to clear it out as fast as possible. And then Jin, who has less auto attacks than obviously the Civic can have, is not going to be able to clear at the same pace, and therefore will have no choice but to not fight and slowly fall behind as they actually go in. Oh, you hate to see it.
Flash on flash there. Wizard even prepped the Voidling. Single Voidling.
Fantix definitely knew what was coming. I feel like that was a reflex test. You've got a broken arm, sir. Let me see how much it's impeding your ability to play. Destiny now caught out a little bit.
Oh, Destiny's
Or is he?
Eat up Juves and deliver him to Fantix, who is able to take him down nice and easy. Schönfire actually jumps in for the kill secure.
Yeah, it certainly does, and they time it in such a way that King was back in base, actually getting a refillable potion. So even though they lose some damage on the turret, they're now looking for the play down there. They can come in with Tahm Kench, as well as a Sivir ulti potentially.
Try and back
Tahm Kench doesn't have ulti. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Rengar doesn't have ulti either because he used it for the kill. So that was an ambitious play at the best of time.
But it seems like Schönfire is going to pick up blue buff here and donate a fresh one.
Doesn't have flash, however.
Rogue looking to try and lock him down. Double lock down into the curtain call, or the carbon call, as I should say for now. Fantix says, see you, mate. I'm out of here. Get back to safety. So blue buff steal from the Direwolves. Fantix has had a double refresh blue buff now.
And that's important because at the same time, bottom lane was the lane that was well and truly in control. They use Exhaust as well as a curtain call to try and pick up a kill on Schönfire, who didn't have flash available, and it was all for naught. So relieves some pressure from bottom lane, controls the bottom side of the map. And Juves is potentially caught again.
King and Destiny not able to follow up after the leap from Juves. But that means Sydney going to be able to take down this bottom lane turret. First turret taken down by FBI once he reloads. And all the gold going over to him as well. 30 CS up. A full turret as well.
And I feel like this is a drafting error, not through the Sivir. So I don't mind the Sivir. I just don't think Sivir and Tahm Kench has any winning factors in a laning phase together. Which means that, you know, if you've got two parts of the lane that lose, you're not going to really be able to benefit from it. What you used to do is put a weak laner with something like a Zyra or a Brand that can bully around by itself. And then therefore you can control the lane that way. Or put it with strong wave clear. So what you do is you put something like Karma on your side of the lane. And then you just don't ever have to worry about fighting and being bullied out because 2 ricochets and a boomerang blade is enough to clean that wave out. So couple of ways that you can win a lane as a Sivir player, and not having any wave clear and not having any ability to fight definitely didn't help out, and it led to a 25 CS discrepancy, as well as first turret going over. See whether now Sin use that to swap around the map or whether they can intend to just continue to farm up.
Moving to the top side of the map, it's Flares and Chippies are just battling it out against one another. Chippies has gone for a Spectre's Cow. Looking to complete his Tiamat next, it seems. They're just going fairly even. Nothing much happening up there. Shenfire tries to run away from the Maokai sapling. Not going to happen as he just slowly strikes his way across the map. You can always see FBI moving towards the mid lane. They've taken down the bottom lane turret, so have some free time until their wave crashes back towards their side of the map.
Potentially a teleport play on the book, but Rogue is in big trouble.
Here comes Shenfire. There's an ultimate coming out from Shen as well. Can't get over the wall, but does lock him down. The rest of Sin now looking to see if they can follow up with a fight of their own. Ghost is coming out from the Malzahar. Chippies takes a little bit of fruit and gets back to safety. Now Flares is in the bottom lane. Destiny going to take a lot of damage. Pops the shield, tries to flash. Healed up by King as well, but gets taken down. Now King tries to put on his blue suede shoes, but he can't avoid the damage of Juves as a double kill will come out for the jungler.
So a 2-for-1 trade there. Direwolf's able to pick up Wizard, who didn't even get his ultimate off, collapsed on by 3 members. However, deep teleport out of Flares means that he was able to burn the ultimate out of King before the fight even started, the flash out of King before the fight started, and now cleans them out of mid lane as well. So potentially might be able to secure another objective after that dragon in the form of the mid lane turret.
Ocean Dragon is going to fall. Sin pick that one up for themselves. Continue pushing for the mid lane.
Yeah, without Flares there, absolutely no way they can look to dive, so they will just back away. A couple of pop shots on there. So really the only thing they get out of that was the drag. Again, as we take another look at this, so they actually get a really nice deep flank out of Flares. He's already burnt the flash at this stage. He gets onto Destiny. They isolate the support, meaning no one else can get saved. Although back in live, Flares in trouble.
A Ninja and a Cat up in the top lane against the Maokai. Still pinging on towards him, but Flares has kept this minion wave off the turret, making it difficult to dive. Does have friends streaming in from the inner turret to make sure he doesn't get taken down here.
And with Dragon falling, this is definitely the right call. Chippies doesn't have wave clear to be able to deal with this. Flares can actually get into the bottom lane and maybe even go toe-to-toe against King because of how far behind he's been set. And, you know, as the Karma, as the Jhin, you can bully out the Shen at this stage unless something like a Fantix ultimate comes up into the top lane and really turns that around.
Fantix clears out the mid lane. He's going to go back to base. King, with the map rotations coming out from Sin, has been able to catch up slightly in CS, now about 20 behind FBI. As he's a double longsword looking for the Essence Reaver first. Flares will be sent down here to deal with him, but King's more than happy to slowly clear out this wave. And he will continue pushing. Destiny going to help him out, stay on the bottom side. Top side of the map, we already have Sin rotating multiple members up. To get the exact same thing going, and if they're not careful...
Teleport coming in. Flares actually might be in some big trouble here.
Oh, quite a lot of trouble. Destiny's going to tank up the turret. He just stays right behind the Maokai. Does not want to get locked down. Turret pushes a Shenfire. Gets eaten up by Destiny. They're taking a long time to kill Flares. Chippy has to be a little bit careful. Fantix will be able to get that kill.
But all for what? I mean, in the mid lane, they're pushing. They've already taken down the top lane turret. They haven't even taken the bottom lane turret yet. It's just to kill. A huge commitment for what looks like 2 turrets for the price of 1, and potentially a 3rd in the mid lane.
Let's see if Wizard can take that down. Now Fantix collapsing slowly in towards mid lane, so he's got to be a little bit careful, but he's actually saying, all right, you want to fight? Let's go. Fantix doesn't like that idea.
Yeah, Fantix had so many people collapsing on the top side of the map. That is definitely the right call to back away. They are now here, so maybe a potential fight could break out over this tier 1 mid. It looks like Sin want to commit for it.
3 turrets for a kill and a turret picked up here by Sin. Really good trade on their behalf.
Yeah, and you know, we say that Sin, an ARAM team, they just like to fight, very, very reckless in how they pick engagement. But that does prove that when Direwolves make a mistake and overcommit for the Maokai, that they're able to punish. Pretty straightforward punish, but still getting away with only 1 death on a turret versus 3. Definitely a thumbs up.
Chippies is going to continue to push out the top lane, has his standing under backup and available. Let's see how moves down towards the middle of the park. King now making his way towards the mid lane. He is still behind in CS against FBI, who's picked up Here's Yomu's Ghostblade looking for Edge of Night as his next item. King's still sitting on the Essence Reaver, so has a little bit of extra cooldown reduction, but that won't be fully online until he gets his Phantom Dancer or any other Zeal item completed.
However, you have to give credit to him because he has been able to catch up pretty much in CS. He's only 9 behind. I mean, that's as equal as the top lane is right now, and you wouldn't say that Flares is having a bad match against Chippies. So has been able to battle his way back in.
Ooh, Flares. Gonna go onto Destiny underneath the turret. This is a dive from Sin, trying to lock down the tanky Tahm Kench. They will get the kill, but here comes Schönfire looking to jump in. Juves is low. A couple of members from Sin at half health as well. Fantix even looking to try and ghost in on top of this one, but Sin now sieging mid lane inner.
That is a brave call. I mean, Tahm Kench is a tanky man to take out at the best of times. With the Shen ultimate coming in at the same time, there was definitely a punish there to be had. However, Sin do get away with only burning the flash out of Juves on the retreat. So whether now with the disadvantage in numbers, if they can take anything, although Destiny already respawned because he's only level 7 and running back towards that mid lane.
Seems like Sin are very content with just the pick onto Direwolf support. We saw this mentioned by Ejim on the desk earlier, FBI on this Jhin. Actually, probably his most played champion at the moment in the OPL. And how it gives you a little bit more initiation than Varus does, thanks to the Curtain Core. You saw that right there underneath the turret, FBI able to initiate. For now, though, we have FBI and Rogue up on the top side of the map, being collapsed on. 4 members of Direwolves are close by.
Flares needs to teleport right now.
Let's see if Chippies goes for the engage. There's a teleport. Takes quite a few turret hits here, and Direwolves have to back off.
Yeah, no Curtain Call available. They actually do complete the teleport, so not going to save the cooldown. Instead, he just walks away. See whether they pick up something like a Rift Herald at 18 minutes to make that worthwhile, or whether they're just happy to bully them off the turret and continue to try and build this gold lead.
Wizards is going to continue pushing the mid lane here. Schönfire actually getting jumped on by Flares.
He's in trouble at this stage of the game. Flares' base damages are very high.
Ooh, forces in the flash away. Flares actually follows through. He's looking for it and slams the ground to take down Schönfire. A solo kill from Sin's top laner.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the game, only 18 minutes, you expect there to be a tier 2 turret there, but there wasn't, so a big victory. Juves, however,
gets locked down underneath the turret. Fantix is going to allow King to pick up that kill. Bit of breathing room for Direwolves.
I feel like Juves, his play style is starting to become like his attitude. He's a very enthusiastic guy, wants to get in there, wants to be able to mix it up. And I feel like he's getting a little bit overwhelmed with the fact that, you know, his team's doing well. Doesn't mean you have to dive turrets, especially against a 200 CS Rise. He's more than happy to just turn around and bop you when you don't have any MR. And now they're coming in for the big fight.
Oh, here they come. Fantix has got a Shen ultimate on top of him, but he's going to get locked down and take it down right away. Shen still gets into the fight, taunts up Wizard. He's going to get healed and tries to kite around. Curtain Call from FBI just trying to lock down remaining members of the Direwolves. Destiny falls in the back lines there. Schönfire jumps in. Double kill for FBI. Chippies is going to taunt Flash on top of the AD carry, but no one else close by to get the kill. King will flash forward and force a flash out of FBI.
Yeah, that was a strange flash from King, not burning it when the CC had actually come through and waiting till afterwards. Thought maybe he could get the kill without it. Instead, flashes and just trades flashes with FBI. Overall, a good fight for Sin again because they're able to pick up a mid lane turret. However, Direwolves are showing that they're on the cusp. I mean, that was about 0.5 seconds away from like actually saving Fantix's life and being able to get a turnaround. If that's a evolved Seraphs into an Archangel, definitely the shield there would have saved him. And they're willing to take these risky plays. This is Fantix's perspective of the fight. Actually goes in with the ulti, starts channeling the Shen. And you can see that it's so close. Destiny actually gobbled Shen. That was what went wrong.
Oh no!
Yeah, just saw that as well.
I was wondering where he went.
Yep. So was I. I thought he didn't make it.
He had an acquired taste for ninjas.
You see that it's actually right now that King flashes forward. If it was during the CC, I think that FBI would have died. Instead, outside of that Shadow Dash, not able to get it going. That's going to be 5 turrets to only 1. But you feel that this game's on a knife edge right now. If Direwolves win one team fight, they've got enough wave clear that they're going to be able to push through and take so many turrets. And then the gold swings back incredibly hard. But at this stage, Sin definitely still the stronger lineup. Maybe by, you know, less than they actually think. But should be able to use that to get themselves some advantages. Although Baron being started up, potentially. Nope, not started up. There's a ward in the back of the pit. Ignore me. When 4 people stand on top of Baron, you generally think it's being started.
is why us play-by-play commentators never look at that mini-map. It's misleading.
It's misleading.
As Chippy's in a bit of trouble. Juice trying to wrap around on towards the tank. Pulls out the dodge field, but Flares is still slapping him. Stand United. Not going to matter.
Just not going to matter. And now it's actually going to be the Barrier that started up.
Direwolves looking for this one. The
It's
Eagles
Envision.
are
They're not
crying.
doing this quick enough.
They're looking to try and take this one down as fast as possible. Sin are slowly collapsing. 2,000 health. Exhaust on the King. He's going to take quite a bit of damage. The Carbon Call's coming out. They do get the Baron, but how many can live? Definitely not Schönfire. Fantix is in trouble. Destiny's trying to book it out of there because he wants to keep the buff for his team, but Sin get 4 kills.
4 kills with a 40-second death timer on Fantix. That should be at least the base broken right now for Sin. They're against Baroned up creeps, but still FBI is going to be able to make short work of them. And that's a brave call from the Direwolves, but definitely not one that pays off.
Destiny does keep the Baron buff, but with the base broken, it's going to be quite a difficult task for the Direwolves. Chippy's just watches, everything burns. And Sin will get an empowered Karma shield to walk the heck out of there. Ocean Dragon is available. They can make their way towards that objective. They've already got one. Stacking another one could be nice.
Yeah, it's certainly nice against a 1-3-1 specifically, because what you're doing is you're kind of getting the regen between the bouncing waves. So if you are one of those guys that maybe not necessarily as suited towards the champions of Flares, you know, Wizard, you know, Shen should be able to beat out Maokai at this stage of the game, and definitely the Rise will beat out the Malzahar because of the 60 CS discrepancy between the two. It's going to make it easier.
Hello. That's Chippy's teleport too.
That's a huge force again from the Direwolves. You feel like they're getting a little bit desperate here.
He's talking about Flares. Flares going to take quite a bit of damage. Claps and gets a big old shield.
I feel like this is the second time we've seen what happens when you dive from Maokai. He's not all that intimidated by you.
On the hunt comes through from King. He says, let's go, let's run. Don't want to be here anymore. And speaking of King, he's got his Phantom Dancer picked up already. So 2 items. The Siva, I believe last year it used to be, what, 3 items for Siva and then you win the game, or was it more?
Yeah, generally 4 items. If there is a tank on the other team, you need a Last Whisper to be able to deal with Flares.
Uh-oh, Fantix gets jumped on by Judes and Rogue's just behind him. Or who's the one actually in trouble here? No, you stuck him here with me. Come on, let's go, Shen. Taunt flashes, misses everyone. Now he tries to fight Judes. He's going to get locked down, and teleports coming out from Flares as well. Chippy's is like, we can do this, team, and Dio will say we can't.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Chippy's huge miscommunication. They're down by a couple of thousand gold. All of a sudden, he flies into the back line. No one else wants to follow up because he hasn't gone the pure tank route. Not going to be able to tank up everything. So will fall down. You can see that Shern's actually on the other side of the map right now. He's taken away what looks to be Krugs.
That's FM, is that you?
And the rest of Sin are going to look to break another turret.
Waiting for the mini waves to collapse. Fantix has gone towards the top side of the map. He said, I can't do this anymore. First I get the Stand United and then Destiny doesn't eat me. Now I get the Stand United and Chippy splashes in. Can't do this. As the zoning curtain call comes out.
I think that they were actually looking for Flares to be able to get onto a member because they saw that Fantix was on the other side of the map. However, didn't want to burn a flash onto a Tahm Kench who's pretty tanky at this stage of the game.
King taking quite a bit of damage there. He's going to try and clear out this wave. See pickaxe being picked up by the Siva.
And you can see that all they have to really do is wait because Super Creeps are pushing in. Potentially could get something else happening at this stage, although maybe just better to back away, reset. Top minion wave definitely not doing them any favors right now.
Fantix tries to lock down Flares. The Maokai doesn't care. Take much damage at all. Collapse.
I mean, he does take some damage.
Now down to half health. So say that. King spell shields the captive audience. But Sin are very happy to continue the ARAM in the bottom lane.
And it's actually going to be the Rengar that goes towards the mid lane. Potentially could look for a flank through the jungle, I guess, with the ultimate, as well as Shen being able to join relatively quickly. Instead, they're just going to approach the turret. Here we go.
Ultimate coming out from the Rengar. Flares forced to flash away. There's a Stand United coming in as well. They're looking for the fight. Now they go in. Schönfire gets obliterated at the start of the fight. But so do multiple members of Sin. Rogue is going to fall first. King trying to get into the backlines. Flares jumps onto Fantix. That might be a huge mistake as he gets taken down next. Sidestep not going to come out from the Rise, and no curtain call available from FBI, or is there? He's firing off his shots. Chippy's going to try and tank these up, but how many can he take? Destiny eats him up and dies!
The true support there, Destiny. Fantix still has ultimate. They need to be careful. They need to book it right now because Fantix could potentially re-engage. They open the base again. It's an equal trade, all things considered. But this game's on a knife's edge. You see how quickly the damage threat of Sin deal with them with that suppression. But also the fact that right now, Fantix is uncontested in damage. He's 100 CS up nearly, and he is a huge rise.
Well, man, with a broken hand, he's playing out of his mind right now.
Well, he has a broken arm. Told you we had no friendship anymore. It's on.
We can check with the gold that's being brought up now. Fantix is quite far ahead of his counterpart Wizard. Top side of map about 600 in Flair's favor, very even in the jungle. And bottom lane still slightly in favor of FBI. But Direwolves, they're 5 turrets down here, and it's only a 2,000 gold lead that separates them from Sin. Inhibitors have respawn, so a bit of breathing room for the Direwolves as well. But now there's 2 lanes that Sin can attack.
And also an area that you can force a team fight around. So whilst you do have this gold lead, oh! Actually didn't use a Ghost Blade there, FBI. Probably could have caught up for another auto attack.
Oh, King going to take quite a lot of damage there.
That's going to be an inhib gone.
Yep, Shen's going back to base, but it's not going to be fast enough to stop this inhib from falling. Sin are going to take the one run. And continue to look to try and siege up the bottom lane, it seems, waiting for that minion wave to slowly crash back.
And really, if they're able to take these 2 inhibitors, that should open up the Baron buff. Because when you have 2 down, you're not really able to defend. I mean, technically, Rise can go to mid lane and Shen can go towards bottom lane. They've engaged onto King.
King's used the spell shield, is able to dodge out from Flares. Flares doesn't mind taking these tiny boomerangs that deal nothing to the Maokai at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely the Rise he needs to be more concerned with.
Ooh, here comes a Rengar, looking for the fight. Immediate disengage coming out from Rogue, shields up his team. But that's the empowered E down.
Certainly is, so not going to be usable in the main team fight. You can see already halfway back off cooldown. Does still have the redemption as well, so there's a lot of healing to be had if they plump up.
Slowly, this inhibitor's getting whittled down. Direwolves do have minion waves pushed in the mid lane, so they don't have to defend the mid inhibitor just yet. Sandy Knight's still available for Chippies, but he's grouped up with his team. Oh, Chippies goes for the taunt flash. That does not connect. Now he's the one getting locked down. Kernacall gets popped from the back lines. King still trying to defend his team with the on the hunt, but Schoenfire's been taken out by Juves. Hunts him down, and they're going to lose their inhibitor as well.
Yeah, they certainly are, and is that going to be the game? Because a member down for 40 seconds and big ultimates used in the on the hunt. Actually looks like they're just going to back away and go towards the Baron without the jungler available, which is a percentage play. However, the Direwolves know, and there's always that chance that Siva, as well as the Rise, is able to torch your backline in this situation. So Sin need to play this one well.
Sin are rushing towards the Baron here. Schoenfire is not going to be anywhere close, but 4 members strong, charging towards the pit. Almost down to half health. Sin are going to be able to get there in time to contest, but Sin look to try and destroy this one. Here comes the redemptions. Juves is taking a lot of damage, not going to heal back up. Baron falls, Sin get it, and now they turn on the fight. Chippies this time around gets a good turn off, locking down Wizard. Destiny will be the first one to fall. Fantix is in so much trouble, does get this Sandy Knight as well as a big shield to be able to take down Juves. He will eventually get locked down and taken down on top of that.
Yeah, so 2 more members die, and only the jungler for Sin falls. You can see how close that team fight is. I mean, they actually turned on it, and now with 2 waves of super minions, Maokai actually teleporting into the base.
He's going to lock it down slow. Flares is not scared of nobody here. That's a massive tree. Chippy's doing whatever he can to defend the base with those super minions marching on in. 2 members down. First Nexus turret is going to fall. Sin looking to try and end this game spawn.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're going to be able to do it. I mean, Fantix is the most fed member. King's under fire.
Going to take a lot of damage. Schoenfire's gone into the back lines, gets obliterated now. The Shen looking to try and do what he can, but Wizard kites him backwards. And it will be Flares that picks up the kill. The Nexus is going to fall. Sin tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they do it with Fantix in the roster. So what's the next move for the Direwolves? They bring on the starting 5 and fall in game 2.
I mean, there's only one way to go from here, Spawn. We had Fantix mid last game, Sybil jungle. Now you've got Fantix mid with Shermfire in the jungle. This time around, you put Sybil mid and put Fantix in the jungle. That's the only logical way they can go from here, if not bring back Ribby.
Just the rotating system. Just get as many people in as many positions as possible. No, honestly, this poses a huge question because was that game down to Fantix? Definitely not. I mean, he had a 100 CS lead. He was playing well, got caught out maybe once in a team fight, but apart from that, looked like the rest of the team just not able to keep up with that quick rotation from top lane where they were able to pick up 2 turrets into the mid lane, and that opened up the game for Sin to play how they wanted to execute.
Yep, and Sin used that to pick up the victory here, tying up the series 1-1. But for now, let's give it back to the analyst desk.
Thanks, guys. Well, it appears that Sin have clawed their way back into this game and won all. And this rotating system from Direwolves, Ejim and Mendrix, it's confusing. It's confusing. Like, how do you maintain tempo when you're just changing plays in and out?
I have the master plan. What they need to do is Rippy comes back into the jungle, and then Destiny, the ultimate Oceanic fill player, goes mid because he solo killed Crown and Korean solo queue, and then you put Sybil onto his Bard support, and then you just demolish Sin in the last game. That's how it's done. But
you mental chess.
That's just the perfect system. But no, they can't do that. I don't know where they go from here.
So the idea is we're going to confuse Sin so much they have no idea what role's being played, where and when.
All right, well, let's take a look at this draft because we saw a Rengar get through 7.3. We saw Sivir getting picked up. A lot of people talking about how that's strong in 7.3 when a couple of things are banned out. Ejim, talk us through what kind of sticks out here to you?
I guess the Malzahar first pick for Sin. We mentioned it earlier before the games actually started. Sin, big on the flex picks. They flex the Karma Malz, both support and mid lane, obviously this game. But then my problem with... I have a few problems with this draft. Okay, the first problem with me is the Direwolves. Like, taking the Tahm-Kench into the Malz. Like, everyone knows that Sin put Malzahar mid. So they just took the Tahm-Kench, which is like a fine matchup bot lane into the Malzahar. Now that he's nerfed, it's not so bad in lane, but it's a good counter pick, like, stylistically. He ults one person, you eat that person, and then they live. And then they match that with the Sivir into the Jhin Karma lane and then just got completely demolished. Like the entire lane they were shoving in. King did the new Korean thing, starting boots with 4 pots. It's good. Gives you more sustain, but then like that's not going to make you win the lane. So like they just got completely shoved in, lost their turret naturally. And then on the other side, I think giving Rengar Shen is bad. I don't think you should give a team Rengar Shen, but for the Shen to get through the second phase of bans and to be basically last picked by Direwolves is it's weird and like it was pretty like it should have done a lot more work than it did, I think.
Yes, I mean, looking at it specifically, like you said, Rengar Shen's so strong in how it actually is applied, and there were quite a few moments that we could see that every single time Rengar went for an ultimate, it did force Sin to sort of just back off. We need to get away. We cannot deal with this working out. And honestly, I feel the whole point of that, or the whole big issue Direwolves had there was just wrong decisions being made around the map. The macro players were just not there. Every single time they went for a decision, ended up costing them more than what they gained for it.
Well, let's take a look at this tower dive, Mendrix, that you were talking about upstairs, because this is a significant moment.
Yeah, and this is basically what I was talking about, them making these decisions. This looks great. Looks like a fantastic thing. You're going to dive this, but this is a Maokai you're diving. He's going to take a lot of time until you actually kill him. And this entire time, you've got Sin pushing everywhere else on the map. You're overcommitting so many resources to try and get this tower, to get this one kill, and you're losing 2 towers for it in the end. Not only that, you may possibly end up losing all the tempo that you put forward afterwards. It's not worth it. Completely not worth it.
I think the main thing for me this game was Chippy's on Shen just didn't look comfortable. Like that play there, you just saw like they invested so many resources into killing the Maokai, and they lost 3 turrets for it on the other side of the map. Like that's not how Direwolves play. Direwolves don't play the Shen death ball and just like run at you sort of style. And I think it was probably a consequence. Obviously, I don't know the ins and outs, but in my eyes, as a consequence of Chippy's not being on the winning lane, the carry top. He's on that like utility Shen. I want to ult around and help my teammates. And you saw it early in the game where Flares TP'd Maokai mid into the mid lane, and they got a couple of kills there. And like Shen's TP was just mega late, and Chippy's was really late in the call there. So I think, yeah, over the course of the game, Chippy's has actually had quite a rough series. Like the Shen didn't look good, and on the Rumble he choked in a few big team fights.
That ulti.
Yeah, bit rough for him so far.
As Spawn described, destroying private property.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at this double kill, Mendrix. What are you looking for in this replay?
Okay, so as you can see, Fantix is about to use his ultimate to get on in there. Everything's also going well. You actually have some synergy from Shen. But the big point here is Destiny eats Shen. This entire team fight would have been completely different. You would have had Shen right on top there with Chippy's so Chippy's would have been right in the middle of everything immediately. Not only that, Rise wouldn't have died. He would have survived. That means there's more damage coming out. At this point, he is the machine gun mage. He is at his strongest. Well, not really his strongest just yet, but he is really well and truly online. And that would have made a big difference. They probably would have been able to get a clean ace off that.
I want to defend Destiny here. Because I play Tom Kench, and the amount of times that I've been fighting an Elise and I've just ate a Spiderling is just out of this world. It's so annoying. So the Shen ult is coming down onto the Rise, and he's just looking to eat the Rise, and then Shen just appears underneath his cursor, and he's just already clicking the W button. As soon as he gets in range, he eats chippies, and it's all a mess from there.
Yeah, thank goodness. All right, well, so what do they do from here, specifically the Direwolves? So they thought game 1 was too close. So they've rotated in Fantix, who actually had, like we said, pretty good game. In fact, you got to question whether or not he's injured. Maybe I'm
mind games.
Pretend broken arm.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a truther about all this stuff. The whole thing was a conspiracy. No. But so they you know what? Before we do that, let's take a look at this final Baron play, because this is really where the game kind of swung.
So as you can see here, the Direwolves have sort of gone, okay, they've committed a lot of resources to Chippies down there, and it was almost a really good play. He almost made it back to his team, which might have actually made a difference when it comes to finishing off this Baron, but you can see that exhaust goes out straight away, and this slows down the take by so much. And Sin just immediately obliterate everyone, and because they managed to get these kills, this is what really turned the tide, allowed them to break the base, and then Direwolves were on a constant back foot from there.
And breaking the base for a team comp like the one Sin ran, this is what they want to do in my eyes. They have the Maokai, they have the Mels, they have the Jin ulti. They just have all this Bonobo hard engage, and they can just go mid, and they can just flash, and they can Mels ulti, and they can they can do that. And once you break the base as a composition like that, it's quite hard for you to siege, and then Civ a wave clear, obviously. So without the Baron, it's quite hard to break it. So that fight was really vitally important for them to break the base, and then they can get more flanks off and look from there.
So Sin are a team who play with a lot of momentum. Once they get a win, that's maybe how they can see a path to taking this 2-1. Direwolves have often won the first game, lost the second, and then gone on to lose the third. What are Direwolves going to be doing? Before we go to this break, Mendrix, I just want a quick answer from you. What are Direwolves talking about in this break? How to get back in this?
They're going to rotate everyone around and do different rosters. No, specifically what they're going to do is really just make sure they do correct decisions. Everything about that sort of put them on the back foot was them saying, we're going to overcommit for macro plays. And we see that macro plays have never been really their strength. They're always so good at their laning phase. Just focus on what you're good at, continue to keep to your strengths, and then start doing the macro play when you know you've got the advantage that you've built through superior laning phase.
Ejim, do you agree?
Yeah, keeping to your strength. I think put Chippies on a favorable matchup that isn't Shen into Flares likes picking Maokai apparently, so if you get a carry into Maokai, get a good matchup. Put Chippies on something more comfortable, and I think he'll have a better game.
All right, well there we have it. That is all from us here right now. We're back with Game 3. So who will take this? Direwolves or Sin? We're back right after this.
First one over the wall, but Fantix goes 2-on-1 to pick up the kill. Now looking at Flares, ultimate coming out of Rise. Will Flares be able to get away? Fantix still going to be able to lock him down, but he says, let's go. Locks him in the minion wave, and is going to be able to slap him down. Killed up by King as well, but gets taken down. Now King tries to put on his blue suede shoes, but he can't avoid the damage of Juves. The double kill will come out for the jungler. Here they come. Fantix has got a Shen ultimate on top of him, but he's going to get locked down and taken down right away. Shen still gets into the fight, taunts up Wizard. He's going to get healed and tries to kite around. Curtain call from FBI, just trying to lock down remaining members of the Direwolves. Destiny falls in the back lines there. Schönfire jumps in, double kill for FBI. The carbon call's coming out. They do get the Baron, but how many can live? Definitely not Schönfire. Fantix is in trouble. Destiny's trying to book it out of there because he wants to keep the buff for his team. They're looking for the fight. Now they go in. Schönfire gets obliterated at the start of the fight, but so do multiple members of Sin. Rogue is going to fall first. King trying to get into the backline. Flares jumps onto Fantix. That might be a huge mistake as he gets taken down next. He's firing off his shots. Chippy's going to try and tank these up, but how many can he take? Destiny eats him up and dies. But Sin looked to try and destroy this one. Here comes the redemptions. Juves is taking a lot of damage, not going to heal back up. Baron falls, Sin get it, and now they turn on the fight. Chippy's this time around gets a good turn off, locking down Wizard. Destiny will be the first one to fall. Fantix is in so much trouble, does get this stand united as well as a big shield to be able to take down Juves. He will eventually get locked down and taken down on top of that.
Because I could. Because I wanted to. It ain't about the money. It ain't all about the money.
With my dying breath, I offer my soul to thee. Lady of Vengeance, let justice be done.
Pledge accepted.
What are you?
We are the Spear of Vengeance. We come for you, Deceiver.
Not a chance.
Innocent blood stains your hands.
Open, Samuel!
Your pockets overflow with the spoils of treachery.
Take it! Take it off!
Such is the price of betrayal.
It's huge under pressure when this could be either your biggest, greatest moment, or, you know, it could be just another thing. And I'm trying to strive for the biggest, greatest moment.
¿Quieres uno como gamer que tenga la mejor experiencia del mundo, que siente esa emoción cuando ve las finales?
¿Él?
People like forget about who they are. They become their character in game.
并不是说你努力就一定有收获，就算你被打败了，你还得继续去战斗。
It was a really, really dark place for me. I was terrified of everything.
Eu só não esperava que com League of Legends eu me aproximasse tanto de uma pessoa. Eu só não esperava que fosse acabar desse jeito.
League of Legends community, me, everyone, all these gamers, we have your back. That's who we are, you know?
Welcome back to the Oceanic Pro League. If you're just joining us, our current series is tied 1-1 between Direwolves and Sin Gaming. My name is Michael Hinginsing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Ejim and Mendrix. Thank you both for being here. Getting into Game 3 of this one, we've just heard it over our comms. Direwolves are not changing their roster, despite the fact they've rotated a fair bit in the last couple of games. So Fantix is going to be maintaining his mid-lane performance. Despite the injured arm, to catch you up if you're just joining us. And Schönfly is going to be staying in jungle. Mendrix, what do you make of this?
I think it's all right.
It's all right.
It's completely fine for these guys to go for it. And the reason why is because now they're going to keep the same roster that they had. They've had a game to play, so everyone's warmed up, including Fantix. You know, I imagine it starts to hurt a little bit less once the blood gets flowing. And the big thing about it is that now they can sort of make adaptations to the gameplay as the 5 players as they were before. This means it's no longer changing around. Someone's not on the same page. They're all on the same page, and it means they can bounce back.
Yeah, I don't think the Fantix change was like the big one. I think at this stage in the series, being 1-1 with Sin, I think them keeping Fantix on was entirely expected. I'm surprised about the Sybil not coming back in, though. Sharp, in your interview the other day, when you first asked him about the 6-man roster, was like, yeah, the big advantage is they can watch the jungle pathing, and then like you can basically sit backstage and analyze the game with your coach and make all the adaptations. Then you have like a little baby coach in your jungle role when he subs in the next game, right? So like them bringing Sybil in is kind of like I would have expected them to do that this game, and they haven't.
Well, yeah. So that suggests that they seem like they know with those 5 players how to pull this back and take this series 2-1. Now for Sin, on the other end of things, they obviously don't have the option. Well, I mean, they do have the option, but they have not shown a propensity for rotating their lineup today or in weeks past. So what are they looking to do in this final game, Mendrix?
So what I like about what they did specifically last game was they had their composition, they stuck to it. So like they were specifically were a 4-1. They were looking for team fights. They weren't doing this 1-3-1. They're more than happy to go for ARAMs in those sort of situations. And of course, Direwolves weren't playing their best in that game. Sin were doing the right thing, and that's why they got the win.
Yeah, I think stick to the same sort of thing. I think Malzahar on the mid laner Wizard, I think is a very good fit. And I think, yeah, Maokai, obviously they've picked it now twice. I think Flares is very good at finding opportunities to get deep flank wards off. Credit to the rest of his team for actually getting those wards like behind where Direwolves are setting up. That takes a lot of planning, but Flares seems like he's really good at getting those flanks off, and that's like where a lot of engagers are coming from.
All right, well, let's talk about Direwolves again, and specifically about Chippies. Now, he's not had a great run. He played Rumble in that first game, missed a few ultis, and just like Ejim, you've played with this guy before. Yep. You know a bit about him. I mean, we should just put him on a carry, right?
Yeah, he wants the Camille, he wants the Fiora, he wants the Kennen, he wants all these champions. He doesn't want to be playing, well, maybe he does because he picked it, but I don't think he wants to be playing Rumble. I don't think he wants to be playing tanks like Shen. I think if Direwolves just stick to what they've been playing for the rest of the split, get Chippies a winning lane, and then their jungler Schönfire in this instance can like give him a bit of pressure to get him going, I think they'll be in a lot better position to take this one.
And by doing that, they are playing to their strengths. This is what we know the Direwolves to be good at. They are good at dominating their lanes. And if you're really giving your top laner an uncomfortable lane, that's just not going to work out for you. You don't want to do your macro play early if that's not your strength. Stick to your laning phase, and then you can start making your macro plays.
And I think like you said, it's not just Chippies. Like that's not the only problem for them in that game. Their bot lane, Tahm Kench Sivir into Jhin Karma is just a drafting nightmare. Like that lane, like playing that lane, like you just don't want to be in it. You don't exist. They lost their turret just by themselves.
You sound like a man who's been through this before.
Yes, like those matchups just suck. There's no better way to put it than it just sucks. Like you just get shoved in. As Tahm Kench, you literally cannot do anything if there's just a Karma hitting you and you're under your turret. You don't have health to all in. There's just nothing. So like that's a big drafting error, and like we look to Sharp obviously to fix that this game. Hopefully they do.
All right, absolutely. Okay, well, if you're watching this at home and you are in high school right now, you can get involved with our high school tournaments, first national high school tournaments across New Zealand and Australia, courtesy of Let's Play.live and Flak Test Gaming. Go to oath.leagueoflegends.com. You can sign up with your friends and compete, and who knows, one day you could be in the OPL or sitting on this desk analysing the OPL. Who knows? I mean, look, it's got to start somewhere. All right, let me get your final predictions before we go into this game 3. Mendrix, do you still think it's going to be 2-1 to Direwolves?
Yes, it's going to be 2-1 to Direwolves. I think they'll learn from the mistakes. They'll go back to the normal, comfortable play, and we'll see the old Direwolves that we're used to.
I just agree with all the points. I think this game, Chippy's going to put his feet in the sand. He's going to be like, no, give me a carry. And then he's going to, and then they're going to pull out the win.
All right, well, someone check on Twitter to see if Juves' mother has tweeted some inspirational words to Sin Gaming. Let's see who's going to take this one by throwing it to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Well, she might have said something over Twitter, Spawn, but I'm definitely sure that Sin will be fired up after the win over the last match.
Yeah, they certainly should be. I mean, they played that game on their terms. They bullied the lane that they wanted to bully, organically got that turret in the 2v2, and they were able to rotate them around the map and take control. So Sin, they would be fired up. At the same time, Direwolves, they're a well-oiled machine. They don't want to fall down to a negative 2-3. They need to be able to step up.
Especially since Direwolves have been dropping games 2 and 3. First time was against the Chiefs, dropping those last 2 games. Then again recently, and I mean, falling to Sin in the same fashion is not going to be ideal.
And I mean, I feel like if you're the Direwolves, you can say, you know, building, getting used to our 6-man roster, losses against Chiefs, losses against Legacy, that's forgivable. If you're Direwolves, however, definitely do not put Sin in that upper echelon. Obviously, Sin have proven they're a good team in the OPL, but, you know, 2-2 as well. Definitely not the same caliber of the Chiefs, although they did beat Legacy, so, you know, take that as a grain of salt. So I just think from Direwolves' mentality, this is really, for me, the make or break part of their season.
It certainly could be. But for now, we are into Champion Select for the 3rd match between Sin and Direwolves. The tiebreaker to find out who's going to pick up 2 points here today. Varus, Zyra, as well as Camille being banned up by Sin, whereas Direwolves, they've taken away the Rengar, as well as the Jason LeBlanc, and Malzahar being picked up again here by Sin. A very high priority pick for them.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe now, however, they go Jhin Karma and just shut down any form of flex, get themselves the better 80 carry as well, and just put Sins back against the wall straight away. That if I am Sharp right now, I'm going towards that strong lane, making sure I give my team the best chance they have to win through the bot.
Seems like they're going to pick up Graves as well for Schönfire.
I mean, that's
not for the Karma.
good pick, but now you can take Karma Ash, and you still have a decent bottom lane. And the flex is still there. So you're very flexible in that regard.
Actually can't quite think of anything that would be able to pair up with Jin to go up against the Ash Karma. But
not going to get it anyway.
They go for the Kazakhs pick first here.
So don't want to get banned out through the jungle over taking the Karma. So obviously just very comfortable with Mel's in both roles.
And they still get the Ash, but now Direwolf's going to pick Karma, or they can ban it away.
I'm calling it. Vel'Koz is coming out.
Possibly. Rogue could try
That's the only thing I can think of, is that Rogue wants to play a pocket pick here, and his eyes lit up, and he said, pick me something. I just saw him straight away.
Or they took Karma.
Is that what he said, you reckon?
I don't know.
I don't know. I reckon he said, pick me Vel'Koz.
Possibly. We'll have to see what he does.
Lip readers of Twitter, get on the case.
Yep. Tweet
Tell
at
me
Rusty
what
Roll.
that man said. Tweet at Rusty Lol. Tell me what he said.
Now the next wave of bans are going through. Maokai being banned out towards Flares. We also have the Fiora being banned up by Sin. See Fantix there scratching his
Actually
head
looks
with
in
his own
a
arm.
bit of pain, the old Fantix.
Kind of happens when you break your arm.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially when you have to play a 50-minute League of Legends game.
He's got no cast on as well, so that's hanging there, chilling.
I mean, generally, if you have a fracture, they won't cast your arm anyway. I mean, they're just small cracks. All you have to do is really keep it immobile for a couple of weeks, especially if they're hairlines. I mean, for some reason, my host is still in the room and he's just grinning like an idiot.
Just pointed to screen spawn. He says, taking notes. That's the lip read of the Michael Hingers Hing there.
I'm distracted. I can't work on it.
Paging production, please take this man out of our room. We can't work on these conditions. Fire him, at least. But for now, the bans have gone through. Rise taking away Cannon, also being banned out. We have Nautilus being picked up by Sin. Rogues picked up the Nami.
Oh, that's less exciting. I mean, Nami technically is seen as a soft counter to Karma in lane. However, it doesn't really do all that much outside of lane to justify the pick, in my opinion.
Well, Direwolves were able to take away the Corki. That should be heading into the mid lane for Fantix. And the final pick should be Chippies. They can give him Poppy up in the top lane to go up against Flair's Nautilus.
And that's interesting because they take a tank versus tank matchup again. We actually saw the Kale hover. I think Wraith played it for Samsung in the support position. So seeing a little bit of play professionally, but would have expected Chippies, especially into a Nautilus, to play a carry, because you can really abuse Nautilus if he falls behind. I mean, all of his tank stats come through level and the fact that he has that shield. So you can take advantage of that. However, in a tank versus tank matchup, Flares has certainly been better on the TP part of that.
Sid now have lots of ways to lock down the Direwolves and also get the initiation going. Nautilus is no stranger to initiating with his Dredge line. FBI's got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. Rogue can follow up. On top of that, my god, it's cold here. Well, yeah, Direwolves. Sticking to their guns almost. Still going for a very standard team comp. Schönfire's going to be picking up the Graves, which is a lot more prominent in the current meta. Let's see how he does with that champion.
Yeah, I think Graves is the best jungler. Schönfire said he wants to stake his claim as the best jungler in the OPL. So, I mean, he's got the champion to do it this game. See whether he is actually able to carry it through for his team. My kind of concern, however, is a lack of engage. They've got the curtain call. They've potentially got a Poppy, but she really needs a wall to be able to set things up. On the other side, I mean, you have Malzahar, you have big tidal wave coming through from Nami, you have huge flanking Nautilus that has so much CC built into his kit. So I think that really at this stage of the game, if we see more 5v5 team fighting, and let's get realistic, that's all this series has been about, big 5v5 team fights, then Sin is starting it off on the right foot through this draft.
Yeah, it certainly have. They've definitely changed things up. Hopefully we'll be able to get some thoughts from Bensol later on as we go into game as through what they've done to adapt into this one. Direwolves kind of sticking to their guns. We saw Sybil play Graves in game 1. This time Schönfire's got his hands at it for game number 3. But actually, let's get a chance to talk to Bensol because he's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Benson. We got cut off last time. I apologize for that. But got to go to the action. Now, I want to start by asking you, as the coach of Sin, when you look at the rotating lineup of Direwolves, how difficult is it for you to kind of change midway through a series to adapt to what they're playing?
Well, we didn't really come in expecting Shern to play mid necessarily. We expected Fantix to play. We knew Shern had a pretty small champion pool if he was going to play mid. He wasn't very impressive in the game that he did play, but I don't think Fantix was much improved in the game after that either.
All right. Well, congratulations on that win in game 2. But going into game 3, we look. You've used that flex Malzahar pick that I guess Sin. It's become a staple kind of Sin. Do you think 7.3 has changed Mal's much?
Yeah, it's definitely affected mainly his laning in bot lane. It makes it changes the matchups a fair bit because he can't block skill shots as easily with his Voidlings. But once he gets level 6, he's relatively the same champion, and you can do the same thing, so he fits into the same team comms.
All right, so after going through draft, you're pretty confident about this game 3?
I think we've got a pretty similar draft to what we've drafted the other 2 times. I think we've looked pretty good in the other games. I think Caitlyn didn't work out too well, but Ashe is fairly similar to Jhin, so we can do similar things with that pick.
All right, well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck.
Well, right away, there's going to be action taking place here. It seems as always when we talk to Bensel, something's going to break out on Summoner's Rift. No Summoner's being actually Sunfire burnt his flash already, but they're fighting over the red buff. Juice is going to take it down and hit
now
level 2.
he's level 2. He can potentially fight. Instead, they just back away.
Okay.
That's interesting. No flash on Shern. I think Flares took his W first, however. So maybe didn't have the cooldown there to be able to utilize that.
It seems like Juice has scrubbed off the "Don't be a bitch" motto from his whiteboard, but for now he's going straight towards Fantix. Going to get some good damage down. He has to flash away. Exhaust being used as well. And just like that, he's put it back up.
Exactly right. So a very good gank at the start of the game coming through. Double summoner spells down mid-jungle duo, and you expect that maybe Juice can repeat gank. Because if the jungler doesn't have flash to counter gank, if Fantix has no summoner spells, you can really punish that lane.
Good start from Sin, nice and early. No major gold lead off the back of it, but that's really what can they do with the little advantages they picked up so far. We've seen this a few times already. Graves is... Sin takes the red buff on a one-on-one battle and almost goes down. But Graves is a very healthy jungler. He's more than happy to, just move around the camps, fight the ones that are easy to kite. So he should be fine, just a little bit slower to kick things off.
Yeah, and now FBI all of a sudden caught between a rock and a hard place.
That's a crit shot to the face. Not going to be, a bouncing bomb on top of that. And FBI, a great wicket keeper.
Able to catch everything.
Pretty much. Any cricket teams need him, just give him a call.
Once again, you're going to have to really do some research on other Australian sports. We are out of cricket season, my friend. Big Bash is over. Test squads are now over in India as well. I mean, you're going to have to find something else to grasp at.
I've got nothing. Is the Australian Open still going on? They might be able to use a ball boy?
No, definitely
not. But they're just going to continue farming in this bottom lane. You can see the sustain coming out from Rogues enough to keep him nice and topped up. Already used that potion. Good bubble. Just stops FBI from farming.
Yeah, that's about sending a message. You know, I have this ability and I am willing to use it when it's back off cooldown because I just wasted it. And this is one of the reasons that Nami's good, is that you don't have to pick the window like Karma does to fight in. You can actually just, heal up after the trade. Unless someone dies, you're going to be completely fine. Run meditation, get ebb and flow going. At the same time, the all-in potential is always there out of Jhin. Just because of the crit shot, Wizard just misses the cannon creep. Can we please not watch this play? You get that crit shot, you're able to all in the Ashe flash on her, things like that. So we'll see whether that does become a huge impact.
Ooh, he's found the Shernfire. He's got double buffs as well. Shernfire
Still has no flash.
Get him, Juice.
Shernfire's doing the right thing. He's actually walking the long way around, so he's not going to bump into him. Juice must know now.
Just put down a control ward. Shernfire is going back to base, and there's not much Juice can do here. So instead, he's going to walk back out.
Doesn't go towards mid lane immediately. Now will find Fantix recalling. Has Valk available, so Juve's like ships in the night. Just pass each other by gently.
Goes straight towards his Raptor camp and continues to farm fest. He's actually fairly down in CS here against the Graves.
I mean, that's just a difference in style. Graves takes all the camps with multiple people because it's much easier for him to clear out AoE, whereas Kha'Zix just wants to go towards things like Grump and Wolves over and over again. So, a Raptor camp, as well as the fact that he's picked up Krugs, is just going to amplify that CS. Whereas you can see right now, the gold's completely even in CS, even across the board. So not really all that big of a deal.
It's really just the bottom lane that's pushing in for the direwolves, but good farming from FBI and Rogue means that the CS is dead even. Holding on their own nicely. Still 2 potions available for King, so it's not going to have too much of a hard time here.
There is good chain CC coming out of the Sim bottom lane when they hit level 6.
Yep.
Arrow into bubble into tidal wave is very nice. Tidal wave and arrow also good long range initiation, so there's always a potential for that. You get Juves down there to lend some damage. Certainly going to help out.
So Chippy's, actually, Shunfire is going to make a trip into mid lane, so let's just see how this goes first. Just a bit of damage from the smoke screen, nothing else. Chippy just burnt his teleport into the top lane. Flares did his very, very early on. There is potential when level 6 hits in the bottom lane, he could get down there.
Certainly is the case. See whether they get a deep ward anywhere.
But for now, we're just farming spawn, sitting back and relaxing, you know, moving away from all the chaos we just saw in the last match.
Exactly right. Sometimes on Summoner's Rift, you just want to hang out with some friends, have some nice chats, pick up as much gold as you can. Before 30 minutes into the game, you just head it down mid lane, ARAM style.
Woo! Fight me 5-on-5 Howling Abyss. That's how we'll settle things in the third game. But for now, Shunfire's just going back into his jungle. Second jungle clear is coming up shortly. And these 2 tanks are going to have at it.
Ooh,
Flair says, fight me!
We see this in a lot of tank fights, actually, is the fact that he's taking Courage of Colossus again, Flares. This is confusing me, by the way. It's been nerfed so many times that I thought we wouldn't actually see it played anymore, but apparently we will.
It gives you a bit of a weak laning phase. I mean, good trade windows when it's up.
I mean, if you're the sole tank and you dive into a team fight, you become very beefy late game.
You do.
Late game at scale as well. So if they think it's going to 50-minute territory, if we're going the long haul to 6 items, then eventually it will come out well.
I mean, a good example was the one team fight in game 1, where Sin had flares delivered by a Rise ultimate, and
they lost the game.
They lost the game, but he was able to tank up 4 members for a long time, just after the Courage of the Colossus shield alone. So it does show the prowess of the actual thing, but they did lose on the back of a big equalizer from Chippies to kill people.
Shunfire started up his blue buff, it looks like, on top of a ward. Actually doesn't start up the blue buff itself, just took out the control ward. Thought that maybe Sin would head over there to try and contest.
So, level 6 in the bottom lane for Sin. FBI's got mana. King is out. Still sitting on potions though, and the teleport advantage is in favor of Sin. I've actually watched players move back a couple of times into Fog of War, but nowhere for him to teleport yet, so that should just fizzle out.
So they're actually really confident they can get a free shop in here and not be punished. Waves are going to crash in the middle, probably slightly pushing back towards Sin. They need to get back nice and quickly into that bottom lane, however. Karma going to be able to help the Jhin push up. Does have enough for a bouncing grenade. So they're going to be able to make this hit. I mean, they win out on the CS by the wave, which is about, 6 or 7. It was a cannon creep wave, so 7. And they're up, 9 CS? So a winning lane so far from Direwolves, but just ever so slightly. And they do have the bully lane. I mean, Nami brings it back slightly in Sin's favor, but Ashe probably never really going to beat out Jhin anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for the Ashe is that it did crash from the cannon wave, so it does tank up more shots for her to pick up the remaining CS. It won't fall down too far behind. You see when the wave settles, it's about 4 up. Still good for King, and he gets the delayed shot, means he gets more items in. So you can see he upgraded his boots, serrated Dirk into double longsword. FBI still sitting on BF sword, double longsword, and boots.
You can see they actually pinged out the ward in between the turrets. King has just walked past it. Ultimates are available. Teleport is up as well. If Chippies completes this recall, actually he doesn't. They stop it.
Chippy's teleport is coming up shortly, so stopping the recall might help them out. Only has the Merc threads at the moment. Shunfire looking for a Cloud Dragon, and we'll have Fantix rotating down to the bottom side with him.
So the play's gone. I mean, I feel like if you're actually flares there, you just let Chippy's recall, leave the wave neutral, and teleport into the bottom lane and absolutely crush them. Instead, now teleport's going to be back available for Chippies. Dragon goes down, and Direwolves get the first meaningful objective of the game. As meaningful as Cloud Dragon can be, actually. Not all that meaningful, but it's an objective.
So Fantix is just trying to farm out against Wizard in this mid lane. They've both got blue buff here. Nothing much is going to happen there. You can see as Wizard's specialty is falling behind in CS nice and early, and then moving into Fog of War as he pushes the wave out. FBI is still pushing up aggressively. They're continuing to ping out this ward, and Juves is in the bottom lane. So Flares will teleport now, and he is going to go for it. There's the arrow, dodged by King's Flash. No summon spell available for him now. Only has that heal to get away. It's teleport being matched here by Chippy, but King's being jumped on. First blood goes to Juves. Chippy slams FBI into a wall, but he's been exhausted. He's forced to flash away. Schoenfire is making his way down, but Malzahar is cheating through the jungle. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, is this a good path to take? All of a sudden, they've burnt everything to get into the bottom lane. You can see on the player cam, King actually pretty distraught at that going down. Will mean that they lose out. Actually, no. Chippy saves the turret with that Poppycopter.
The zoning ultimate from Chippies.
I mean, there's always a threat that he knocks away the minions, and then you're sat there with no minions. All of a sudden, they're looking at mid lane.
That's another flash being burnt. Flashes burnt across the board for both teams. Flares, FBI, Wizards still have theirs. On the side of Direwolves, only Schoenfire. So proactive play from Sin gives them an advantage to kick things off with just a kill. But most importantly, for the next 4 minutes or so, multiple members of Direwolves losing their flash.
FBI potentially caught here.
Take quite a bit of damage. Does not get locked down by Destiny. Schoenfire is actually making his way around. Jumps over the wall. He's going to meet a Kha'Zix.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is on top of him right now.
Juice finds him. Schoenfire going to get slowed down. Here comes Rogue. Bubble comes up. Flash is available for the Graves. Goes over the top. We'll get back to safety, but now Rogue's in trouble. FBI, take it, buddy. He can't. He splits the wickets at the end, but that's not going to matter too much.
Yeah, exactly right. So a return kill coming over. King is a benefactor of that. Now running in on Juves. That's a big crit shot at this stage of the game. No armor yet picked up for the Kha'Zix. And you can see that King very confident in this lane, wanting to step forward. Ash Arrow is back available. And they can call back Juves to stick around. They're confident in making this one happen, it looks like. If they hit Destiny, I think they kill him. If they don't hit Destiny, I think that they die to King.
But the fly just fizzles out. They go back to base. So does the Karma. Destiny's having none of that. Fantix still in this mid lane, just farming up against Wizard. Nothing much happening between the two mid laners in this match.
Juves has stuck around and cancelled his recall again. I mean, King has no summoner spells available, and Ash Arrow as well as Namiot was up. I feel like if there's ever time to just throw it, it's then. Of course, not knowing where Destiny is on the map, not knowing where Shern is, big question marks around the play.
Gets it! That's as furious as these tank battles are going to go. Over a
Scuttle Crab?
A Scuttle Crab that, you know, doesn't hurt anyone and just wants to be left alone. But yeah, they're just going to continue farming. No one's going to die up here. Oh, they're going to go at it. Oh, just one hit.
Just bops him with the anchor. Reminds him that he means business. Fantix has got the first package. They're up 500 gold just through farm. See whether they're able to get into that bottom lane. Fantix hasn't actually gone for a Hex Drinker. I feel like that's dangerous against Malzahar, who can put out so much magic damage at this stage of the game. If he gets to level 11, there's genuine kill threat.
There is a flank on the Schoenfire. Going to be locked down by Nautilus. There's the package being used. Schoenfire taking so much damage from the being anchor man himself. He's going to flash away. Captive Audience does lock him down. Direwolves get the first kill. Wizard now in trouble as he gets slapped into the wall. Direwolves collapse into the mid lane after what looked like Schoenfire was getting caught out.
Yeah, exactly right. They have 5 members there, and they're not able to capitalize Sin. They're going to potentially pick up first turret, but they lose 2 members, so gold well and truly made up by Direwolves, and they're actually going to be able to beat them to the punch.
Yep, they get the first turret in the mid lane. Bottom lane will eventually fall. Seems like they're giving the gold over towards FBI.
I feel like Sin didn't push all that hard for that turret.
Yeah. Didn't seem like it.
Because it was on about 150 health. So, huge gold swing for Direwolves. They're up 2,000 now, and that's a really meaningful margin. You can see that Fantix goes back, actually gets himself a QSS already. So, all that kill threat gone. Big overextension from Flares looking for the play, and Destiny and King were already there.
It just feels like an awkward timing as well, trying to get into the mid lane while Corki has the package available. Direwolves responding very well, making sure everyone's grouped up in that mid lane so they can respond to any gank presence. But yeah, now Sin set themselves back about 2k very early on into the match, 15 minutes in. QSS already picked up by Fantix with the Trinity Force, so Wizards not going to have as much presence, kill presence I should say, in this mid lane.
I feel like, however, if there's one lane that you can take the turret against Sin early and they don't really care, it's mid lane, because Wizard just does this. Just takes a wave and kind of like goes back into the jungle. He's going to fall down further in CS, but that's not a massive deal.
That's their ARAM turret. You only get 2 of those.
That's all right.
And then it's base.
I've never played ARAM, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
What is wrong with you?
I prefer the real game of League of Legends.
Yeah, Twisted Tree Line. Or that Dominion one. That was nice. It was so fun, we had to take it away.
Fast, it's fun, it's gone as we have a play into the top side of the map, but a big turnaround.
Oh no, they bounced over the wall and now they're in trouble. Flares is going to get jumped on. Tries to get healed up by Nanami, but 5 members of the walls are just there to pick him apart.
Yeah, and time again, just caught out in River. No vision control on the top side of the map. They get collapsed on, and they don't actually burn ultimates to try and save him. A little bit interesting coming out of Sin at the moment, but they've fallen behind massively in the gold.
Direwolves have put Chippies down into the bottom lane now as well, with his teleport up. He'll continue split pushing, and then making a play towards top side of the map. Juice jumps on the Schernfire, gets some good damage down as the bubble will land. Rogue's in trouble, takes quite a bit of damage, tries to dodge the bullets. FBI now taking them up. Final shot comes through onto Rogue. Fantix will get exhausted, misses the shot inside the brush, and Wizard is not going to be able to take him down. He does get the final rocket out to get the kill. And Direwolves will slowly start to retreat, landing a shot on towards Juves. He's going to get jumped and taken down as King tries to wrap around the backside. Wizard does not have ultimate, but the ultimate will come out from the Nautilus. And now Direwolves are the one stuck between a rock and a hard place. Wizard's going to get locked down, exhausted, and how Poppy will put the hammer down by one they fall as the anchor swings. And this will be a tank battle for the sentries, ladies and gentlemen, as they go at it.
We're in here for the long haul. Chippy's going to be able to pick up the Butler. That will be the signal for Flares to finally retreat.
He's got a shield. I'm out.
Exactly, but all of a sudden, that's actually a team fight in the favor of Sin. They lose out on a big minion wave bottom lane Direwolves, and Flares may be able to push in and take a turret for his team.
Yep.
So, back and forth fights.
Ooh, FBI wants a piece of this Poppy.
And a couple of big things. Fantix was a little bit slow in the QSS. Potentially the wrist is what I was actually trying to point out there. I mean, moving to hotkeys, you know, like the 4 or whatever it is located on, could be a little bit strenuous for a guy that's broken his radius or his owner. At the same time, King also was very up in that fight after initial curtain call and took a lot of damage from Wizard before having to flash over a wall. So let's continue to monitor his positioning because he's 4-2-2, and a lot of the gold right now needs to have an impactful game for Direwolves to win this one, and he's certainly capable of big performances.
Arrow's going to come out, lands onto King. He's going to get locked down by Wizard. Silence as well. Suppression comes out. Juves jumps in to get the kill. Schernfire's not going to fight. Not going to go down without a fight, though. Ultimate's going to miss, putting on his best Sybil impersonation there, but the turret will slowly be whittled down by Sin.
Yeah, and they might actually even be able to pick this one up, and we just had spoken about King's positioning in team fights. He's underneath the turret by himself and just gets arrowed without flash. That's a big mistake by the Direwolves AD carry. And time and time again, being picked off.
And now gold's even. It's 31,500 to 32,000. 19 minutes into the game. If it's spread out across multiple members, it's going to be not impactful at all. But Direwolves are still holding on to the lead they have. 2 Cloud Dragons picked up as well.
I mean, worse than if it's spread out on gold members. Majority of it has to be over on King. He has 4 kills and 2 assists. So at the same time, if he's dead, it's even more impactful for it not to be there. You can see that, you know, a lot of utility coming out of Ashe at the moment. She's got EXILE as well. Has that Essence River, going to be able to fire out arrows very frequently.
Ooh, he might be in trouble again. Yomi's Ghost Wave keeps him safe. Schernfire's been spotted out. He's going to try and take down his arch nemesis, the Ward. Loses the fight. Does not get hooked up, though.
But once again, don't want to be fighting right now. Package is available. I mean, you just avoid Corky when that happens. It does ridiculous amounts of damage. They're leaving Poppy on the bottom side of the map and trying to siege up mid lane.
He's just sitting in front with his shield, looking to tank up any poke damage coming out from the Direwolves.
And this is a good example of why we say that Sin is an ARAM team. A normal team would have sent someone to the top side of the map. That's at least 2 waves sitting on the turret. Bottom wave also pushed in. So they've let go of so much farm. What they're hoping is you also match this ARAM. Because otherwise, you pick up so much more gold around the map. You have that 6th man, as Samsung Blue used to like calling it, working in your favor.
Yep.
So they forfeit so much golden experience around the map, and they kind of degrade the pace at which the game's played.
And that naturally puts them 1,000 gold behind again. I mean, the reason why the lanes are set up the way they are in League of Legends is it's the most efficient way to get gold in the early game.
But you can see one more time, they're actually pinging out mid lane. They're letting top lane fall. It's only a tier 1 turret.
Yep.
And they want to challenge them to be able to take down mid. It's just Fantix, no package available.
Ooh. Arrow is going to whiff. Juve's going to take a lot of poke damage. Shonefire trying to wrap around the backside. Bubble comes through, but dodged by the quick draw. Now they make their way towards the bottom lane, forcing Sin to run halfway across the map. They ping straight to Baron.
Forcing them to go towards Baron. This could be a race towards who can do Baron versus who can get into the base first.
Ooh, split decisions.
They send 2 members back. Teleport is available. This is a slow Baron one more time. Juves can technically get in there. Teleport coming out.
They're looking for the fight. Direwolves have 5 members strong, but have tanked the Baron debuff and quite a bit of damage. Chippy's looking for the ultimate, knocks him out of the pit, but here comes Juves jumping in, going in. Who gets the spike down? It will be the Direwolves. As it was Shenfire that picks that up, flares down the backlines, takes down Destiny. Fantix the next to fall, they lock down Shenfire on top of that. So 3 kills for 1, trading the Baron buff over.
Yeah, it certainly is. So maybe a win there for the Direwolves. 2 members surviving. One of them is Chippy's with the teleport, and they have that advantage. However, that is still such a bold call. I feel like if Juves just waits with his team there, they weren't going to burst it down anytime soon, and maybe Flares could have got back. However, you know, no point speculating right now as Direwolves 2,000 gold in the lead with the Baron buff and still on their teleport user.
Chippy's going to use that quite nicely to hold up the mid lane. 0-5, having a decent performance in this 3rd match so far, Chippy.
But if you compare him to the other top laner Flares who we're about to watch actually come in with the heroics in the team fight, Flares' Nautilus has been on point. Gets himself in, gets knocked away, and they commit here pretty hard. However, Flares re-engages and gets a 3-man ulti, able to get the knockups going. Shern gets gets ulti there. Should have just flashed the wall earlier. I mean, he had flash available.
Juves forced to go in early, try and steal the Baron away. It was a heroic play.
In fact, did all of them have flash available?
I believe so.
Oh.
I'd have to see it again, but I believe they did. Might not be the most accurate decision to take my word for it. But yeah, it looked like Sin had split decisions there. Direwolves like, we're going to Baron. They're going bot lane. We're already top lane. If we try and chase them halfway across the map, I'm not going to make it. Let's try and trade objectives. And Sin were like, Wizards,
we want to do both.
Wizards stay? No. FBI stay? Flares stay. Rest of us go back. And if they were all at the same time as Juves, they might be able to get a good initiation off there.
Oh, yeah. So everyone had flash available apart from Fantix, so that is a strange call. Destiny in trouble.
Juves going to get some damage now. Tidal Wave comes out. Good burst damage from Shonefire. Now Flares looking for the initiation. Schoenfire's been locked down by multiple points of crowd control, but he's going to be the first one to flash out. As a curtain call gets all the shots into the tanky frontline member of Nautilus. They kind of just disengage.
That's all they wanted. They go in really hard and make the teleport come through.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, Chippy's, who has Baron buff and is split pushing, has to join the rest of the team. They stop the split push going on, and now they're going to have a window where Flares has teleport available and Chippy's doesn't. And we've seen time and time again this series that Flares has beaten Chippy's out in the proactivity which he's willing to burn TP.
Ooh, they found Juves though. He's going to get locked down. Ooh, fat flashes into the wall, forced to hop away on top of that. But Sinner still going for the engage. Fantix going to get locked down. He will die to the malefic visions of Wizard as Flares tries to tank up every bit of crowd control possible. Ooh. Good damage over the backside of the Direwolves. And they're still trying to retreat.
FBI has flash and nearly arrow back available.
He's leading the charge. Chippy tries to jump back in though, wants to go for the fight. Bubble comes out to zone out the rest of the Direwolves. Chippies will fall first, but he tries to take down Juves with him. There's the captive audience, jumped away. Flash forward for an FBI, gonna land onto Destiny. As King sidesteps that one, flashes away in fact. Now they're looking to try and push for more turrets.
Yes, so all of a sudden, Sin able to pick up another team fight. It's just Flares that falls down. Everyone else on such low health, able to survive. You can see Wizard wants the mid lane. Everyone else wants that Infernal Drake that is alive.
Ooh. Tanks up the final shot with his passive, and Juve says, I see your 2 Cloud Dragons, I raise you an Infernal.
And throw it all out the window. Gold doesn't mean anything. I mean, pretty much dragons don't mean. This is just a game of who makes the mistakes and who capitalizes on them. Because right now, Sin are just punishing every little overextension. They think they have Juves. In fact, he flashes into a wall and has to hop out. But at the same time, Fantix, too soon on the QSS, gets locked down, falls, and it bounces to King, the worst member, because now he's continually being slowed, can't get into the fight the way he wants to, and with those big void spikes going across, none of the Direwolves are confident in fighting, apart from Chippy's, and time again, we've just seen hesitation from the rest of the members on Chippy's engage. He's left by himself, he falls down, and Direwolves lose the team fight.
And they almost died there as well through the silence of Wizard, forcing them to back away. But they will be able to get out of that one alive. I mean, it's scrappy, it's dirty, it's Sin versus Direwolves here. And it's gone to game 3. Both of them sitting at 2-2 on the ladder. Direwolves a little bit further up, as they believe they've taken, both games they lost, they've taken a map. They get points for that. Sin might have actually been able to do the exact same thing. But for now, Direwolves still looking to see where they can push their advantage. Still about 2,000 gold up. And a turret down, so a single team fight could mean they could swing the goal lead in their favor.
Yeah, it definitely could. However, teleport advantage right now is with Sin. And you can see maybe 1 or 2 deep TP wards that they can go towards. Also heading towards the top side of the map, so wanting to draw Direwolves into another reckless team fight. All of the CC is there for Sin to be able to win these team fights. I mean, it really does come down to execution at this stage of the game.
Got a Fox coming up. Direwolves actually looking for a fight. Rogue forced to use the ultimate. FBI is going to take up a lot of the shots. Juves dies. So does FBI. And Direwolves get 2 picks off of that.
Rogue flashing there actually just kills 2 members. Because they can't flash away and he's actually been caught.
Yep, Chippy's trying to lock him down. Rogue's gone. And that's 3 members of Sin dead. They get absolutely nothing out of that.
So he burns the flash away, and it means that the next bullet hits FBI. Oh, Shern.
He's dead. Have one on the house.
So Wizard gets 1 return kill. Everyone else collapsing now. Flares looking for the turret. You're going to have to overcommit for it, I think.
All right. It's the Solar Laners buddying up here, trying to take them all down. Chippy's is chasing on towards Flares. Wizard throws out a Voidling, looking to try and get some extra numbers for this big old fight. Destiny taking a lot of damage. Oh, Flares is going in. Pops the ultimate. He's going to be able to live with a sliver, but now Fantix is the target.
Flares is unkillable.
He says, let's go, boys. My mid laner might be dead, but I'm still here. No mana, flashing on forward. Big old courage of the Colossus. I'm still going to die, but at least I'm a man. Going down with a fight.
So they burn all the summoner spells only to turn around and try and fight. And Destiny just lives through the damage, as does Fantix, who had to use Exhaust. Ooh, that was close for a 2v3. However, it does coincide so well with the Baron respawn. This should be the Direwolves buff for free unless something really goes wrong. 20 seconds. They actually have to do it quite quickly if they want it.
They're looking to try and push up mid lane first, it seems. King and Chippy's getting that one going. Juves is being a nuisance in the back line, and the rest of the Direwolves are making a beeline towards that buff. They will be spotted out by good wards that were placed down by Sin earlier.
And there's so many wards behind the pit. So what that means, opens up.
Pinnacle comes out. Juves trying to escape the range of that. Tidal Wave will cancel it, and Destiny's like, I'll chase you down.
That's very aggressive from Destiny. I mean, Juves can turn around and just blow him up. And the timing's gone. I mean, they can no longer do it.
Sin now pinging out the remaining members who are walking over their wards. Arrow flies out, lands onto Destiny. There goes Juves over the wall. No, as he throws out the Void Spikes.
And now Baron's on the other foot. I mean, they weren't willing to pull the trigger on it. Shermfire is still 2 levels higher than Juves, so this is a risky call regardless. No Ash Arrow, that means all of the initiation is going to be on Flares, who has to actually tank because there's no other tanks left on his team. So we'll see how this one comes out.
Here's the teleport already coming in for Chippy's bubble too soon, but the silence is on point from Wizard.
Shern 2 levels higher. Juve needs to stop hitting the Baron.
He's gone out. They're looking for the fight instead. There's the lockdown to Chippy's. They get the big tanky frontline, and Flares goes, let's go, boys. I'm coming in for the fight. Locks down Fantix even further. Let's see him just take the pick and run with it. This Flair's still taking so much damage here.
Yeah,
Off the
certainly
shield.
is. Has the W back available. However, it is just an extra kill, and Destiny is respawned. Looks like they have the inside track looking to take out a turret for themselves here, Direwolves.
Oh! Big damage from Juve. Sidesteps cap the body. It's
Now
now
they're on
Flair's
the wrong side
behind
of
them.
the map.
Oh no, the hook does not connect, but the tidal wave's going through with the big arrow. You can see the shark hiding inside those waves as Juve jumps over the wall. Wizard gets obliterated, so does Juve. But slowly, members of the Direwolves will fall. Good fight for them to take down 2 with them.
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves turn around and give it everything they have. You can see how much damage is coming out of Fantix right now, who is trying to haul his team over the line with a broken arm. Goes back, gets an infinity edge. He is huge at this stage of the game. However, just the decision-making on that low. Juves with a sweeper spots out all 3 members, able to nail them. And then if this hook lands, I mean, I think that's left, right, good night. Instead, it's just going to be the wave that is able to slow them and knock them up. Juves goes over, tries to make the hero play, falls, as does Wizard. And Fantix just gets by one more time.
That was great. Somehow they went at the exact same time, Wizard and Juice. It's the right thing to do, but Fantix is like, all right, shoot one to the right, kill the one on the left, get the heck out of here. That was impressive for a guy with 1 arm.
Certainly was, and now he has a package, and Baron is back available. FBI is on the bottom side of the map. No idea what he's doing there, and in goes Fantix for a blue buff.
Give me all the mana. Don't you take it away from me, Destiny. Chippy's also close by in case he gets into any trouble. He's picked up an Iceborne Gauntlet. In comparison to the Frozen Heart by Flares, he should have a Gauntlet with the way he's playing. He's in the
I mean, he's just happy
people.
to be a brick. And the base damages out of Nautilus is still pretty high.
I mean, attack speed reduction onto 3 members that rely on auto attacks is pretty impressive. But FBI is going in with the arrow. Curtain Call gets popped.
Wizard in trouble.
He's taking a lot of damage. Juice trying to tank up this one. Oh, he threads the needle in between Rogue and FBI to snipe out the mid laner from Sin.
However, still a big ultimate available from Flares, and Fantasy stepping forward. They're very low in health and need to be careful here.
They still have Wizard's ultimate. Dire will spot them out. Chippy is looking to try and tank up as much damage with the shield as possible, but they're just waiting. They collapse onto Rogue. He's going to be the first one to fall. Now Sin, they've traded sides on the map. They flash forward. They source onto the FBI. He'll be taken down by Sherfire. The big tank of Flares will fall for the double kill, and Direwolves have their eyes set onto the big purple worm.
Great decisive play out of Direwolves. They engage onto the Nami. They're able to pick up the other 2 members, and now they stream towards Baron. Juves under level, can't actually contest the smite, so instead will go towards a dragon for his team. Means that he's actually ticking over an Elder in the next 6 minutes, which is a bold call, to say the least, when you're 7,000 gold down.
Here comes Fantix.
Yeah, Fantix might just kill him.
See you. Let's go. Oh, that damage is absurd. You can see even Juves is laughing after that one.
And this is why I hate the champion. Like, let's just be honest. He just got literally one shot. Like, one combo. False respawn, big one, auto attack, dead.
Yeah, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4 good night there from Fantix. I mean, even like I said, Judes was surprised as well. He was laughing after he just got solidly killed by the enemy mid laner. Fantix is 9, 3, and 5. Brought in for games 2 and 3. It's been impressive for the Direwolves lately. It was really sad news to see, to hear that he's fractured his arm, and we were wondering if he was going to play. Got news that he'll be substituted in the first match, but happy to hear that he's coming back and still, you know, able to play at the highest caliber possible in Oceania.
I mean, definitely, and right now, he is the reason that his team is in the lead. I mean, King's had a pretty fine game himself, but Fantix really has been the carry that the Direwolves were looking for.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage on towards Sin as Chippy's jumping into the
That's
front
game,
lines.
maybe.
They've already taken out Juves. Wizard falls next. Oh, does he? As he gets behind the rest of his members. That's the base broken. Wizard at 10 health. Direwolves have broken the base. They're onto the inhibitor turrets. But instead of going for the finish here, they look for the next objectives.
So they back away. Chippies goes actually through the turret to try and head towards bottom lane. 25 seconds left.
Through 2 turrets.
Juves to respawn.
Direwolves will be able to take this one down with ease. They still got Baron buff ticking. Lots of time on this. Only just ticked over halfway. Juice is up in 10 seconds.
Ooh. Just so much poke damage coming through now. It's oppressive, and you can see the gold lead is absolutely massive now. Really is starting to make an impact this game. Hooks onto Chippies.
Oh, Flares gets melted though. Direwolves just turn around and say, you want to go, buddy? I'll take you on any day. And Sin now have to try and retreat away from the 5-man squad of the Direwolves. That turret is taking a beating. Spandex will be able to take it down. Chippies looking to try and move towards the front line. Still very low. Has to be careful. FBI does not have his arrow up. Wizard and Rogue still have their ultimates.
You can kind of see that Shern is calling the shots because as soon as he was low health, the team wanted to back away. I actually think that they maybe could have pressured for that inhib.
But safe calls almost. From
Definitely a safe call. I mean, this is very conservative play.
But we haven't checked in with the gold lead for a while. It's now 13,000 in Direwolves' favor. At any point in the game, that's going to be a massive lead. We can actually see where the gold is.
5 of it is on the mid lane.
Fantix is a monster.
I mean, 2 of it's on the support. That's kind of like irrelevant. No one really cares if Karma has gold at this stage of the game. I mean, I'm sure Destiny does, and he's going to beg to differ, but...
He's got an Ardent Sensor.
I don't know. Sorry, support players out there. At this stage of the game, you're just not all that impactful.
I mean, Ardent Sensor for 3 attack speed champions. Not bad.
Yeah.
Give it a thumbs up from your head. Juve's now half health, just from a big one. See why you don't like this champion very much. It's a bit of a heal from Nami. FBI still trying to avoid these rockets. Oh, that's not nice. Here comes the curtain call. Rogue is the target of choice.
Chippy's in the middle of everyone.
He's trying to take down everyone he can. He's going to take a lot of damage in return. FBI and Juice very low. Graves' ultimate comes over the back lines. King's been able to take down the jungler for Sin. And Direwolves stream straight on towards the base. They've broken the second inhib. With everyone going back to heal, they're looking for Nexus turrets.
Yeah, all the big ultimates are gone as well. It has to be a Flares engage. He's back on the Nexus. This could be game.
Chippy sends one back to the fountain. Here's the big old Karmash. You're looking for FBI. They take him down. They take down Wizard as well with the big old wall bang. And only Flares is left to watch as his Nexus is going to get destroyed. Direwolves pick up the series 2-1.
I feel like I say this about every Sin series. It was not clean, it was not pretty, but somehow Direwolves, with an injured pack member, crawl their way over the finish line. Fantix came up massive in games 2 and 3 for his team.
I mean, Wolfpacks actually walk with the injured members in front so the pack can keep behind them. See, they've done the exact same thing here today. It's EGM on the desk laughing at me for my cringy nature information.
I actually got told that that's an outright lie, by the way. So maybe you're just quoting real bad information at the moment.
Is.
Probably the
I
case.
mean, if I'm wrong, just tweet at RustyLol, let him know. And you can see Juve's actually destroyed.
I'm losing my mind today.
Juve's actually destroyed after that game. Sin took it out to all 3 games, looking promising for them as well, and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're able to take them down with Fantix in the mid lane, Shern, game 2, that gives you such hope to be able to head into game 3. They had everything going their way. Flares was a monster on Nautilus, starting up team fights whenever he could. However, just a couple of poor decisions, especially going for that bottom lane turret and giving the Baron over, really did hurt Sin in the end.
It did, and that's the final game of the week, but stick around because we're still going to be able to break this one down. And to do just that, let's give it back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, you come for the League of Legends and you stay for those dubious nature facts. And there we have it. Direwolves locking up the series 2-1. And as Spawn said, it was not pretty because Sin were putting up a fight throughout the entire series. And Ejim, let me start with asking you. I mean, you watch that and it's like, how do you play against Sin? It's just chaos the whole time.
Yeah, it is.
Such back and forth.
Yeah, Flares is actually just a bit of a monster, to be honest. Like that Nautilus performance, even though they lost the game, was
that 1v3.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the bot lane, like Naut just doesn't take damage apparently, and his E just riptide every 3 seconds, just popping off and doing tons of damage to the Corki, the Karma. Almost killed Destiny. The last second exhaust from Destiny was really well played. Lived on a sliver of HP, yeah.
And you really do have to look out for a Nautilus every single time. He's absolutely a CC bot. I mean, his passive really is something that also causes CC as well. So this guy is all about jumping in there. And the fact that Flareswood did a great job after coming off of 2 Maokai games, which he played really well, means he can actually change up that champion pool pretty easily.
But let's take a look at this draft, shall we? A lot of interesting stuff going on here. We've seen Poppy back into rotation. Obviously, was 100% picked in the first couple of weeks of the OPL, and then kind of fell away.
Yeah.
And now she's gone out of favor. Come back in. Ejim, give me your thoughts on this draft.
The first pick Malzahar again for Sin, I really liked. As I said, like going into this game, I want to see that. The Wizard on Sin is very good for them. The Ash for FBI had a pretty good performance, landed a lot of arrows. We really thought in Champ Select, like watching the game, we were upstairs. And then when Direwolves picked the Karma and then Rogue's face just like lit up and like we thought he had some like spicy counter pick going on, like maybe the Thresh, maybe the Vel'Koz or something, but in the end he picked Nami. Yeah, obviously, like I've been saying, like I wasn't a big fan on Chippies on the tanks, so the Poppy wasn't a big fan of. I think Flares was, even though Direwolves won the game, Flares was much more impactful on the tank top. Got a lot more flanks off, a lot more fight engages.
What I like about the Poppy though is it is a bit more carry oriented than his other picks that he had before. I mean, I know Rumble is definitely a more carry oriented in comparison to Poppy, but Rumble's a mage versus, you know, a melee damager, which is what we know Chippies is good for and what Chippies loves to play particularly. So it's a bit more towards his style, which ends up working for him. I particularly like the 3 AD composition. It means that towards that late game, you start to scale really well, and we saw it become really big as Fantix just became bigger and bigger, and also all the other ADs as well.
Yeah, and they obviously picked the Karma with that, and they had the triple AD carry, Jin, Graves, and Corki.
So much damage.
Yeah, so much damage, and then Karma to peel it, and then Destiny built the Ardent Sensor. Really good pickup with triple AD carry, give them all attack speed, and then you just do absurd amount of damage into team fights. So.
All right, well, speaking of team fights, about 16 minutes in, so early on, there's this team fight, Mendrix, and run us through this. Why is this an important thing that we should be looking at here?
All right, so the specific thing here that's happened is Direwolves have got a great lead, and this is actually what allows Sin to fight back. So they go in here, they manage to get a decent amount of damage off, and then Fantix overcommits to get FBI, and this forces Direwolves into a bad situation, and Sin are able to strike back, get a good amount of kills. This is where Flares comes up really big as well, as you can see, getting the kill. And it's just Sin being able to fight back. They get the gold back into towards their favor, and this means this game gets extended rather than Direwolves getting to a slow snowball.
And here we go. I don't know, like Nautilus just rocking out. Destiny gets done. Wizard got the exhaust there and then gets roasted by Poppy, but
it's just these team fights go for like a minute with Sin. Like it just keeps going. There's just no one backs out.
And then it's just Nautilus and Poppy just sitting on full HP right at the end. Like the tanks haven't taken it. Everyone else is dead, and they're just walking around whacking each other with all the attacks.
It's good target priority, right?
Yeah,
you don't want to do damage on the tanks.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was such an ebb and flow game. It was just ridiculous. I mean, towards that 29 to 30 minute mark, I could have sworn there was a team fight that just kept on going for 3 minutes. And it was just simply people respawning and then them fighting again afterwards. It was ridiculous.
Well, Mendrix, talk us through this Baron fight that you were saying was, again, a decisive moment in the game.
Okay, so we're coming into this here. Now, this is something that could have gone either way for both teams. So with Direwolves here, they should have backed off. Or Sin should have actually just committed either going to the split push or committed to bringing everyone across now. Because if you had everyone there early, you would have caught Direwolves with their pants down, you would have been able to get the Baron, probably win the team fight much more decisively. And really, you need to sort of commit to your decisions. You hesitated, Sin hesitated, and ended up paying for that because Direwolves got off a bit lucky there.
Yeah, and as you said, like win the team fight. I think at that stage, with Flares TPing in, Juice kind of like just jumped in and looked for the Baron still and then died for free. So like in that situation, like you're going to lose the Baron, but it's like, who cares if you ace them? So Juve just like, wait a second, wait for the front line to get in there, wait for Nord to land a hook and ulti. As you said, like, they got the big Nord ulti at the end, and then they had the Malzahar silence on top, so they couldn't flash over the wall. If Juves had waited and was alive, maybe he can jump over the wall, pick a few of the stragglers off, and it goes better for Sin.
Exactly. Maybe they could have like locked him in that pit and then taken them out one by one. All right, well, let's take a look at this brush camp, which again, it's the new meta. It's the new meta. I've decided now. It's the best thing in the world.
Channeling a little bit of Tended Minds, they've learned a little bit from them there. And the big thing that happens here is they actually managed to, they know they're there. But like, it's just too hard to go. Like they've got no choice. Sin's like, okay, we either try to run around this and see if we can get towards the Baron and get some control there, or fight. And the moment that Sin split off, Direwolves just immediately strike. Pick off the straggler who's on his own there, and from that point, that sets them up for the win. They're able to get the Baron, take the objectives afterwards.
Yeah, it was just really smart by Direwolves. They knew Sin didn't have any vision, so they were just camping in that bush. Sin kind of hesitated a bit. They were looking to just like shove up the mid lane, and then because they were like, oh, it's like a game of chicken basically. Are Direwolves going to start the Baron, or are they going to match Sin when they just run at the inhib mid, and then they kind of
sit in the brush.
Sin just chickened out, and then they went and face-checked the brush and just got ace. So.
What's great about it, though, is just Direwolves had the information and they used it properly. They used
really
it appropriately, and that was how they were able to sort of just take the win from there.
All right. Well, standing by with Spawn is the victorious Destiny from Direwolves, so GG to them. Let's throw it over to Spawn for the interview.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I'm Spawn. This is Destiny, victorious 2-1 Direwolves over Sin and the support player. First of all, congratulations, but tell me about Fantix's arm. What happened? I mean, I've heard so many rumors about this.
All right, so last Monday, we're playing at the local basketball court, about 5 minutes away from where we've been living, and Chippy's pretty much accidentally knocked Richard on the floor, and Fantix was just like, and we all thought he was okay. It wasn't a small fall, but in the end, it started hurting more and more, so he went to the hospital, and it was a fracture. So, but now he's been playing League and it's still okay. So hopefully it's just recovering over the next few weeks.
All right, cool. So thoughts with Fantix. Hopefully his arm gets better, and I hope that Chippies is now on like lunch duty and stuff.
Yeah.
Try to help him out there. I want to go back to the Sin game because that's a sloppy game of League of Legends, and I know that you guys are pretty rigid and want to play very structured League of Legends and believe in your approach to it. What is it exactly there that makes Sin's game so, there's a slapdash of messy?
It's just the way they play is they completely disregard sidewaves, and then they just ARAM mid. So we have the options of, which is the right option, is to farm the sidewaves, but in the first game, as you saw, they had Baron, and they were just 5-manning mid, and we were like, we got to match it. So all the games kept going for ages because they just kept ARAMing mid, and they've been always doing that for the past season, and it's actually a big problem that they need to fix.
Cool. So that is kind of what's behind there. We saw for the first time, actually, not the Sybil and Shernfire swapping game 2 and 3. Obviously, you're not the coach, but was that a player or a coach call to keep Shern in? What does he bring to the team specifically?
It's usually coach's call, so that's Sharp's call. Sybil did have an off game in the first game, so we decided to give him a break, and Shernfire stepped up. Yeah, he was stepping up in scrims, so we gave him another shot, and he pulled out good. So, yeah.
Definitely came through with the 2-1. I mean, now you guys get to go into the long break. Apart from the fact that Fantix gets Ceresi's arm, I mean, you guys have had a pretty poor series against Legacy. Now this messy series. What are you guys looking to tidy up and come back off the end of the IEM break and really establish yourself in the second part of the split?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams have realized that tanks are stronger in the meta, and people just ban out chippies. So we've realized we just have to put him on a tank, and we have to learn to play with it. It's the right way to play the game. Maokai's too strong, Shen's too strong. So losing to Legacy, losing to Chiefs, it's fine. It's regular season. We've got plenty of weeks to improve, and we'll only get stronger. Even if we are having weak sets now, this is where you learn the most. So hopefully we do improve over the end of the split.
Going to build towards the end of the split where the Direwolves hope to take it all. However, that is all we have for you for the weeks. Let's throw it back to Hingers to close out the week's play.
Thank you, Spawn, and thank you, Destiny. Well, gentlemen, it is time for us to award our best and fairest medal, our MVP Radier medal, and it's going to Flares, who was absolutely massive on Nautilus in that last game, that 3v1. But, only 9 votes out of 24, so it must have been a very contentious, very split voting pool, Medrix.
And that's what happens when it's these messy games. You have to look at it and go, right, well, who's the most consistent performer out of all of them? There may be some flashy plays towards the very end there that everyone was doing, and performances did increase, but Flares was the most consistent out of all of them. Very strong in his Maokai in the first game, very strong in his Maokai in the second game, and exceptional with his Nautilus in that game. That's really what kept Sin going.
And EGM, as you look at that tally there, there's no supports in there. Is the voting, is this not a great meta for you guys? Or?
Bollocks, dude. No, we just don't get any credit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Quinn's up there with 2. I stole a Baron through Exhaust with an MF ulti. What is this?
What else do you want?
Yeah, what can I do?
Again, it's about the most consistent player getting the one Baron kill. That's one moment in the game.
Chiefs aren't known for their consistency. Is this the first time that a losing team has got the MVP?
Potentially, yeah.
I feel like that's a bit weird.
Yeah, I think it. Well, is it weird, or is it like he 3v1?
Like he played really well. He deserves
great.
it. It just hasn't happened before, I think.
Absolutely. Well, we're breaking all kinds of rules here on the OPL today. And if you want to hear more from us, there is a podcast you can subscribe to, which is available on iTunes and SoundCloud. Myself, Jake Spontaberry, and Matthew Fish-Stewart talk a lot of stuff about League of Legends week to week. Obviously, we won't be back with that until after IEM. But speaking of that, let us take a look at the schedule, because in 2 weeks' time, the standings, I should say, because a lot of things have changed, a lot of things have stayed the same. EXILE still at the bottom. Abyss off the bottom, though, 3 points. Sin Gaming rounding out that drop zone, equal with Tainted Minds there. Avant-Garde, Direwolves, Legacy cemented their second place spot, and Chiefs, your boys, EGM, you're out on top, undefeated so far.
Boys. Yeah.
You lost that first game versus Direwolves, and since then, nothing but wins.
Yeah. Wait, really? We haven't dropped a game?
No.
Oh, that's a surprise. I don't know. That's good. Yeah. I don't know. We had a rocky start, I guess, and we've just been slowly working to improve, and I think that's been showing, I guess. I'm just surprised. I don't think about it like that. I just rock up on the week and I just play the games.
Don't even care about the standings, man. I'm just
Well, like actually true. I think although the standings this year are more important than they've ever been because of the Gauntlet run. Like I've legitimately never cared about like the standings in the middle of the split.
But now,
other than that one time we didn't have Swiffer on the roster and we almost didn't make playoffs, right? But other than that, I just have never looked at the standings and been like, oh, we're not first. Like that's a problem.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule for in 2 weeks' time. After IAM, we'll be back, and it's a massive weekend of esports. Abyss take on Direwolves, EXILE 5 versus Sin, Avant-Garde take on Tatermines, and then El Clasico, baby. Legacy versus Chiefs. That's your Sunday, 5th of March afternoon, EGM. I mean, after this weekend's performances from you both, you're both looking very, very strong, Legacy and Chiefs. Give us a quick spicy preview of that match, though.
Spicy preview. Chiefs bot lane, double kill, level 1. There we go.
Go, tower dive.
They're going to face check my Malzahar, and they're just going to die to the Voidlings. They're going to forget all their knowledge they've ever known, and they're going to fight my Voidlings, and I'm going to win.
Well, there we have it. All right, that is the settings, and that is the schedule. So that is all from us here. We'll be back in 2 weeks after IEM. I'd like to thank EGM. I'd like to thank Mendrix for being here today. My name is Michael Hingis, and we'll see you next in 2 weeks. Bye!
Dodged by King's Splash. No summon spell available for him now. Only has that heal to get away. It's teleport being matched here by Chippy, but King's been jumped on. First blood goes to Juice. Rogue's in trouble. Takes quite a bit of damage. Tries to dodge the bullets. FBI now taking them up. Final shot comes through onto Rogue. Fantix will get exhausted. Misses the shot inside the brush. And Wizard is not going to be able to take him down. He does get the final rocket out to get the kill. And now Direwolves are the one stuck between a rock and a hard place. Wizard's going to get locked down, exhausted. And how Poppy will put the hammer down by one they fall as the anchor swing. Chippy's looking for the ultimate. Knocks him out of the pit, but here comes Juice jumping in, going in. Who gets the spike down? It will be the Direwolves. As it was Shenfire that picks that up, flares down the backlines, takes down Destiny. Fantix the next to fall, they lock down Shenfire on top of that. So 3 kills for 1, trading the Baron buff over. Fine, Destiny
in
a lot of
trouble.
damage. Oh, Flares is going in, pops the ultimate. He's gonna be able to live with a sliver, but now Fantix is the target.
Flares is unkillable.
He says, let's go, boys. My mid laner might be dead, but I'm still here. No mana, flashing on forward. Big old courage of the Colossus. Oh no, the hook does not connect, but the tidal wave is going through with the big arrow. You can see the shark hiding inside those waves as Juice jumps over the wall. Wizard gets obliterated, so does Juice. They collapse onto Rogue. He's gonna be the first one to fall. Now Sin, they traded sides of the map. They flash forward, exhaust onto the FBI. He'll be taken out by Shenfire. The big tank of Flares will fall for the double kill. Chippy sends one back to the fountain. Here's the big old Carmichael. You're looking for FBI. They take him down. They take down Wizard as well with the big old wall bang. And only Flares is left to watch as his Nexus is going to get destroyed. Direwolves pick up the series 2-1.